Good evening, everybody. You're listening to 107.5 Alex TTV. Good morning, VOD enjoyers, too, that don't hear any music. Reformed Bugs. All right, what do you got to say? You're kidding me, right? And then, ew.
I love this station.
All right, very, very excited to see what else you got going on. What kind of other messages will we have today? You only typed twice in chat. You started typing here in 2017. In 2018, you had some very interesting messages. I'm not going to read any of those.
Morning.
Yeah, this is just a suspicious account for sure. Anywho, Trollus, thank you for the 59 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. And Captain Mesa with the 41 months. Wait, can you see everyone's entire chat history? Yes, I can. So when you type weird shit and then you say, I would never say something like that, and I go in your chat history and expose you, just be aware that that's something that can in fact happen. Because some of you were probably saying some very unhinged things when you were teenagers in this chat room and you don't even remember it. I would never say such things. Are you about to be a victim? Nah, you've been typing in here very recently.
Alex H. Hope all is well, Alex.
Wait. What is this? Wait, you just started typing here? This year, you have 15 messages. In March, you were asking me, Alex, have you tried a BEC? Which is a bacon, egg, cheese. And you said, do you know how much a BEC would cost, Alex Senpai? Have you updated your brain rot to the newest update? Bacon, egg, and cheese, Alex Chan. And then he said, oh, veiny de, which I think, and I'm going to use my boomer level of logic solving here, that you said something about a veiny dick. And then you said, no, Alex, this is now humor. Oh, yeah, chat's saying it too. Ha! Alex, you're being blessed with daily brain rot. Who got a black SRT, aka the Ghost Goon car? Alex Jepling it. Stop. You typed this. What do you mean stop? You're typing this in my chat. I'm reading it back, and then you're like, bro, stop. God damn it, man. That wasn't me, bro. Who was it? Your little brother? My little brother got on my PC. Classic. Oh, my little cousin was typing in that weird stuff in chat yesterday at night. Possibly, bro, my little bro so edgy humor. Bro, you type like you type like him, man. It's my little bro, dude. Wasn't me, man. Anywho, I don't know what's on the agenda today. I said I would. Typing runs in the family. I said I would stream earlier today. This is technically early for me, even though I woke up like a few hours ago. But this is like earlier than I normally would stream. MH World's No Armor Run. We never finished that. Yeah, I know. I gotta finish that. I don't know when I'll do it. I got one video done already. It's been uploaded. I've just been kind of waiting to see when I want to release it. But I do have to finish MH World No Armor. I got 3 bosses left, and they're all kind of hard. I will say I did kill the Kushala Daora, which was kind of difficult. So I feel like Valhazak is going to be the easiest one to do. Teostra is going to be probably the hardest one, and Xenojiva might be like a wild card. I'm not sure if it'll be difficult or not. Have you tried Wilds? Yeah. We played through Wilds. We beat Wilds I haven't done the new update with like arch tempered. What was it? What was the last one? Arch tempered the fucking railgun dragon. I don't forget what it's called already, but we didn't do that one. But we did like Gormagala. We did like everything pretty much. I even did the arch tempered end boss. Raidao, thank you. I didn't do arch tempered Raidao. That's been the only boss I haven't done. I'm taking a little bit of a break from Worlds. I don't know, man. I talked about it a little bit yesterday with Worlds. I'm kind of like in a weird spot with it. I think it's a good game. I don't know, man. I feel like it could have been just a little better. That's all. Anywho, more like Val Ballsack. Nice, dude. Yo, good one, bro. Lexi, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate you. Ugh, I'm tired. I don't know why. I don't think I slept all that great. I always say that though, like every stream. I think every stream I say I'm tired. Maybe I get another little cup of coffee and then we get into some gaming news. LOL. Gaming news. Or something. I want to see how Night Rain is doing. I'm not sure if it's worth a cop yet. Nap time would hit. Yeah, let's nap on stream. Guys, I'm about to take a sweet nap here on live stream. That's my napping noise. There's a card deal. Is it time for another like Simathon? Oh god. There's a bunch of simulators that came out since the last one. That's why I say it. Maybe we'll wait though. Maybe we'll wait again till like September or something. Yeah, a car dealer simulator. I guess Enzoid technically is a simulator. There's a Rap House simulator. There's a bunch of interesting simulators that have kind of like come out. Simathon, but it's a wheel. Technically, that could be a thing too. Combine the wheel with the Simathon, and we just keep spinning it for like the next sim game. Would be interesting actually. And then like whatever it lands on, that's just the game. Simathon, but it's a wheel with no sims, but only chat suggested games. Wait a minute, hold on. I think like we're regressing. Can you guys redeem this stuff, dude? Oh my god, man. Wheel you later? Hmm. The wheel you later. I just saw the Valorant cheating scandal just got worse. Can you watch it so I can watch it through you, Alex? Is it the? I think I watched parts of it yesterday, unless it's a new one. I saw the one where Ludwig basically said nothing, then proved his own point by saying, how could it possibly make the scene worse?" And then he says, this disincentivizes me from ever streaming tier 2 Valorant. It's like within 2 sentences, he proved how this situation has made the scene worse. Because somebody big like him as a streamer not wanting to stream any tier 2 games as a result of this investigation is direct evidence of how the scene could get worse, right? Is it that video? Because like I said, I only watched parts of it yesterday, but if it's like a different video where there's more evidence, like I said, I should have been working on it this morning. I was working on the Star Citizen video this morning. I tried to maybe get it out for late today, but I got other shit going on. So probably not tonight. But the Star Citizen video will probably get made, and then I'll probably work on the Valorant video right afterwards. Make sure that's done so people can actually watch it and not have like this same take that's been going around. One day ago, which one you watched? Okay. I mean, I watched the one following the Sean Garris one, whatever that was. Maybe it's the same one. Who knows? I'll look it up, though, Elite. I'll check it out either way. Man, this Tainted Grail game is getting a lot of positive reception. That's good. H3 crashing putt again. I don't know if y'all keep up with that. No, brother. We don't keep up with H3 crashing out. I'm also more interested in like conveying like video game drama and like funny drama and not like people going back and forth and getting Twitch banned about like the 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 geopolitical nature of their topics of conversation. I don't think that's interesting for anyone that's like not already watching that stuff. And there's plenty of people that cover it anyway. I don't need to be another person that's like, Hassan got banned last night. What could this mean? And then my comment section will just be filled with people either backing up Hassan or backing up whatever the fuck Hassan is arguing. And I don't want to turn on my stream and have people like going back and forth against each other. It's just not fun or interesting for me. I don't care if you guys have opinions about it. Like, truly, I do not care. Like, you guys can have whatever opinion you want, but I'm not interested in like creating that like a chat space where people are just arguing with each other all day. I don't think it's fun for mods. It's not fun for me, and it's not fun for you guys as like viewers. And like I said, those spaces already exist, by the way. Like, there's plenty of people that go live after Hassan or go live after H3, and they're like, "Here's what he said. How can you guys believe it?" And then people are like, "No, fuck that guy. He said this shit. What the fuck?" But if it's like, "Yo, Randy Pitchford said you should go work in an ice cream parlor to afford the next Borderlands game," that's funny. I want to cover that. Hell yeah, dude. Why would Randy Pitchford say something so fucking stupid? And then we talk about it. Son and Assman, they're both entertainers. They probably cook up the drama over a beer. I doubt they do that. I think they would hate to be caught in the same room, like just for the optics of it. But they're both like profiting off of the drama individually, right? Like they wouldn't be talking about it and covering it so much if they didn't like get eyes on it or get like monetization off of it or whatever the hell. So yeah, maybe at the end of the day they both win, we lose. I don't know. I regardless, like I said, I don't really want to get into it because like the chat turns into a shit show. You would be at that 3K streamer at least though. Brother, we used to be at all kinds of Ks as a streamer. I don't, that doesn't really matter to me. I think I'd rather just do what I want to do at the end of the day. If people want to watch it, that's great. If they don't, hey, more power to them. But I don't want to just cook up stuff that will guarantee views, right? Otherwise, my next YouTube channel would just be called like Cow Chop 2 Creatures 3. I don't I'm making a gaming house. All that kind of stuff. To be fair, I am playing Counter Strike again, which I thought I wouldn't do, but I've been kind of enjoying it. It's been chill, you know. Uh, again, I guess now that CS2's out. Alex just checked VOD. Ludwig, one you already checked out 1 day ago. One that is. Oh, okay, appreciate you. Yeah, then yeah, like I said, my take's gonna be the same. Like I think he could have done a better job with like not being like, who cares about this, and then being like, I'm somebody that adamantly supported the tier 2 scene and I won't do it again. I think he could have had a better take. Like, hey, this sucks. I hope this drama gets solved. I want to support the tier 2 scene, but I may not if like there's match fixing involved. Instead, he's like, who gives a fuck, dude? I only support my own team, which is like valid, but just kind of like already dogpiling on the tier 2 as like being irrelevant. I don't think is the appropriate like move in this situation because all of this is stemming from them not being very relevant to begin with. So just shitting on them and then double shitting on them, like I don't see how that's productive. I think you should have done a little bit more, like I don't know, look behind the curtain of why the video was made because I still have issues about the video. I have no idea what we were talking about. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to get a video done about this topic. It's about the Valorant like match fixing drama that like I truly believe there's like zero evidence of other than like a guy reaching out and trying to convince people to throw for money. But there's been zero evidence of like an actual transaction taking place or people admitting that they're doing it. So all that's happening now is that people are just throwing shit at each other and it's sticking to like I think the wrong walls, as in people that like are not involved are catching strays. And I feel like that's really bad for the scene in its entirety. I feel like it's bad for people that are actually generally trying to compete, and I feel like it's bad for like small unknown players that are just getting dogpiled by Twitter. I feel like this video being made has actually done more damage to the tier 2 scene than a cover like solving issues that it was meant to cover. Match fixing looks possible. Cheating, don't think so. Yeah, there's the cheating allegation is like I think this guy's cheating. Like look at the way he plays, and his evidence is like he plays bad or he plays good. Like, oh, okay. I guess we should just kill people off of I think this guy's cheating. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Knife out throwing, knife out match fixing. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna come around full circle, and it's gonna like look worse at the end of the day, and people are gonna meme about this. rather than actually like solving the problems which the video was meant to do. I don't think like unless something big comes out in the next day or two, someone's like, "It's true, I was match fixing," then I don't see anything coming of it. You know what I mean? He says something like his Valorant team was in it or something to start the video. Yeah, I mean he admits that he has a Valorant team in, like that he sponsors and he streams their games. But then at the end he's like,
Hello.
"Well, I'm not gonna fucking stream this shit if people are match fixing." It's like, okay, great, good to know. I'm not gonna stream these irrelevant games if now there's like people cheating. Young Dane with the 31 months, appreciate you. Let's not forget there was an accusation of Riot employees was being bribed to let people cheat, if I remember right. Yeah, that was like also being like somebody made the insinuation that like there's a Riot employee that knows that there's cheating going on, like not just match fixing, but actual cheats, and they're like letting the cheats like happen anyway. Many such cases. Okay, but you can't just fucking guys, you can't just say this shit, bro. Like that's so like okay, great. You think that might be happening? Like, can you point in a direction of who's doing it, when, why, how? No, I just think it's going on. Okay, great, awesome. Let's move the fuck on. It's not like the Jagex employee situation where the Jagex employee was literally banning this girl's like opposition and like banning the people that she was having beef with as a result of her like or him simping over her, and then he got fired. Like that was a real situation of an employee that was tampering with content creators for the sake of one content creator to remove her competition. That was a big situation, and Jagex got a lot of shit for it. And I'd be totally down if there's proof of that going on with Riot. Like if there's a Riot employee that's genuinely letting people use aim hacks and which, by the way, I don't even know how that's possible. Recwave, thank you for the 7 months. I don't know how one Riot employee is just letting somebody get away with using hacks in like important games and they get a cut of it. The implication is just so fucking dumb to me. Like the insinuation is somebody is being paid to throw. That person is then being like, "Yo, I'm gonna use cheats," or not. Sorry, not being. They're being paid to win a game with cheats. They're like being paid to like be the underdog and then win the game versus the people that they're being paid to like win against, right? And so they're like, okay, give me money, I'll use cheats. Then they go to Valorant and they go to a Riot employee and they go, yo, dude, in these 3 games, I'm going to use cheats. I'm going to use wall hacks and aim hacks. Make sure that the detection program doesn't catch me. And if you do that, I'll give you a cut of the money. And the Riot employee goes, okay, sounds good, bro. Yeah, I'll make sure to turn off a cheat detector for these 3 games. Then they go and they cheat in those 3 games. They win them. They give the Riot employee a cut, and then they get a cut. It just sounds so fucking dumb. Like, I'm sorry. Like, is there a world where it exists? Yeah. Is there a world where we live in this situation as well? Yeah, that's possible. It's like, what are the odds of that? 99% chance that it's not happening? Yeah, okay. Can I be 100% convinced that it is? No, like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't think it can't possibly be happening. Like it may be happening, but that doesn't mean that it is because there's a possibility, right? Like there's a possibility that aliens exist. Do we have a proof of it? No. Can we speculate? Sure. But should we then go out and be like, guys, we have to prepare for the alien invasion and you know, like all this crazy shit? No, like not stupid. McBalls, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the prime, man. Thanks for using your sub. You have caffeine today? I had a little bit of caffeine this morning, but I should probably get some more. Whether you get some feedback on the stream content, sometimes you focus on one single point for too long, repeating the same point over and over. At least for me, it gets to a point like, we get it, let's move on. Yeah, I mean, that's a result of like people like coming in and joining and then leaving the stream, right? Like sometimes people are like, what are we talking about? And I'll be like, yes, so this is what I've been talking about. And they'll like reiterate a point because people genuinely cannot focus on a point for more than a minute. Like we're so dopamine fried, like people cannot grasp what I'm saying. Like I'll say something and people will go, "Oh shit, what the fuck? Wait, is this real?" And I'll have to like repeat the point to like get it to like stick to people's heads. One guide from time to time, sure. I'm only human. I get one guide, especially when it's like a really dumb one guying, I guess. My man, 50 grand. How was that trip to Turkey? What are you talking about? Good afternoon, sir. What's up? But yeah, I mean, the videos are pretty straightforward, though, right? Like the stream content, yes, it could be a little bit regurgitated, like especially when I stick to a point for too long. But the videos are kind of straight to the T. Like if you watch the videos, I cover all of it. Like I take a 1 or 2 hour segment and I turn it down to like 20 minutes. I hyper focus on like the main points, and then you can take it as you will, you know. But I can see why the streams might be a bit like, okay, bro, we get it. Rebecca, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I appreciate that. I thought deep dives were part of the brand. Sometimes there's deep dives. Sometimes I do like live investigations, and I might cover something more than once. Yeah, sure. I haven't watched the videos. Fair enough. I can see why the streams would be like, come on, bro. I should move on quicker, but like it's also sometimes I'm reading points for myself. But yeah, the YouTube videos, the YouTube Alex Extra channel, like some of those topics that I rant about, I just edit them down, and then that covers it to like a T, like I just mentioned. And then that way you can only just, you just watch it once and you're like, okay, I get the whole thing now. I cover the more important stuff. The stuff that I feel like is important to cover. Watch last CSGO video because I missed a stream. I thought it was good. Yeah, I appreciate that, Rebecca. Yeah, the CSGO videos are just kind of like they're just for fun, you know. Like I have one cooking because of the last few games that we had were pretty decent. I think I got a decent comeback game where we overtime, but yesterday was just too many fucking close to overtime games. It was ridiculous. Do VOD views help you at all? VOD views? I mean they're monetized because the channel got partnered not too long ago, so that's chill. Some of that helps, you know. Is only like current news and CS that you're going to be post vids on? As far as news goes, I like I said, I don't want to cover like world conflicts. Like I'm not going to sit here and cover the Russian-Ukraine war. I think there's already a lot of coverage of that too. Like I don't really want to turn this into a political stream by like any stretch of the imagination. So I just try to stick to like gaming news or even like maybe pop culture stuff if it's like interesting enough, you know. But like even real world implications, like the Diddy trials, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, "Yo, guys, new Diddy trials info. There's more victims. Here's a video of that." It's just like I'm not here to do that. Like I think you guys already get subjected to enough of that shit. I just would rather the streams be chill and like funny and maybe sometimes entertaining. Epstein list released, guys. New Epstein footage. New Epstein content. You guys ready? This one's going to be big. Did you get any rest? You sound kind of low on energy. Yeah, I got the same amount of rest as normal. I'm not trying to be Phil DeFranco. I think the problem I have with some of these like channels too is I feel like they start to get a little bit biased as well. I don't know if it's something that can be avoided, but even like the Phil DeFranco obviously like has his own leanings. There's plenty of like pop culture channels that start out as just covering news, but then they're like, well, here's my opinion on this. It's like, bro, okay. Like, if you just give me the raw news and I can form my own opinion, that's fair. But if you're like, well, here's why I think this is bad, or here's why I think this is good, is when I start to kind of like tone it out. That's just me personally. Because I feel like if you're already forming an opinion on it, you may or may not be like not covering certain parts of the story to like make your narrative look a little bit better or worse, whatever it is. But I try to like, at least even with this Valorant stuff, I try to avoid that a little bit. No, YouTube is filled with slop content like that for sure. At a certain point, I feel like there's only so much news you can cover before jumping to posting opinions. I feel like with, like general news, maybe like if you're covering the same story too many times, but if it's like, what do you call it? Like gaming news, like I feel like that's just pretty straightforward, you know? Like the marathon stuff. Like I've covered a bunch of like I have a Star Citizen video coming out, like stuff like that. I feel like I'm interested in covering it. In terms of well, yeah, I mean because if it's like you're covering the Russia-Ukraine war, you know, and say for example one country bombs one country and you cover it, and then the next country bombs another country, you're gonna like at some point, like yeah, cover it so much that you're gonna be like, well, here's why this is, you know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna start to get political, and then when you start covering like summits and meetings, you're gonna like draw conclusions, and yeah, of course, at some point in time you'll eventually try to paint the other side as good guys versus bad guys, you know? And like I said, I'm not going to get into it. Like, I'm not here to argue it. I'm just saying, like, you will more than likely turn bias at some point or another. What do you think of the Search 2 stuff? Like just the price tag of it and the tariffs, or what do you mean? I mean, I do agree because some people have posted like, oh, people mad that the price of the Switch 2 have gone up. Also, the same people were asking for more Switch features, and it's like, okay, I can see the conclusion they're drawing is like you asked for the console to be upgraded, the console got upgraded, and it costs $400, and it's like, yeah, would I buy it? Probably not. I already have a Switch. The new like video, like the new Discord feature on it doesn't make me want to buy it. People mad at BL4? Yeah, I mean, I put up the Borderlands 4 video yesterday. We did cover the Borderlands 4 situation, the drama with Borderlands 4. It's crazy, guys. Borderlands 4 drama, insane. I've actually had some pretty positive feedback on the Infinity Nikki stuff. I thought people might be a little bit triggered that I'm covering it, but the Infinity Nikki stuff was pretty good. People are happy I covered it, I think, is what I got for reception, because I think they just want more eyes on it, and not like in a bad way, I guess, because there is a bad way to cover it, which is just to be like, yo, this is fucking horseshit. Why are these guys mad? LOL. But if you're like, here's why they're genuinely concerned, and yes, it may be a game for like mostly a girl audience, like what the company's doing is still fucked up. Why is it Twitter Alex High and not HD? I changed it, and then one of my mods like fucking co-opted it and is posting like weird shit on it, which is, I mean, granted that was gonna happen anyway. But I'm honestly like low-key just thinking about deleting my Twitter. Like unironically, I thought about it 2 days ago. I don't use it, and every time I go on it, it's actually just horse shit. Like I don't go on Twitter, and like the only time I go on Twitter now is to see like people's tweets that are relevant to what I'm talking about. Like Randy Pitchford's tweets, I need to see those to like, I need to have a Twitter account to see tweets because they don't gatekeep you if you don't have an account. But I actually hate like Twitter. I don't ever go on it. Nobody tweets at me about anything relevant. Every time I go on it, it's like, here's a murder video followed by like somebody's unhinged opinion that I do not care about. I just do not like it, man. Don't you mean X? Yeah, sure, whatever you want to call it. I just don't like it. I don't use it. I don't look at I don't even use its like stupid reels, TikTok short reel, whatever the fuck feature. I just think it's dog shit. Like I generally want to get rid of it. So I may do that soon. I use like Instagram because I used Reels for a bit. Reels are kind of funny, except for that one day, like several weeks ago, when Reels became like live leak, and they just decided to show me a filtered feed of death compilations. That was kind of messed up by Reels, but other than that, they're pretty funny. I see funny little Reels from time to time. I like them. So I switch between like TikTok and like Instagram Reels. But even I don't even really like. I would probably post on Instagram because I feel like that's fun. I just have nothing to post at the moment. I don't really do much. But planning on using it at some point again. It used to be cool when I would do like the couch out production stuff because I could just post like upcoming videos. But what do I post on Instagram now? Just me sitting in my fucking chair. Guys, new video about to drop. Here's me sitting in my chair. Next day, guys, here's me sitting in my fucking chair. New video about to drop. No one wants to see that. But if I'm like out and doing stuff, I'll post pictures of it. But I've been kind of not doing much, unfortunately. That's worth posting about. This is a cat. This is the back of a cat. This is the front of a cat. Yeah, basically. But if it's like, here's me dressed up in a funny outfit, like that's fun to post. How many different ways can you make that video? Which video? Like just the stuff I cover now, or what do you mean? The stuff that you see now is just like stream stuff, which is fine. I enjoy that because it's like I get to show it here, I get to stream, interact with you guys, and I can just like make a video out of it for people that don't watch the streams. I think the next goal is, like I said, I think the next goal, which I'm prepping for, is to be able to go live on YouTube as well as Twitch, because I have had some people that are like, I wish I could watch this on YouTube and not on Twitch. Because I get that, I get the sentiment behind it. So I'll probably likely just dual stream at some point. We'll see. Anywho, do I grab what do I grab? Do I grab a coffee? Or do I grab something else? Maybe I'll grab like a LaCroix or something. All right, I'll be right back real quick. All right. Gonna abuse these emotes, Alex Chan. Alex, I beg of you, please provide us a Celia cam. Where would that even go? Where would I put a Celia cam? Like the amount of work that would have to go, real or magic your forehead. Yeah, you're done. Good luck, buddy. On the screen, my luscious king. Okay. Alex, for prediction, what'd you grab? I grabbed a LaCroix. It's a pamplemousse. How about a ceiling cam? That would be creative and never done on Twitch. Yeah, do you know why? Did you say pamplemousse? I don't know, dude. If you have to change your hair, get a cat bed that attaches to your desk. Oh, chair. If you have to change your chair, get a cat bed that attaches to your desk. That would be cute. I could see that. Yeah. I think, because I've actually been hit up by a chair sponsorship. I'm not sure if I want to go for it or not. But I could see that because they do have attachable, like, cat beds. Cat extension for PC chairs? Ooh. Okay. I know you played CSGO, but have you played Rainbow Six Siege? Yeah, I have many videos on Siege. I've done many streams on Siege. We checked out the Siege X video yesterday. Herman Miller? No, not Herman Miller. That's a little too richy. Imagine choosing the taste of TV static over coffee. I mean, I had coffee already. The TV static is fine because the TV static gives me like the feeling of drinking a soda pop without actually putting 10 billion grams of sugar directly into my bloodstream. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a good option, right? I don't want to sit here and just drink soda all fucking day. That's not good for you. Whereas like a sparkling water, it's like it's more like a substitute. I'm not saying they're great. Everyone should drink these. These are awesome. They're okay. They taste okay. They're fizzy. You know, it's like slightly flavored water. LaCroix isn't okay. They're terrible. Okay, and guess what? That's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. I'm not sitting here as the fucking chairman of LaCroix trying to convince everybody to drink it. If you don't like it, don't fucking drink it. I'm just giving you a reason why I personally drink it. I like how my cat only comes in here when I'm like screaming at the monitor. I sit in this chair in the mornings and I do some editing, I do some other types of work, and like she's nowhere to be found. I start the stream, I start yelling at you guys, she comes in here. And of course, she's gonna start yelling at me because she wants to be on the back of the chair while I'm fucking ranting. This happens every time. Isn't that right? I think she sees a ghost. Typical. Maybe she's deaf. No, she's not deaf. She definitely hears me. Shunning seltzer water is part of the reason why our country is overweight as it is. I'm the chairman of LaCroix and can confirm it tastes like shit. Fair enough. What's your favorite LaCroix flavor? There's like a raspberry one that I like. I don't like the lemon one. Tip man with the 19 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for that resub. Um, What's going on with the tubes, guys? Guys, what's going on? Oh, it's all Stop looking at me like that, Alex. Bro. Dude, you definitely gonna be put on the suspicious list, man. You're gonna say something unhinged soon, I can tell. What was I gonna do? Oh shit, it made me lose my train of thought. Fuck. Shit. Oh. Dude, there's this I've been listening to these Chinese TikTok songs. They go kind of hard, man. You guys ever heard Sky is Your God on TikTok? Yes? It's good stuff right here, man. No CC.
我们这辈老仔脖子上喜欢挂玉牌，香炉供台上摆，长大才开白黄牌。虔诚拜三拜，钱包里面多几
This is Korean. This is not Korean trails.
百。一的是六合彩，男的是等合牌。来财，来，来财，来，来财，来，来财。
It was hard.
来，中指力滚力对应好运八方来。 散了才能聚。
This is what English sounds like to foreigners. Keep that train of thought.
这一把直接喝，愿花钱交朋友。买艺高人胆大，让他小忙3条酒。回馈下社会先，摸到那顶皇冠后。找你做事人太多，事情两袖清风做。一阴一阳之谓道，仔细东来。明码标价的那些物，非黑即白。 若上颁奖台，切莫张灯结彩。八仙桌的收尾，少不了翁菜。上北下南，左西右东，东南东北，西北西南。
This guy has like a live performance too. Let me see if I can find it. It was kind of hype. Sky is your. He's saying like at a bar. It was sick.
Who's Immortal HD?
Nausea Games, appreciate you. Yeah, this guy is hype over there, bro. Was it this? Maybe it was this? You know what's dope about this? Is the lyrics. The lyrics are my favorite part. Not because I understand it, but like this is the translated lyrics. Look at the lyrics.
单生意呢，所有有牌面得开呀的，老板娘的手机盖下去嘛，说我的车脸像陈伟霆。哦哟，嘴甜说的对哇，那小时候还长得像黄宗泽。时间差不多嘛，走感性，我先把小龟开出去。喂，YADA， 酒吧头的妹仔路边抽烟，说看到陈伟霆开呀的，我丢。
You're in the way. Okay, sorry. Let me move this. Oh, fuck. Shit. Okay.
YADA，他们讲赚钱的先把便利先哦，就我在路边嘛开雅迪嘛。
There's another song I want to actually say. I haven't listened to this one much, but the other one was really good. English lyrics. Okay, yeah, we'll watch this one. This is the one we just watched. English version lyrics. Yeah, I like the editor's note. The editor's note was good explaining the references. It's just luck come to me. Like luck come, luck come.
中指力滚力对应好运八方来，散了才能聚，你不出手说了斋。这一把直接喝，愿花钱交朋友。妈艺高人胆大，让那小忙3条酒。回馈下社会先，摸到那顶皇冠后，找你。
Bro, shut the fuck up. The Nazi Games, thank you for gifting a sub to Xeno Project.
做事人太多，事情两袖清风做，一阴一阳只为道，紫气东来。
Like what? Like yin and yang define the Tao. Purple energy comes from the east, bro. Like that's some real shit, man. This ain't like, yo, I get money, yo, I fuck a lot of women. It's just like this is real shit, dude. This is like is this? I actually don't want to say it's feng shui. I don't know if this is feng shui or not particularly, but this is sick, dude. Unk spitting prophecies. Unk spitting prophecies. It's Taoism. Is it really? Okay, that would make more sense. Gotta start luck farming on my CS:GO boxes. We'll have this song playing, bro. Have this song playing specifically, and then say this.
Lie.
Just say lie, lie, right? And then you'll get luck for sure. Except unless you're me.
Yep, what up, Jack?
老天保佑金山银山前路有。
You don't wait, what are you saying? You don't understand how sacrilegious this song is. You don't simply stand in front of an altar and say bring me luck when it's intended for the dead. Go back to TikTok Unk. Is this rage bait?
老天教唆别管江湖龙虎斗，老天叮嘱这辈子我山不丢，老天就怕36雷总打球。耶，魑魅魍魉总出现在秋收后，算账。魑魅魍魉总出现在秋收后，消灭。老天让我一棍铲除啮齿类，天数。第2棍附魔我打穿对家楼，因果。老天让放下屠刀。
Karma, man.
因果。该不该放屠刀？如果放，角落潜伏恶鬼分分钟一半。如果提，心中恶念超过3的话没办法平。要还债，兵来将挡，因为我是个耐飞天。手腕上五路财神虚空。
What's his name? Sky is your god, or is you god?
挡一切，来面刮大浪，要不要求算账？我不是尬，我需要平衡阴阳，看懂这因果业障，世界上条条框框，就好像打牌记账，迟早会到你头上。谁不想打翻身仗？总有人在卖着惨，总有人想利用善，殊不知天在看，祸根找上门。你把爱拿来闹着玩。 你把爱当作子弹，殊不知天在看，拍拍手，完蛋了。老天保佑，金山银山前路有。老天教唆别管江湖龙虎斗，老天叮嘱这辈子我散不丢，老天就怕346雷中打球。耶、
Nice. Yeah, luck is like a luck is a big deal over there, dude. Luck is actually like a whole thing. There I actually watched the video. I think it was actually like real rage bait. See if I can find it. Maybe not. Okay, I can't find it. There was like a video around like where there's weddings going on, and like these old people would try to walk in front of the bride while they're walking out, to like take some of their luck. You know what I mean? Because there's like a superstition around that, you know, like brides are lucky, but if you try to take some of their energy. So there was like a few clips of like these old ladies that would like, yeah, it's actually aura farming. Yeah, like legitimate aura farming, where they would like, as the bride is coming out of like the doors, like the old people would try to run in front of them to like take their luck. You know what I mean? Luck sniping. Yeah, I'm not even like I think it was on Instagram, but I have a video, but it's not on my PC. I can't find it. But yeah, good stuff, man. Somebody listen to some of that in the mornings. Do you know how the long man commercial? I don't know what that is. We're not religious, but we're very super. You meant to say superstitious? You don't think there's you don't think there's religious people in China? Or China isn't religious? Like Buddhism and Taoism? Majority of Chinese people are not religious. How much of China is religious? 10%. That actually surprises me. I thought it would be a lot more. That does surprise me. Only 10%? Only 10% of Chinese adults identify with specific religion. Yeah, I thought it would be a lot more. Who's your favorite VTuber? D's. But a large portion of the population, potentially as high as 80%, engages in some form of folk religion, which includes practices like ancestor worship and other traditional beliefs. Okay, so that makes sense. That actually does cover more like this the spirituality based like practices. Alex, a lot of religious deaths in 1966 to 1967. Yep. There is. How many allowed to talk about it? Like, is it 10% from Hong Kong? There's certain practices which are not allowed, right? That are very, very much heavily scrutinized. We'll say, but that's not to get into it. I'm not really here to talk about that. I was just curious about what percentage is actually, because obviously like Christianity is a big part of like the West and what they practice. But it just surprised me that only 10% practice like Buddhism, Taoism. I guess different type. I guess 10% covers all of the different religious practices. What's on the docket today? What's up? I listened to music for 2 seconds. Now we're looking at the religion. Yeah, yeah. That is how a conversation flows. Oh, I want to watch this video. Actually, I haven't watched this one yet. Lots of Leafs fans here. Yeah, the Leafs won the 1967 Cup. I like Rizism religion. Rizism? Bro, what the fuck are you saying, man? Is this your little brother, like, on the computer again? Typing brain rot, as you called it? There hasn't been an emperor in China since 1901. How would you know, dude?
Well,
What if there's a hidden emperor, like a Hoyoverse game? Speaking of Hoyoverse games, this video is about how a Genshin Impact marriage was ruined. It was ruined overnight. Can you believe it? How Genshin Impact could lead to a divorce? How could this be? How could this possibly happen? Tell me more.
Well, guys, it has almost been 5 years since Genshin Impact first came out, and to call these 5 years eventful would be an understatement. The early videos on my channel serve as proof of that. From review bombing Google in their own app store to going up against the Shrek community and losing, there is simply no shortage of crazy stories when it comes to the Genshin community over these last few years. But one thing that has been consistent ever since the game first came out is the fact
That shit came out in 2020. Yeah, where have you been, brother?
that it actually ruined many relationships. Back in 2024, someone posted about how their friend's fiance ended their relationship because she would repeatedly ignore him for hours. What was her reasoning? Well, she was cheating on him with fictional characters. She would spend hours role-playing and
Bro, the three of us are AR60 on Europe server. My friend did a group chat a few months ago for us to play together easily in calls and discuss the game. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Okay.
looking at spicy fan art of those characters from Genshin. How about this guy who had to end his relationship because his girlfriend refused to travel with him on vacation since she didn't want to miss her daily quest? Oh, and of course, let's not forget the situation in which someone broke up with their boyfriend in game chat. They didn't text, they didn't call, they broke.
No way, bro. Oh, hello? Hi. Thought you were grounded. Oh, really? Went through so many cops to find you. You were on for a while. I was just farming. Don't lie. I got distracted. It really isn't that serious, babe. It's a game. Like a few minutes. I told you. Hours and hours. They've been here for so long. Listen, I need you to be honest. I've caught Cass cheating and flirting with other people before. We've been in a relationship since freshman year. Oh my god. What the hell is this?
Broke up with them in game chat. There is no shortage of stories like this, but what shocked me is the fact that one just occurred in 2025. We're talking about a couple who was engaged, okay? They were about to get married. They were so close. The woman had a ring on her finger and the guy had proposed to her. But now their entire marriage is at risk. Everything's about to be called off. The parents are involved fighting with each other, all because of Genshin Impact. I wish this was a joke, guys. I mean, seriously, it's so ridiculous. We have to talk about it. So let's do this. All right, so for you to understand how this marriage got ruined, we have to talk about Genshin's gacha system. The most important currency in Genshin Impact are Primogems.
Oh, why do we always have to talk about fucking Genshin's gacha system, bro? Oh my god. We have to talk about Genshin's gachas, wishes, and Primogems, and 5-star banners with pity every time, man. Fuck.
All right. You can earn these in game, but you can also spend money to get them. You use them in order to buy intertwined fates. These will allow you to wish on a banner. Your goal when wishing on a character banner is to get a 5-star character.
DBZ Dokkan Battle, way better, Alex Chen. Why do you keep calling me Alex Chen? What's that about? Is this your king? This is way better. To be fair, dude, how did Honkai make $100 million, bro? How the fuck? Also, how does Pokemon TCG Pocket make this much money? What is going on? The fuck is Honkai, bro? You know about DBZ Dokkan Battle, but you don't know about Honkai Star Rail. I mean, honestly, good for you, actually. Dude, have you not seen the communities? Yeah, I'm reading from one of the community members right now here on my stream. What does the community member of Dokkan Battles have to say? Arknights beat out Fate Grand Order. That's pretty surprising, yeah. But like Honkai making 100 million is kind of what did they even do? Was it the OP character banner? Like the disgustingly broken character that they released that had like a fucking global res and like a bunch of other crazy stuff. Is that what April was? Oh my god, bro. Dude, this game is so fucking really good. Love in Deep Space, $66 million. Jesus. Is that the same devs as Infinity Nikki? Infold, I think it's called. Dude, this company is like just straight up farms like girlies like nobody's business. I'm pretty sure it is. What is Love It? Who made Love and Deep Space? Love and Deep Space. Paper Games and Infold. You guys know who made Infinity Nikki? Infold. This company straight up farms the girlies like nobody's business, like at a disgusting rate. I mean, $79 million in March, $66 million in April. They are, and this is just off of Love and Deep Space. This is not even Infinity Nikki, which is right here. They lost money, obviously, but they don't give a fuck. I mean, Love and Deep Space like is raking in money. Dude, that's crazy. FS a Gunnar game. Are you asking what a Gunnar game is? you should go play some. I need to game more because what the fuck is this? I don't think you should look at this and say, yo, I should play these. I think this should do the opposite for you. I think this is like, what do I avoid? Oh my god, Alex. FS equals for sure. For sure, a Gunnar game. Oh, okay, gotcha. What even are these? These are gacha games. These are games that are made to siphon money out of your wallet like they're a digital vacuum cleaner. Yeah, this is kind of surprising. Some of these are surprising, actually. I didn't really look at these stats. I'm just like, dude, 100 million for Honkai is fucking crazy, bro. This game is not $100 million a month game. Like, let's be honest here. I don't know how Pokemon TCG makes money. This is also like, I just don't get it. How do they make money? There's real cards. Do people buy fake Pokemon packs? Like, is that what this is? What the fuck? Naruto Mobile. Yes, it's packs. There's a subscription. Are they real packs or are they fake packs? You know what I mean? Scalpers make getting real cards a chore. Fake packs? Oh my god. They made $86 million in fake packs. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god. And Genshin Impact lost some money. So get ready for the next Genshin Impact banner. Wait, where was there like... Yeah, next Genshin Impact banner is going to be like disgusting. Watch. Because they lost money in April, and they're going to want to see their profits go up. Skirk banner is next. Yeah, the Skirk banner is going to fix that issue for them real quick. Zenless Zone Zero made money in April. I forget. I don't know what April's character was, but the next character is going to be broken for Zenless. In fact, people should just plan their polls around how much money these companies make. Oh, company made low profits. Next banner is going to be disgusting. Next banner is going to be required to pull on. The Papa Chubb with the 7 months. Appreciate you. I've been playing a good amount of Withering Waves actually. Recently been enjoying that game. Pretty chill. It's like Genshin with much less predatory behavior. My personal take. I've been playing some Zenless as well. Zenless has a 1-year anniversary coming up. I've just been pulling on 1-year anniversaries because they usually stack those for these games. Make them... there's an incentive to play them, I guess. Blue Archive went up. I wonder if it's because of the new Blue Archive game being announced. Girls Frontline. That game is... Something's going on with that game. Wish the Woo West story was better, not gonna lie. I think you should play the Renacida stuff. I think their story did get better, especially after like 1.0. I think their story picks up pretty decent. Punishing Grave Raven is their other IP. Kuro Games' is other IP. Same developers as Wuwa. Honkai Impact still somehow makes money. I don't. Okay. Anyways. Blue Lock, dude. There it is. Let's go, man. Hell yeah. Love me some Blue Lock.
Hey.
Georgia, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. Good to see you. Is Cookie Run on that list? Cookie Run isn't a fucking gacha game. Tower of Fantasy. Ew. Ew. Tower of Fantasy not looking too hot. So just to see all these gachas, way more than I thought. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Limbus Company I thought would perform better. There's like a new gacha that they I might do a little thing on it. There's like something of Alton or something, the city of Alton, I think it's called, that everyone on Twitch right now is promoting. I have not taken a sponsor for. I probably would not personally, but I see a lot of streamers playing it at the moment. Actually, there's a couple of games that are coming out that I unironically do want to play. The new Arknights Enfield looks pretty good, and that what is it called? Azure Pramila, which is like kind of like open world, and you get like critters that fight with you. I think that's neat. And also, I saw the Blue Protocol got a Silver Palace looks good too. Silver Palace's graphics looks like they'll actually melt my motherboard. What was it called though? Blue Protocol actually looks like it's getting like a resurgence. Meaning that like they're updating it, and that game was supposed to come out, but it had a lot of terrible feedback on its launch. But it looks like it's getting a revamp. It's looking a bit better. They actually decided to be like, oh, maybe people want to play a social game, so they put a bunch of social systems in. Their boss battles are kind of neat. They showed off one of their boss fights where it's like, it reminded me of Final Fantasy a little bit with like mechanics. Like I might give that a shot. It's gonna be a dive bomb again. I mean, if they listen to player feedback, it'll probably be okay. That's these companies' main issue is that they just hate listening to player feedback. You know, just look at Infinity Nikki as an example. Dropping like fast, bro. And this is not even to cover, because this is an April reports. This is not even to cover May reports. Like I feel like Infinity Nikki is gonna be even lower in May, but we'll see. Have you looked at Crystal of Atlan? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Crystal of Atlan, a bunch of streamers are covering it right now. They're like paid sponsorships. I looked at the game, man. I don't know, just from my like general first impression, I was not very like impressed. It doesn't look like I feel like ZZZ has really good animations. ZZZ has actually kind of popped off a bit with voice acting and animations. They've done a really good job with that. And I feel like they're kind of setting the standard for like, okay, how a game should look like if you're spending fucking $200, $500 on a character. They should look like the best animations in the market. And I think Zenless is doing a good job with that. Or just something should be better than anything else. I mean, if these companies are making... That's why I get so pissed about Honkai. Honkai brings in $100 million a month, and their cutscenes is like a character standing still. Okay? They have cutscenes where there's not even voice acting, it's just text. And then on top of it, the simulated universe is just literal fucking book reports. You're telling me a game that makes $100 million a month can't get voice acting for its 7 hours of cutscenes? Like, they just can't do it. It's like, oh, it's too hard. Or their characters can't be more animated when they talk for 35 minutes straight with no break. They're just sitting there talking about bullshit. They can't even animate that. They're just standing still like this. And every once in a while, they'll be like, really, bro? Come on, man. $100 million bucks? You can't give me a little bit more animations? Meanwhile, these other companies that actually put work, I'm not going to say gacha companies because that's a whole, but just gaming in general, these indie games have better fucking animation and voice acting than these AAA threats. HSR is going to make more money in July. They have a Fate collab. That's what people were saying too. I mean, I don't really know much about Fate. I know that Fate is kind of big. They still don't have a localization lip sync in Genshin, just China lip sync. Yeah, that's crazy. Hoyo suffers from bloated yapping. Yeah, and I mean, like, well, so their solution to like how do we make this game live servicey is to like make the story be fucking 7 hours long. But there's tons of people that aren't interested in it. At least in Honkai, I think it's skippable, right? Whereas like Genshin, it isn't. I don't know. I think that's one of the things. But I mean, there's a bunch of issues with these games at the end of the day. Let's be honest. It's not just like the voice acting or the tedious dialogue or the animations. There's like tons of problems. Honkai isn't skippable. Oh, great. So you sit through 7 hours of fucking cutscenes. I mean, I'm sitting here. Maybe I'm being like disingenuous about it, but like, what is the? I can. Honkai full. Is it? What's their current patch? Is it 3.1, 3.3? It's 3.3, right? Yeah, this person. Okay, like just this in and of itself, right? This is the full story quest playthrough of 3.3. Some of this is voice acted. This is fine. This is fine. There's some gaming here, an hour in. This is fine. But so much of it, bro. This is 2 hours. This is 2 hours, and this has just been... Oh, no VA here. Okay, VA there. I guess is Don Hang striking or something?
The Holy City Guard almost assumed you two had met some terrible fate.
Okay, that makes sense.
You pests crawling in the shadows, back off.
This is my favorite. My favorite is when they put a picture and it's just talking over the picture.
Not at all, Professor Anaxa. Honestly.
$100 million, by the way.
The Flame Chase journey might not have survived.
Good thing your head's still clear.
Do you think they would change it every like other picture? Honkai slander? I mean, I don't really have a horse in the race. Honkai actually gave me a really dope sponsor like when the game first came out, which is really cool of them. But I'm just purely trying to be like realistic about a game that brings in 100 million, almost $1 billion a year, and we're looking at pictures. You know what I'm saying? And apparently this isn't skippable either. So it's like they kind of force you to look at this stuff, right? Like, if you could skip the whole thing and then you cut yourself short of the story and then you only have yourself to blame, that's one thing. But this is literally like, when does this even start? How long is it like a picture show for? From 212 to 219 to 221. So roughly about 10 minutes of looking at like 2 different pictures.
Let's have another showdown then.
Granted, they're voice acted, which is nice. I think the voice acting is good. Support the voice actors, support the VAs, whatever. I'm glad they get a gig, but
Distribute that money to the poor and the refugees in the holy city?
There's just 10 minutes of this.
Look, seamstress. Are you sure you aren't peeking into my head with your golden...
If you really like the story, you're a really big fan of it, this is probably awesome, right? Like, you're like, oh, you get to sit back with like your, like, I don't know, popcorn bucket, and you're like eating your little popcorn, like, what's going on in wherever the fuck this is this time? I think this is like a Greek zone, like based off of ancient mythology, which is like, you got like names like Aglaea and stuff like that, but obviously not a lot of gameplay.
Boy, am I using his powers again?
Oh, back to more cutscenes. You can see a lot. Oh,
The Titan's divine body
more picture with voice acting.
to the ground.
More cutscene.
Back the core flame of
This is the stuff that I'm not a huge fan of, which is like the stand there and the characters just don't move. Like,
Some say she sealed the wrath of the god within herself, trapping them deep within the eye of twilight to support
this is
the
3.5 hours in.
forever.
In other words, she became one with the Titan. I would have considered
Like,
it a
both
fairy
characters
tale,
looking at the one
perhaps,
talking and then looking back at the,
as
like,
it
at the
once
same
seemed.
time is kind of jarring.
Not anymore. Has that Titan and that fused hero been looking down on the world from here for 1,000 years?
Like, maybe I'm being petty, I don't know. Maybe it's like people don't care about it.
The proud some folks saw themselves as divinely chosen, exacting long-standing oppression on other tribes.
Keep in mind, if this was like an indie game and like they're making barely any money and they had like not FOMO microtransactions that like make you feel like shit if you don't swipe on their characters, and people just like the game for what it was, like Granblue Fantasy or something. Not their phone version, but like the console version or the PC version seem to be doing pretty well. Like, if it was just that, I think it would be fine, because it's like, oh, they're just giving you free content, but it's like, this isn't free. You know what I mean? Like $100 million like gives you like 7 hours of this, right? And that's why I feel like it's fair to criticize it. You know what I mean? It's not an indie company. It's not one guy that's in a fucking basement animating this with like, any money they make, they're paying their voice actors. This is like, let's face it, this is a big production. This is a giant production, right? So this should be able to, in theory,
And is it going to
I mean, these cutscenes where the characters are moving stuff are good, but they're very far and few in between, right? Some gameplay here.
They are still alive. They might help us confront Aquila.
All these red exclamation points are giving me anxiety. Who creates worse FOMO, Honkai or Nikki? I think Honkai for sure, but like they're different levels. It's like who takes more money from customers, Walmart or I don't know, CVS? Probably both are just different levels of it. Infinity Nikki is just more dumb about it, and they have like less positive reception because they don't have enough like fans that will back them up no matter what. Whereas like Hoyoverse, they're fine. Like their fans will die at the wall for Hoyoverse. You know what I mean? Wuwa is worth it though, from what I've seen. Yeah, Wuwa's been doing pretty good. I'm not trying to like chill either game at this point, but I think Wuwa's been doing good. They had some issues with like their anniversary event wasn't like all that great from what I saw. They had to like do like a little public apology banner pull thing, I think for some different reasons, but they've been okay. I think the big thing is like the big W's is like the weapon banner, guaranteed 5 stars and stuff like that. Pretty much like what Zenless Zone Zero's anniversary looks like is some of the stuff that Wuwa has done with like guaranteed pulls, guaranteed 5 stars, guaranteed weapon banner. All that stuff is like really good, I also just I've been enjoying the game just because of the exploration. Like I feel like the exploration in that game is really, really good. Because if you're gonna play an open world game, it sucks to walk around. I feel like Genshin's been dropping the ball. They released a character that can ride a motorcycle around in a new area, but if you're poor, you have to fucking like walk or take the bus. You have to use public transit in Genshin basically if you want to get from A to B. Whereas like if you pull on the cool 5-star, you can ride a fucking motorcycle around. You know what I'm saying? You can ride a fucking Honda CR6 down the street and look badass. But if you're fucking poor, go take the public transit. You fucking brokey. That's how the game makes you feel. I just don't feel like that's very good in general. I feel like everyone should feel good about like traveling. You know what I'm saying? So at least in WoW, like they have parkour. You can jump on walls, jump on buildings. It's such a breath of fresh air. I don't know if I could go back to playing Genshin just because another game has just clearly done it better. You know what I mean? That's just my take. Plus, they have like flying and stuff too in one of the new zones. You can literally fly like around the entire zone. So that's nice.
Could it be?
Little Ika's gonna transform, yeah?
Truly, a miracle of fate. Perhaps we did leave.
I thought this was like one long movie, right? Is that kind of like the vibe of these story patches? Is that they're like one really long movie that you can't skip? And I feel like if you're not into the story, you probably hate this, no? Like, you probably really don't like it. Like, to me, when I was playing Honkai, I did enjoy character designs. I thought Kafka was great. I pulled on Jiggly, but I really did not like all of the events. And it felt like a big chore to do events and to play through the game. And that's when I asked myself, why am I doing this? Because at some point in time, it just was not fun to log in and play. And if it's like not fun to log in and play, what is the point of booting up the game if I'm genuinely not enjoying it, right? I think that's the take. Like if it feels awful to do dailies and to do events and to do chores, then what's the point? You know what I mean? Like if the story's not fun, you're forced to skip through it. If the events are not fun, but you have to do them anyway, if you're like a free-to-play player, especially, like you have to do those events. If most of the stuff they're putting out is not fun, why keep logging in? And generally speaking, it's due to a couple reasons. One is FOMO, right? Because if like you don't log in, you don't get the pulls, you don't get the next banner. And two, it's sunk cost fallacy. If you started playing when the game launched, you're gonna feel stupid if you don't continue playing when you have a bunch of 5-star characters that you've been like working on for months, right? So I feel like a lot of those reasons are why people keep coming back and why they give Genshin $100 million for the most broken character that they. Oh, not Genshin. Honkai, for one of the most broken characters ever released, which is what that April banner was, right? But people still do it. They still play it. They'll still give them money, all that stuff. But I think it's fair to sit here and be like, what is all this?
They all share the same expression.
This is 4.5 hours in. I came back for Castoris, yeah, because I mean they got you. They're like, hey, if we release a broken character, people are gonna come back and play. And they did, right? I saw a thumbnail and thought you were playing an anime game. Disappointed. You're disappointed I'm not playing this?
Our victory brought no cheers, nor celebrations.
I thought the Bellabog stuff was great. Like the Bellabog storyline, that big boss battle at the end with the payoff and the music. I thought that was fantastic. I was like, this is freaking awesome. Like, what is this adventure going to be? But then you find out pretty quickly that it doesn't really mean anything and it doesn't really go anywhere. For example, like the Bellabog story in and of itself kind of bothered me. I know this was a long time ago, but the one thing I don't like is the idea is that you're like basically a space traveling, like almost a demigod deity who tries to stop like super cancer from taking over worlds. So you get there before it starts, and then you battle it, and then you stop it. But then like what happens in between and the filler content stuff really bothers me. Like on Bellabog, these people are basically cavemen, okay? They don't know that space even exists. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they have telescopes or scientists or whatever. But basically when you come down there, they have no idea who you even are. The first thing that March 7th does, which by the way, they name her March 7th because they found her in space on the 7th of March. Keep in mind that space isn't based on one fucking revolving lunar calendar. It is literally space. March 7th for you is different than March 7th on fucking Jupiter, which is different than March 7th on fucking Pluto, which God knows if that's still a planet. But the point is, she's just found in space on the 7th of March. Okay, whatever, fine. She's a space girl. You get to Bellabog, the first thing she does to these literal cavemen is be like, oh yeah, we're space people. Here's what your planet looks like from space. And she shows them a fucking topograph or just a picture of a satellite of what their planet looks like. Of course they're going to try to fucking burn you at the stake, dude. Like, what are you doing? And the people that are supposed to help you which is the redheaded lady, and then Weiss not West. Sorry, no, sorry, I got the wrong characters mixed up. Fucking Welt, he's from the original Hawkeye. Who cares? They don't even like jump in to say, hey, maybe we don't show the ice cavemen what their planet looks like. They might freak the fuck out. But it's okay because it doesn't happen. Because later in the story, once you solve all the problems that these people had, because obviously you do, you just befriend them and you give them iPhones. And not only do you give them iPhones, but they become really good at using them just right away. Like your little sister character, Clara, or whatever the hell her name is. I forget, the one with the daddy robot. She just starts texting you like pom-pom memes. I don't really understand. Like, I understand that it's supposed to be a captivating story, but in terms of like immersion, I was sold in the first half because I was buying into the premise of what the story was pitching, but then was completely unimmersed by the second half because I just didn't understand how the fuck any of this made sense at all. And so now the story is like pissing me off and like bugging me at the best case scenario. But now also on top of it, I have to do all of these stupid bullshit event quests that they're just like brute forcing in the game that if you don't do, you're actually going to be behind everybody else. So there's a lot of reasons why I stopped, but like just outside of like, yeah, Bella Bog's climax was great. Everything following that, the museum, holy fuck, dude. I just remembered you had to go around the entire planet and take pictures and you put them into this fucking museum minigame event where everyone works there, by the way. You as the super space deity just now works at the fucking museum. Dude. I was gonna say like it's a Ben Stiller film, but I couldn't remember. Penacony sucked. Penacony was good. Okay, and that's the two reactions I think you'll have. But anyways, I haven't even played it. Like, to be fair with you, I've not played it since like 2 point something probably. I dropped the game. I'm just very surprised that there's like not more pushback on wanting to evolve the game a bit further. Like I said, I think the writing maybe could be more straightforward because like a lot of the story that you get about what's actually going on the outside is in the simulated universe. And the simulated universe is quite literally a fucking visual novel with little to no visuals. Like I wish I could say that the simulated universe was like side content that like you only care about if like you really wanted to know about the lore. But a lot of that's kind of like actually crucial to why you're there in the first place and how interacting with any of these actual deities like impacts your own universe, right? Because the idea is that like Herta, whatever she is, created a simulated universe and to understand your own universe a bit better. But yeah, I'm not gonna crash out over this stuff because it doesn't like really involve me or impact me in any way. Like was a free to play gacha player until Tingy ruined my account and I stopped playing very early on. I'm just saying as somebody that would be incentivized to come back as a result of these like new patch drops or new story drops. Like these are my takes on like why I don't specifically want to, because I haven't seen them like fix these things that I had personal issues with. And now like watching a full playthrough of 3.3 and seeing them like using like stills to, what do you call it? Explain their story through like pictures, seeing that there's like still very little gameplay, and this is 7.5 hours, and from what I saw, it doesn't particularly like super captivating to me, is why I would not want to play it, right? Or want to come back to playing it. On top of like, that's not even talking about their like April banner, which had the most like broken character that they've ever introduced into the game. And of course, I didn't pull on it for many reasons, or didn't do the anniversary stuff. But these are just like reasons why I would not want to particularly go back and rerun through this game. Even though, like I said, it was cool that they sponsored me. I appreciate this sponsor. That was nice of them. But again, that's just my take. Yeah, 4.5 hours. Whatever this is.
That phase?
I understand how you feel, but right now, this platform is on the brink of collapse. Who knows how much longer it can hold?
Also, I think that these games play way too safe. They just start killing off some motherfuckers. Okay, I'm sorry to break it to you, but people got to start dying. All right, you're gonna have 100 freaking characters introduced into the game, and all of them like are the best versions of themselves they could possibly be because they got to put their face in a banner. But like, how is there not like actual like loss and like major grief, right? Like, and I'm not saying like kill off all the important characters, but that's the one thing I criticize like Game of Thrones for. And I play a lot of Final Fantasy 14. That's a game I have thousands of hours invested into, and I've criticized them of that recently too. So this isn't me trying to be like biased towards like Hoyo games, but like there's other series that just Walking Dead, another one, like gotta start killing off people. I know it's gonna piss people off, but if you're trying to tell a good story, man, you gotta drive these narratives home. Otherwise, it's gonna be like the Mary Sue Adventures, and that doesn't make for like compelling story writing, right? When you know that nothing's gonna happen, and that's like I think my issue. Like, if you feel like these characters are untouchable, unkillable, what does any of this matter? They're just going to be fine at the end. Who cares, right? But when you show that, like, oh, people can die, I would be more engaged if, like, I knew, for example, Dan Hung could fucking die or something, right? Or any of these, like, new characters introduced. I mean, they try to do that, I believe, with Robin, right? With, like, the Nightmare Dream Realm, but they didn't even, like, really showcase that, from my understanding. They kind of just, like, said, oh, by the way, there was a murder attempt on her. But like we kind of low key know about it. It was a little strange the way they painted that, I suppose. But nevertheless, I just feel like they should maybe show that there's like I don't know, like major impacts to the story that could happen. It's a MiHoYo game. It's for teenagers. I just don't think it is. I don't think teenagers are spending $100 million a month, especially when the earlier video that we watched was due to a marriage being ruined.
We need to find a way to leave.
Maybe teenagers are getting married.
Look, over there. No idea, but we have to take a gamble. If the prayer can rewind the shattered platform, then we might ride it back to the entrance.
Okay.
And also retrieve Aglaya's amulet.
Swarms slipping away like
Just 6.5 hours.
through my fingers. It burned through immense energy just to leave me with one message. The Dawn device is extinguished.
If the Core Flame's message is true, Akuma has lost the Dawn device.
Masters of this world and achieved that 1 in 100 million possibility.
It wasn't until I cracked the solitary.
So as you can see, there's just a lot of standing around and reading and listening to characters talk. And like we saw a little bit of gameplay. I saw like 3, I think, different sections where they had actual gameplay in. We saw 10 minutes of a picture slideshow. Just more picture slideshow. Just a lot of standing around and yapping. And keep in mind, like, this is mostly, if not all of it, is unskippable. Oh, there's another picture cutscene thing.
If there's anything important you need to say, I'm all ears.
I just don't understand like this. Like, they're like, this is really important. We need to give you like context for this character or this thing that happened, but we're only going to do it through one picture. This is like this was the highest grossing gacha game at 1/10 of $1 billion in April. They had enough, like, I mean, dude, they had enough budget in 1 month for like half of a GTA game. This is what half of a GTA game gets you right here.
It's so disgraceful.
Half of a GTA budget is this.
But it fills me with shame.
Just because they make it a ton of money doesn't mean they're going to use it. Yeah, that's the issue though. Is like you would think that when you're giving money to a company, they would improve their product, especially one that's live service. But this is not being improved. This is a fucking picture that they probably, I don't know how much money they paid to this artist, so I'm not going to speculate. But I'm assuming that these artists aren't paid like top of the top dollar, right? Like it's a picture. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of talented artists out there. This is not to slander artists. I'm sure the artists are very, very talented. This is not against the artists. I just feel like if you're going to put 7.5 hours of unskippable cutscenes and dialogue that you could at least make a little bit more interesting, right? Like, is that like a really bad criticism? Like, I wish I could skip this, or I wish the characters did more than just stand there with their arms on their hips. Oh, never mind. He took his arms off his hips.
Long ago by the mighty warrior.
Mighty's fighting his own battle at the moment, but I'm sure we'll probably see him sooner or later.
To decay over countless years. Surrender to us, relic of a body.
They might be investing in their new Hoyo game, the Pokemon one. That's possibly true. I mean, they did a fantastic job in like Zenless Zone Zero. I think the animations in that are really well done. You know what I mean? Like, I think they can do it, but they don't do it here, I guess.
They still move. Lady Celiosi, is that you?
This is an actual cutscene prior to a battle. I'm not gonna spoil the boss battle.
Bye-bye, Flame Reaver. Not as fun as I'd hoped. I guess a brainless brute isn't much fun when it comes to mind games. I seriously can't shake them off, huh? This is borderline impossible.
Her mouth isn't even moving here. I guess she's thinking. Is that what that means?
Well then. Guess I'll just have to lead it somewhere higher.
Yeah, there's no skip. You have to like click. So you're clicking. Unless you have autoplay. Oh.
The Astral Express.
So Dan Hung can't talk because the VA is on strike. So it's just Dan Hung is just text.
I can almost see the three of you traveling together, laughing and sharing moments. Of course I do. A sharp, aching sadness. I feel every bit of it. As a healer from the Twilight Courtyard, Don Hung, it's my duty to stay composed in front of those suffering from illness. A sorrowful expression would only add to their burden. The world I love is the one suffering now. How could I face it with a frown?
They're character building this one because this one's like in a banner, so they have to like give her personality. Like the two characters that like the cat person and her, I think get personalities, right? Because they want you to like oh my god, she's so cute and or vulnerable and or I don't know, funny and or cool that I want to spend money to have her in my character slot.
Goodbye, everyone. Please, become the heroes this world needs. And as
I think they did replace the main character's English this update because they were also on strike. Yeah, I almost want to do like a video covering the strike. Part of me wants to talk about it, but another part of me feels like people are going to be upset if I don't paint it in like this self-righteous light that I think some of these VAs went to strike for originally, which like through investigation and just analysis, you could see that there was like L's on both sides of the aisle with the VAs. But yeah, I've seen how Hoyo members and community operate. And they just are not happy if you take a stance against them in any way or capacity. They're a big community. They have their favorites. They have their favorite characters. They have their favorite VAs. And if you at all criticize them, like kind of how I'm doing now a little bit, you'll more than likely catch heat, especially if they find out about it. So I'm not like super interested in poking the hornet's nest. I think the subject matter is interesting because these people went on strike to get like rights from a company that operates overseas and just could just as easily replace him. I think the biggest L from all of this, honestly, was like Paimon's voice actress. I think like there's clips of her like sitting on the toilet and like gagging to explain her position as to why she is like very adamant about this strike taking place, but she herself is not striking because she needs the money. That whole thing just seems like a giant mess, and I think it's painted like the game and just the company in like a much worse light than if she didn't say anything at all. But yeah, the Paimon meltdown I think is definitely the most interesting part of this whole strike, and also like them trying to like dox each other or talk shit about each other on Twitter. Like, I feel like the voice actors, just if they stayed professional to the whole thing and just said, hey, this is my reason for it, and left it at that, and weren't doing like this weird high school, like, slander shit of, well, that person doesn't need the job because they just bought a house. Like, that type of stuff was just like very cringe to see from the voice actor community in general. So I think more people like being aware of that would be good, but obviously it is what it is. I mean, they're just going to replace these actors after they haven't worked for 6 months, so it makes sense. But it's also the fallout that you're seeing now, where like these actors don't have voice lines, is because they went on strike for like their own reasons, right? Didn't the community make Paimon funeral for the VA because they were mad? It's funny because like I guess like China, like the China Hoyo community was also shitting on them too. So yeah, that was a whole thing. Like they were like, brother, please get rid of the English Paimon VA. I feel bad for all of the English players. I thought that was pretty funny. My favorite VA meltdown is Bayonetta's VA trying to weaponize fans against Platinum when she was mostly in the wrong. Yeah, that was a whole thing that happened too. There was like the Bayonetta meltdown where like the Bayonetta voice actress like was getting paid like industry standard. They then bumped up her pay more, and she was mad that they wouldn't even give her more money than they were already giving her. Like they were giving her above her pay grade already, but she wanted more money. And when they were like, you know what? No, we're done negotiating. We're going to find somebody else. Then she went to Twitter and was like, she was like literally putting a false narrative about like Platinum. And then they made a response of like, hey, look, here's the proof that this didn't happen. And she looked like a fucking idiot at the end. And she had to like walk her statement back. That was a whole thing too. Yeah, I don't know. Some of these voice actors, like, you're getting paid to voice act. Just keep it at that. You know what I mean? He did it. He's not even NA, so SAG-AFTRA does not even matter to him. SAG-AFTRA doesn't even matter to these people in general. Like I said, I'm not gonna like, try to get into the weeds of it here because it's kind of like a long. This is a very long and what's the word? I want to use the word arduous. Does that make sense? What's the word I'm looking for? Yes. Arduous amount of information that we'd have to sift through to like actually paint the context of what happened with this voice acting strike. But the TLDR is that a bunch of English VAs wanted to get Hoyo, a not English company, to be a union game, at least in North America, which like in and of itself doesn't make any sense because they're a China-based company. And they were doing it under the guise of wanting very specific rights when it comes to AI, but those rights were already covered by some companies. Like, for example, Farina's voice actress, her company already has AI protection built in. I think there's some Hoyo games like Zenless Zone Zero, I believe, covers AI. Anyways, they went on strike. They co-opted a strike that was already going on with like other games. Like I think Warner Brothers already had an official strike. And so some of these voice actors said, well, they're striking Warner Brothers, so we're also going to co-opt the strike against Hoyo, but we want Hoyo to join the union, so our strike is official. And in the end, they would get like union benefits. It was a giant fucking mess. But instead of just leaving it at that of, hey, technically they were not even working. Like they were basically doing like a refusal to work, right? Which I guess Hoyo entertained for months. But essentially, instead of just leaving it at that, of like, hey, yo, we're striking because we feel like Hoyo should join this union or movement. They then started like attacking each other because Hoyo ended up replacing an actor with somebody else, and they all like dogpiled him on Twitter, and it was just a fucking mess. Even me trying to say TLDR is still not enough to like really paint the narrative of what happened. And some of these actors had like their own like meltdowns because of it. They went on like Twitter, started like again talking shit about each other. Some of them, like Poimon's voice actress, was posting TikToks, like literally sitting on the toilet, like screaming. It was like a gigantic mess. And like the biggest like thing to me that didn't I was surprised by it was that like Hoyo let it happen for many months before they just started replacing people. Like this was going on for 6 to like almost 9 months where these people just didn't work. Like as a result of this strike, before Hoyo said finally, okay, we're just gonna start replacing y'all. And then by the way, they had an even bigger meltdown because of that. So that's about the gist of it. Obviously, there's a lot more to it. What some of these people did and said was just fucking crazy and bizarre. I'm speaking of the voice actor specifically. And like the nuance of the situation as far as like legality is also very complex, right? Because it's not just a matter of like yo, Hoyo should have just signed a union thing. It was like a lot more complicated than that, and a lot of people have come out, like people that have a lot more information than me on this stuff have come out and made videos saying, hey, this is why this is bad, this is why this isn't good. So in order for me to like cover this in like a video format, it would take me like hours to do that, to like show all the sides, because unfortunately there's a lot of sides to it, and the voice actors didn't help themselves by making this into a bigger mess than it needed to be. Sorry. So yeah, did you ever get into Zenless Zone Zero? I did. I played Zenless Zone Zero for a little bit. I've been playing it recently too, getting ready for the anniversary patch that's dropping. I'll check out probably the new area and stuff like that. It looks interesting. Might pull on the I think her name is Yi Xuan, the new character and stuff. She's probably going to be broken as hell, and if you don't pull on her, then you're an idiot. The 2.0 rewards is good. Yeah, the 2.0 rewards seem decent. I think it's nice that they're giving like a free pull to new players. I wish it could have been like Miyabi and stuff on the banner. Some like the characters that people may have missed out on, like Evelyn or Evelyn. I can't remember, and like Astra. But I could see why they wouldn't want to do that. Unions are always messy, yeah, and it's not to like get into like unions and stuff like that, because again, it's even more complicated because the union isn't like, it'd be one thing if it was an American company. The union, like this union is NA based, but Hoyo is out of China, so you're essentially a freelance worker in North America asking a company in China to be a union game for North America. There's just so many moving parts and pieces, and keep in mind they employ other voice actors from Japan, they employ voice actors from Korea and China, but NA is like making a giant, scene out of it because they're concerned about, well, they were concerned about many things, and also there's like a whole segment with like SAG that could be covered in terms of like what it means to even be a member of SAG. And also the implication is, well, the big thing that people also pointed out is like if they became that type of game where it was a union game, then they couldn't hire any voice actor that wasn't part of SAG. So that was a whole, there was controversy around that too, which is why I think more people started taking on Hoyo's side by the end of it versus the actors that caused the shit show in the first place. But yeah, like I said, it would have to be like a whole, I'd have to really like deep dive into this thing on stream, and I don't really feel like doing that because there's just too many pieces to cover. Anyways, what did this all happen from? Why did we get to this topic? Why did we look at Honkai's 3.3 story? Why did we look at how much money Hoyo has made in just April alone? It came down to this video here that we started watching, and then I quickly diverted from several times, which is my bad, but that's, I guess, what we do here on stream.
Character. If I were to wish once on this banner, then the odds of me getting a 5-star are 0.6%. If I'm lucky enough to get a 5-star character, then a coin is flipped. If I win the coin flip, I get the character I want, which in this case would be Farina. If I lose the coin flip, I get a...
Is it actually 0.6? Is it not 0.8? I thought they were 0.8.
Standard character from
I thought they were 1.6. Am I high? What's up, Nick? How you doing? I'm pretty sure companies do avoid union VAS. I know Capcom does that. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, again, there's like a whole bunch of... I don't want to get into it. They show percentages now in HSR. Yeah, because they got sued by the FTC. They had to pay a fine, and then their statement was like, well, we don't agree with this, but are you high? Why am I high? What makes you think I'm high? Because I like misspoke briefly. If you did get into it, you just get as heated as you did with the Valorant drama. The Valorant drama makes more sense to me, though. Like the Valorant drama, I picked up, I understood what happened, I was able to unpack a lot of it and like make it a concise opinion. But this stuff doesn't make any sense to me fucking ever, and I think it's because of how much mud is in the water. And also, it would take me hours to like actually properly cover it, and people would still be pissed. So I'm not sure if I want to do that to myself. I think I would lose my mental if I had to like do a video covering the Genshin voice acting drama. Hoyoverse voice acting drama in a nutshell. People would probably fucking tell me to kill myself. I just avoid it. Yeah, I mean, I might not if it's like more recent, but I think the topic is come and gone. I mean, there's still like bullshit coming out because voice actors are actively being replaced currently, but I don't think it's as like big as it was months ago. If you ignore the Genshin community and straight up if you community and focus on other two, it's much more straightforward. I think so. Do you think there's like, do you think it's Genshin that makes it terrible? I don't know. I feel like Hoyoverse kind of pops off, and I even feel like ZZZ people can get pretty upset because like ZZZ has been like at war with Wooba or something. I don't know. There's been an active war that's been like raging on. I've seen from like the different Reddits between Wooba and ZZZ. I don't know why, but it's just like just the nature of gacha games. Can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen. Is that true? Yeah, that's why I'm like, but the thing is, I'm not trying to be in the kitchen. I'm more like, yo, guys, if you look in that kitchen, there's stuff going on in it. Me personally, I won't walk in, but I can acknowledge the kitchen exists, and I can acknowledge that there is fire in the fucking kitchen, right? ZZZ fans mostly get upset when Booba jiggle wrong. Honestly, that's pretty valid. I feel like if I was playing a game where the Booba jiggles wrong, maybe that's a valid crash out. That's a better crash out than like some of the other drama that I've seen. You just want to feast? No, not necessarily I want to feast. I feel like there's plenty of like subject matter to cover that's not just me want to feast. I just like really funny or interesting stories coming out of the gaming sector, like how Genshin Impact ruined a marriage overnight. I think that stuff is really good content, and I like to watch it myself, you know?
Standard character banner that no one wants, and I have to try again. But this time, there won't be any coin flip. But the thing is, getting the 5-star character that you want is only the beginning for some people, because that's where constellations come in. After getting a 5-star character, I can wish for that character 6 more times. And for every copy I get from them, I can activate a constellation. These are extra passive abilities that you cannot unlock unless you get copies of this character.
I hate this system. I'm not gonna lie. This system, I know it's standard, but like this system pisses me off, dude.
By the time you reach the 6th constellation, the character would have changed so drastically that they won't just be overpowered. They will undergo a full kit conversion. So if they're a damage dealer, well, guess what? Their damage is...
I wouldn't mind it if it was like you unlock the character and then you can either buy the C6 or through playing the character, you can unlock currency, which over time, after months, you can unlock it too. Like, I would be like, that's whatever. That's cringe, but that's fine. But the fact that it's like, you will never get a C6 of your favorite character and do like 1 billion more damage unless you like swipe on it multiple times. We just had the Miko Bowl disaster, dude. I don't really want to put Art's name like out there like this because she is a victim. Art is a pure victim in this. But Art, you guys know Artemis, plays Genshin, and she was saving for a year. Okay, she had 700 pulls. She saved 700 pulls in Genshin Impact after a year of playing. Now, she's purely free to play. After a year of playing, Yai Miko came back on the banner. That's her favorite character. She had a C0 of Yai Miko, or C1. We did this little event because we were like, this is fun. Before you pull, let's get everyone to watch you pull. So we hosted it on the Discord. I watched poor Art pull 600 times to only see for her character. She saved 100 pulls because she wanted Skirk. She got the weapon off the weapon banner, which was a guarantee, but she ended up losing every single 50-50, and she went to basically max pity, which is 90 pulls, before she even got her 5 stars. I didn't see her hit a like 2 pull or 3 pull or 410 pull. She went to 70 to 90 pulls every time, and she lost every single 50-50. So she got 3, I think, or 4 5 stars she didn't want, and she only ended up getting 3 5 stars of the character she wanted after 600 pulls in a year of saving. That means for her to get C6, she would have either had to have like inted and wasted her pulls, which she then wouldn't be able to pull in the next banner for, or she'll have to wait until Yai Miko returns again in the future. And that's ridiculous, dude. That's like actually so bizarre, and I don't think anyone should ever like support this by any measurement, or a stretch of the imagination. It's just an awful system, and there's like zero defense for it. The only defense for it is that you are rich and you want others to feel bad when they can't get C6 of their favorite characters. And that's not even to mention like some of the recent banners where getting a C6 was game breaking. Like one of their the Fire Archon C6 that came out a few banners ago, literally has a broken C6. Like, it makes traveling around the new zone, like, basically, like, next to nothing compared to every other character. Like, when they start doing stuff like that, where they incentivize you to pull the new character, and you should get him to C6 because he has a broken synergy with either, like, open world game, or just boss battles, or just makes your life infinitely more easier in, like, challenges and dungeons, I think that should be, like, spit on. That should be, like, looked down upon, and there should be a lot more criticism levied at that stuff. How about a few on Convars? What's Convars? Mine is C0 and can hit 1 million. Can't imagine how C6 is. Yeah, and I mean, like, if it's like C6, if it's like you can clear the tower in 2 minutes with a C0, but clear it in 30 seconds with a C6, I feel like that's fine. But it's like you can clear it in 30 seconds with a C6. It makes traveling in the new zone a lot easier. It can do your taxes and cook lunch for you. That's when it becomes like a little bit too much. You know, that's when it's like, okay, so you clearly wanted to fuck me over, even as a free-to-play player, and incentivize me to just spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars for a character that's going to be, by the way, next patch, it's going to be irrelevant anyway. When they come out with a new zone, that C6 is going to basically mean nothing.
They will undergo a full kit conversion. So if they're a damage dealer, well, guess what? Their damage is multiplied by 10 now, and they're also a healer. It changes everything.
That's
and
crazy.
The only way to get it is to get copies of the character. There's no other ways to earn it. If you don't farm in-game and only spend money, then getting a C6 character with all 6 constellations will cost you anything from around $1,000 to $2,000.
Yeah, exactly. It's the create problems. It's the Blizzard route, except Blizzard does stuff where they create problems. People say, please get rid of this. They don't listen to anybody. And by the end of the expansion, they get rid of the problems they create. And then they go, oh my God, everyone, Blizzard made their game better. Yeah, because they introduced a dog shit system very early into the game that everyone complained about, that they didn't remove for 9.5 months. And when they did, everyone thought they're like the saving, like, you know, the saving grace from God, that they finally got rid of the thing that was a pain in the ass to deal with. It's how these companies operate. It's an easy W for them, but they have to create an L against you, the player, to be able to make that W in the first place. It's really cringe. I don't even think Genshin doesn't do that, though. Genshin just creates a problem, and then, like, you pay for the solution, which, yeah, that sounds about right.
Depending on how lucky you are with the coin flip. There are some players out there who will do this for every single character, all right? Those players have a name. They're called whales. Any gacha game would gladly trade 1 million of their players for just 1,000 of these whales because of how much of a financial impact they have. But the problem here is that many times these whales cannot afford this. They just do it anyway. This brings us back to this failed engagement. On March 19th, 2025, a user made a post on the Am I Overreacting subreddit with the title, Am I Overreacting? My fiance spent $600 on gacha. They go on to say, my fiance spent $600 on a gacha game without asking. I flipped out and now his entire family are calling me abusive and encouraging him to call off the engagement. For context, I work 55 hours a week and he drives Uber during the day while I'm at work. We are paycheck to paycheck.
Oh, geez.
As you can see, this post went absolutely viral, and she set the record straight from the beginning. She's the breadwinner in this relationship, all right? She works 55 hours a week.
$600, that's not a whale, is it? No, I mean, it can be whale-like behavior. People call it like dolphin. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, this person spent $600 that they didn't have on a gacha game. That's all that matters. The rest of it was just painting context for, like, why people would spend a lot of money on characters.
Works whenever he can doing gig work. It definitely doesn't pay as much as she earns, that's for sure. She then posted these images with their texts, and this is when the incident took place. Let's read them. It starts off with her fiance saying, "Stop calling me." She then replies with, "We need to talk right now, pick up now." Her fiance then replied with, "You're not being fair at all. I explained my boundaries to you, but you are not respecting them. This is exactly what blank says is abusive about you."
What the
and
hell?
Then she said, "You spent $600 on our credit card on a fucking game?" He then says, "I explained it already to you." And then she says, $600 for 2 virtual characters you don't need, without asking when we are paycheck to paycheck. That card was for emergencies with the Civic. And then this dude has the gall to reply with an image of Farina, which is one of...
I would break up with that. I would beat the fuck out of that dude. Like, actually, like, on God, I would beat the fuck out of him if he sent me a fucking picture of, like, this little anime girl after he just swiped the credit card for $600 from our emergency funds. If there is ever a justification for like a partner, in this case, the woman to be abusive towards the guy, it would be this right here. And if I was a fucking jury member, I would say I saw nothing wrong here. We're hung on this one, guys. Nah, he deserved to be clocked for that shit. Like, what the fuck is this garbage? Are you kidding me? Brother, that's a dropkick. That's definitely like, what is this? Can you imagine? This can't be real. That's the thing. I feel like this has to be rage bait or something. Like, I cannot believe that this is a real interaction. Like, this is the most like rage bait shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, I'm pissed for her. Imagine not being able to pay rent, and the reason is drawing of a character in a game. Yeah, like $600 is a lot, dude. That's a lot, especially paycheck to paycheck, especially for people nowadays, man. $600, and you just swipe it on a fucking gacha game, and then instead of being like, listen, I have a problem, I'm really bad at like gambling, I have an addiction, like I need to be checked in, but instead you just send this, you got to be knocked out. Are you saying it could be our shitty fake text? Part of me thinks it's got to be rage bait, dude. Like, like I cannot believe that this is real.
With an image of Farina, which is one of the limited characters available in Genshin Impact right now. This has to be made up, dude. He then says, "You told me you wanted her too, but you aren't happy for me, LMFAO. Actually, I'm done. I'm a 29-year-old man. I am allowed to make purchases without needing your permission. This is an abusive dynamic."
You told me you wanted her too. What the fuck? I'm allowed to make purchases without needing your permission. That is an abusive dynamic. Is this person named Molly? I can kind of make it out. That's an M, that's a Y, and it just blocks it enough where I'm using my conductive reasoning and investigation skills to point out that this has got to be Molly. Explain that very clear. Molly, explain that very... There's like
69 months, very true.
Yo, Havana, how are you? There's just a lot of like rage baiting in here. Like, all three of these sentences are, like, inciting rage. It has to be.
Dynamic blanket.
It's either that or the guy's just fucking stupid. Like, guy's got to be, like, demented or something.
Explained that very clearly to me. She then said, "Yes, I said I want Farina. I didn't say we should spend hundreds to get constellations. You are a fucking addict. You already spent all our Christmas money on it." So as you saw, he didn't just pull for the character. He pulled for her constellations as well, which is completely optional. What does he reply to this? "You are snooping into your fiance's purchases. You should take a look at yourself." She then replies with a middle finger. She just straight up told him, "Go fuck yourself." Then said, "This is a shared card that I set up for emergencies and you went behind my back. Why don't you tell blank about your gambling addiction to video game characters?" Her room temperature IQ fiance replied with, "Actually, blank told me all about your coercion?" I guess he means coercion. "And I believe you are a narcissist personality. That is why you are continuing to try and control me and control my financial decision making. You know this is my values and I have had Farina as my wallpaper forever." "I refuse to be verbally abused for being myself. I am battling anxiety and you do not care at all." I need to use that as an excuse. I need to go buy a Lamborghini right now with money I don't
battling
have.
his anxiety.
And if my mom confronts me, I'll be like, "Mom, you know I've had a Lamborghini as my wallpaper like forever. Stop it. You're being controlling. You're a narcissist. This is insane. This dude's almost..."
Yeah, actually, if you charge back, I'm pretty sure Hoyo blocks the account. Yeah, I think if you call up the credit card company and like report it as a scam and they refund the 600, I'm pretty sure Hoyo will literally block your account and that will solve all of the issues. You won't be able to have access to that account.
Was 30. He then decides to impulsively end everything, saying this: "I don't want to get married to you. I'm not talking on the phone. I emailed screenshots for my appointment tomorrow. Thank you for giving me horrible anxiety attack and ruining my night. And no, I didn't do a fucking thing with Farina yet because of your calls." Then she said, "I will call Capital One and dispute the charge. Your account will be banned."
Yeah, there it is.
This is true, by the way. If you spend money in Genshin Impact and you charge back, your account will have a negative balance. And if you don't bring it back to zero, then you'll get banned. What did he have to say to that? "Try it, you will lose me forever. I'm going to Scottsdale for the night. Stop calling me for 12 hours and we can talk then. Good night." A few minutes later, he says this: "Will you please answer my mom? Please." "I apologize for my reaction. As I said, my anxiety is bad today and I have to do better. I love you. You don't need to dispute the charges. I will get you the money soon. Blank can spot me 600 tonight, so can you text him your Venmo? Anxiety really bad, blank, please. Now look, Reddit is known to have a lot of fake posts, especially on subreddits like Am I the Asshole, with some of the craziest fan fiction you can imagine, but the thing is, here, with these screenshots, it's very hard to fake this. This dude is clearly a man-child, alright? It's clear that he's overly attached to his mother, okay? He has no voice, she decides everything for him, and the guy's almost 30. The woman who made the post commented,
"Ain't no way someone in a relationship would be addicted to anime waifus." Yo, Trails. You here, brother? I want to know your reaction to this. I want to know if you ever got into a heated battle about the Coroni table. That's wild, Alex? What do you mean that's wild? Trails was here earlier for sure. Yeah, summon him with a Coroni W picture. Trails catching us straight. Nah, Trails is one of my favorites, guys. Don't even start this. I'm just wondering, dude. I mean, is this a valid crash or not? For example, if Trails wasn't allowed to get a Coroni, I don't know, picnic chair or something, would this be a valid crash out? Stop the marriage. CJ, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, I mean it does look legitimate in terms of like the back and forth, but people could fake those. The guy just seems like kind of a bitch, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this guy pisses me off. I would knock this guy the fuck out if I was the girl in this situation. Absolutely. I understand all these like memes of like the wife throwing the fucking shoes at the guy, or when when he comes home like late drunk, and she had to stay up and watch the kid all night, and he didn't help, and he comes home smelling like beer when he was supposed to be like back from work like 6 hours ago, and the woman like hits him in the fucking head with like a shoe or something, and you're like, damn, I feel bad for that guy. In this situation, I don't feel bad at all. If this woman beat the fuck out of this guy with like a shoe or a belt, totally get it. Yeah, absolutely deserved. Instantly grab the frying pan. Yeah, that I mean, at that point you just gotta take it. I used to beat my boyfriend when I got drunk, but he liked it. Yo, I don't think we're talking about the same thing here, brother. I think something else is going on there with that. I don't think this is the same thing. I think we're on 2 different pages, and what the fuck? All right, I'm gonna move on.
Overwhelmed by all the replies. Thank you. I'm trying to read every comment. It feels obvious now that I was not overreacting. Yes, the card is in my name only and is not that old, but he saved the info somehow. The card has been in my bag, so I'm not sure how or when he got the info into his game. I am calling Capital One in the morning to dispute the charge. His mom
Why'd you give them a sub?
A voicemail saying that I gave him a panic attack and to give him space. I did text his drug dealing friend to try and get the $600, but he left me on red. Also, he's currently online on Discord playing Genshin Impact at his mom's house. Hours later, she posts, update.
Okay. Let me lock the fuck in, dude. I'm trying to understand this story, man. I missed out this whole entire like excerpt update because of this shit. Okay, I'm not sure. Got the info. I'm calling Capital One. Okay, they're going to dispute it. I can't keep up with all the comments. I woke up. I'm checking what I can. Thank you for everyone reading and telling me the truth. First, his family is very involved with his life for cultural reasons, but they have all demonized me since we met. His mom said I was never going to see him again due to the way I treat him. I got her on the phone and told her the engagement was off, and she started screaming. It's already off, so I can't end it. He has blocked me, including on Discord, which makes me think he saw my post. Ooh.
Okay, I can't keep up with all the comments and messages I woke up to. I'm checking what I can.
Bro, imagine how much of a bitch you gotta be to block your fiance on Discord. You gotta be a real bitch. I don't really use that word a whole lot, I'll be honest. Okay? But like, there's gotta be a word for you block your fiance on Discord after she found out about your gacha addiction and didn't like that you spent like her credit card or your guys' shared credit card on the gacha game. You got to be a whole ass bitch to do that.
And thank you everyone for reading and telling me the truth. First, his family is very involved with his life.
And his mom had to call you and yell at you. Like, that's the most cringe shit.
For cultural reasons, but they have all demonized me since we met. His mom said I am never going to see him again due to the way I treat him. I got her on the phone and told her the engagement was off.
What the fuck is going on here, dude? What is this? What are you doing? What the fuck, dude?
Off, and she started
What is this fucking like thread, man?
Screaming that it's already off, so I can't end it. He has blocked me, including on Discord, which makes me
What the
think he saw
fuck?
my post. Asked for the $600. I woke up to a Venmo from his sketchy friend. I paid off the card and locked it. I would love to have disputed the charge, but even if I did, it would just put his Genshin account into a negative balance.
Ooh, so this guy got a free Farina C6.
Then he would have time to spend more to fix it. I have no doubt he would find a way to get another $600 and keep the account. As much as I want to blow up his drug, I am afraid of how he would react if he lost it. And we don't have shared accounts, but I have let myself be taken advantage of. I see that I fucked up by saying it was our credit card, and he's not even a co-signer on the lease, so I'm screwed because he doesn't actually have to pay rent anymore.
I fucked up by saying it was our credit card. So he's not on the credit card, and he's not even a co-signer on the lease, so I'm screwed because he doesn't have to actually pay rent anymore. Ugh, what a sticky situation, bro. What a situation.
I think the craziest thing in all this is that she actually thought that she was overreacting. She actually had to make a post to verify with strangers, yo, am I in the right here? Am I making too much of a big deal?
Yeah, but I feel like that's what makes it like fake, is because people all the time do the most like crazy, like, am I overreacting? My son stole a car, shot himself up on meth, got into a police chase, beat up my daughter, and I kicked him out of the house. Am I the asshole? And then people are like, no, you're clearly fucking not. Your son is a psychopath. Get him checked in. You know what I mean? Like, I see posts like that all the time, and I feel like that's got to be fake. It's like I see ones on Quora where it's like, I took away my son's Steam account or something like that. Just like really just stupid shit I see all the time. It's like, it's got to be fake. You know what I mean? Some of this does absolutely read like it's kind of fake. And you know why? You know why? I feel okay, and this might be my hyper analyzation, and I feel like I'm maybe overcooking. But I will say this. I think when you see, maybe nowadays not so much because you have like ChatGTP, but when you see posts with correct grammar, correct spelled words, correct use of a paragraph and structure, the thing that comes to my mind immediately is it had to be written by somebody that's like an English major. All right? Because these are the types of people that would like practice their writing skills through like a medium such as Reddit. All right? And I'm not just using this as like well, you don't know that for sure. I never tell this story, but my mom, okay, was a journalist. And she was also a she was also a writer. She has many books, many published books in Russia. She had a blog post one time, okay, where she pretended to be an old crazy lady, and she would like talk about her day. I don't remember what it was exactly because it was all Russian mostly, but she had like a Russian blog post, and she like doctored herself as like this old babushka with like she had this like knitted cap on, and she made like a fake profile of herself, and it had a lot of traction on it. And she would talk about her stories as like a crazy old lady like journey through the day, right? And a lot of people would read it, and they would comment and stuff, and she almost like she was doing it just for her own pure entertainment, right? But she talked about how many people would like watch this page, and she didn't know what to do because she was like, well, now so many people are reading it, I feel like I almost have to like update this, right? Like she started off as a joke, but then people were like, hey, are you okay? What happened last week at the grocery store, you know? And then she would have to be like, oh, like, okay, I gotta write something, I guess, you know? So that was the whole thing. So writers definitely, and I'm using this as personal experience because writers definitely do this type of shit, okay? Where they put on fake personas and pretend to be fake people on the internet, or in this case, definitely fake a bunch of bullshit, okay, to make it seem legit. One of my favorite stories on the internet is definitely a fake story written by an author, okay, that made like this legitimate, like very legitimate blog page. It's actually, this went on to become a can't fucking pull it, dude. This, okay, my Chrome is crashing out because I have too many tabs and not enough RAM. Very cool. I'll show you guys some insight on this. I got too many ads going on. I'll show you guys some insight. This is called Ted's Cave Story. Okay. Some of you may know what this is about. Some of you may have never heard about this, which is totally fair. Okay. Angelfire.com. I don't know what the fucking website is, but this is essentially about Ted the Caver. Okay. It's written by an author, but it's the point of this is that this guy is writing from the perspective of somebody that goes caving a lot. And this is his updates about his caving adventures. And as you read it, a lot of this is very legit. Okay? It looks very legit. He has like all of these different sections in it. And it starts out very like, oh, okay, very like almost innocent, right? It starts out as like, yeah, this is stuff that like a caver would write about. He talks about here like 6x6 rooms under this ledge. He talks about this very descriptive cave that he stumbled upon, and he sort of like updates this as he goes, right? Here he has pictures. Good to see the dog. So he talks about his dog like in this story, like, oh, I take my dog down there. Big dog, just get ad block, relax. I don't get ad block for the same reason that you guys don't have ad block, right? So this is, I guess, his dog that he takes to his caving adventures, right? So he has links to that, more descriptions about the cave. This is like, I went back a little too far, I think. So you're wondering like, okay, what the fuck happens? So here's these sections. By the way, this is like a big read. So this was made in like early 2000s. And I'm showing my age here a little bit because this was written in February 2001. Okay? I'm dating myself a bit with this one, and most people probably have never heard about this. I almost guarantee it. However, this has in fact influenced things that you definitely watched. For example, have you guys ever seen the movie The Descent? The movie The Descent is loosely based on this series of blog posts. Showing my age. Nobody thought you were born after 2001. Okay. Anyways, as this goes on, this is a very interesting. I'm not going to read it all because there's just so much of it. But the point here is that this guy stumbles across a cave and he finds something fucking weird in it. And it doesn't pick up until like halfway through his postings when he talks about like some of the strange things that he discovered, and he links out pictures to it. Some Hollow fans may have barely been spawned by then. Trails. If you spent $600 of emergency income that you and your girlfriend were saving for like Christmas or a vacation or just living in general, for like a Coroni like chair or like a Coroni action figure, do you think it would be valid if your girlfriend crashed out? Or do you think that would be unreasonable of her to do that due to the nature that she should know about your Coroni investment, we'll call it? I know I shouldn't have sent that, but I couldn't help it. No, I'm just asking you. Just answer the question. I need you to answer the question. All right. If you're going to come in here, she knows. I know she knows, but if you spent your guys' like Christmas money on like a Coroni action figure or a Coroni poster or a Coroni something themed merchandise, do you think it would be valid for her to crash out? Like if she said, "What the fuck, Trails? That was our Christmas money. I can't believe you've done this." Anyways, I keep her Christmas money separate from Crony's Christmas money. I'm never gonna get an answer out of this person. I'm never gonna get Trails to actually talk about this. Okay, fair enough. I'm glad that you guys have separate. I'm glad that your Coroni Christmas money is different from your girlfriend's Christmas money. See, I think that's you just saying that you're responsible with your Coroni shopping mannerisms. So yeah, here's some pictures. There's a place, he calls it Floyd's Tomb. I think this is supposed to be him. So as you can see, like all of this looks very legit, right? I'm not going to spoil too much of it, but like as you go on, I'm making this guy a lot of money with this, by the way, I guess. All these fucking ads. By the end of it, you kind of get like a climax sort of payoff. Okay.
Heist.
I got so many fucking ads that like fucking McAfee came up and said, "Brother, what the fuck are you doing?" So anyways, I'm not going to spoil it for you. You can look it up yourself. It's called Ted's Cave Story. Okay, it's a very interesting read. It's kind of been used for creepypastas like down the road. Many people have co-opted it, and I'm pretty sure that there's creditation to the Descent movie that I think procured some of its like storytelling. Paul, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. This is definitely someone's mom. Alex only reads Reddit posts. Not necessarily. I just think it's like a writer, like, you know, just enjoying their free time. I mean, we're using like correct parentheses, commas. Like, there's a lot of very accurate sentence structure here that makes me think that somebody that does a lot of writing, unless they specify, oh, I'm a writer. If they're like, oh, I work at the grocery store or something, not to say grocery store people can't write well. I'm just saying somebody that's not writing every single day, like correctly, I don't think is going to whip up a perfect perfect grammar on a Reddit post. You know, you should see like obvious spelling mistakes and sentence structure, etc. And when you don't, it makes me very suspicious. You know what I mean? That's my takeaway from this type of stuff. And again, Paul, thank you for those 3 months. Appreciate you. I mean, I type that way. It's not uncommon, is it? I feel like you're trying here. No, it's not. I'm not gonna say it's uncommon. What's your background? Do you write a lot? A lot of screenwriters use Reddit for inspo. Oh, for sure. I feel like there's so much inspiration that people took from Reddit. No faith in the education system. I wonder why. I wonder why I have no faith in the education system.
It's clear that this runs deeper, though. The mom of the fiancé is very fishy, and it seems that she's trying to control him to separate him from her so that she can reclaim.
I wrote to your mom a lot, so I write properly.
Him as her property. I mean, he moved in with her immediately, as if she was planning it. After a few more hours passed by, she confirmed to a commenter saying engagement is off. So their wedding is never going to happen. Their engagement was cut short, and she is now single over a dude that can't control his spending.
What are you talking about? What do I type that makes you feel stupid? When can I catch you played CS2 by the man Alex? I played some CS2 yesterday. I'll probably play some CS2 tonight. We'll see how the winds flow. You type really well. I make constant spelling mistakes. Constant. It's not even funny. I have to constantly edit my shit. Paid money to say that? Oh, it's a resub. I'll take it. Appreciate it, Elite.
On a video game. So much so that he...
Crip is paid, by the way, guys. Crip is a paid actor.
Stole her credit card from her purse when she wasn't looking, took her info, spent it, and then was shocked that she was shocked. Zero accountability. It's insane. But it happens more often than you think. Moist Critical actually made a video about this before me, okay? He was a bit faster than me, but there's a comment here that went through something similar, and it just shows that it's not an isolated incident. Like someone's ex-boyfriend spent $3,000 in 2 weeks on Genshin Impact right at the start. When confronted about it, he didn't just say that he was having an anxiety attack, he also added in a little bit more spice, saying that he's autistic. This eventually led him to have a financial crisis, and of course he blamed his girlfriend for that, which ruined their relationship. Guys, ultimately gacha games can be fun. Anything can be fun, but in moderation. So if you're gonna play one, be very careful with your spending. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I'll see you in the next video whenever that is, and I love you so much. Mwah!
Okay. Decent video. Stole my dad's card once to buy a map back for COD 4. Worth it, probably. Why don't you tell us you love us and make a kissy noise? Ew. Oh, great. Now I'm getting fucking Honkai videos on my feed. My dad stole my money. I got Uno reversed. Get clowned on. Get wrecked. Oh, dude, wait, what did I say? I asked somebody to remind me of something. Oh, fuck, what was it? Oh, shit. Does anyone remember? Asked to remind me after this video. Your pizza in the oven? No. Wait, no, there's no pizza in the oven. It was of D's. D's what? You see that Minecrafter that got arrested? No, I don't want to see that shit. Was it Valid Drama? Was it? Maybe it was Ludwig's video, but then we ended up figuring out that it wasn't it. I just did all Kingmakers. I don't know what that is. Ligma? Ligma what? To order Dave's hot chicken. What the fuck? Relax. I'm getting all these like gotcha videos, but I just know it's like actual rage bait. Gotcha is like just too what's the word? Not toxic, but what vitriol? No, I can't think of the right word. You wanted to make a video ranking OF pages? Yeah, but I couldn't find your mom's link. Can you send that to me? Ligma D's? I'm getting engagement farmed by the rage bait. No, I just mean like I don't want to you have a notepad? Send it to me on the notepad. No, I don't want to like I get like these videos that's like Woo was better than Genshin and how Honkai has like failed and all this other shit. And I just don't want to if as soon as I start watching that, I feel like I'm going to attract the wrong audience, you know what I mean? There's also some stuff that I like want to talk about, but I feel like if I make too many generalizations, like people are gonna want my head on a spike. And the last people I want to piss off is like the gotcha communities. I feel like that's too dangerous. I don't mind pissing off Valorant players because I understand where they came from, and I don't care. But like gotcha players actually scare me. Dude, they like these are the types of players that during like Genshin's first year anniversary were sending like voice actors death threats because they didn't get enough pulls on a free banner. You know what I mean? Like, those are not the people that you fuck with. Have you looked at the game? Mind's Eye. Oh, was it a game? Oh, it was. I think maybe it was about Night Rain. I want to look up some stuff about Night Rain. I have not looked at Mind's Eye. Dude, even though I'm telling you, dude, I even got the same vibe from Infinity Nikki players. Like, they're not as. I keep trying to use the word vitriolic. That's not a word? Vitriolic. That's not the word. Is it?
Vitriolic.
Maybe it is a word. But what was I thinking of? Malicious? I don't want to use malicious though. Vitriol. I kind of got the vibe that they were like, you better cover this correct. You know what I mean? Vindictive? Maybe. But they're like, you better cover this the way we need you to cover it, or there's going to be punishment. Visceral? Yeah, maybe visceral. Yeah, I think visceral. Visceral makes more sense. Politically correct? Yeah, but like not even politically correct, but like in a way that's like advantageous to their position. Volatile. Maybe volatile. Maybe Trails is right. Visceral or volatile both work. Volatile. Maybe that's the word because of the vitriolic. Volatile. Yeah, volatile makes more sense. I think we could see. Anyways, the point is that like if I didn't cover Infinity Nikki as like, hey, these poor gotcha players are getting punished, but if I like made fun of it, I feel like they would have tore me a new one. Because I even got like, even there's a comment on the video that's like, that was criticizing my take, and it wasn't really criticizing, but what the comment was like, no, we loved the story and they changed it. And I was like, when did I say that you guys did? And there was one part where I was like, did it even matter, like the story being changed? Did that even matter? And then later I was like, okay, I can see why the story changing would matter to you guys, because like if this was Destiny, people got mad that Red War was removed. Like I sympathize, but because in one part of the video, I was just kind of like, why does the story matter? They were still like, somebody was still felt like that was enough to point out and like be like, no, the story is important. we liked the story. I was like, oh, okay. I'm glad that I'm glad that I didn't make fun of the story, because God forbid. Should have been the professor of Yaponomics at Streamer University. Brother, did you come up with that one? Or did you steal that top up-booted comment somewhere? I think VTuber superfans are part of a crime syndicate. Trails? Is this true? It's sort of like how the Mexican cartel takes time off when new episode of Dragon Ball drops. Ooh. At least the creators are in Japan. Imagine if like they did something that the cartel didn't like in an episode, and they like worked out of Mexico. Ooh, that'd be kind of scary. How should I deal with a workplace snitch? Fucking beat the shit out of him. Snitch on what? They snitched that I stole someone's lunch the other day. They snitched on me because I am a notorious thief. Like, what do you mean snitch? Not Falcon. It could also be Jason. It may not be Falcon, guys.
Welcome back to another episode of Before You Buy, the show where we give you some straight up...
I don't know who this is. Who is this?
Gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. Oh. Hey folks, it's Falcon. Today
Fuck, dude, he put on a voice, dude. He sounded different. Fuck, dude. Oh, man, I thought it was somebody else. It sounded different for a second, dude. He had a different cadence at the start, or a different microphone, man.
Talking Elden Ring, Night Rain. After Shadow of the Erd Tree,
he has a different mic.
The guys at From swore up and down they had no plans for a sequel or any more DLC, and I believed them because that's usually the way these games go. They get a usually excellent add-on, and that's it. Finito. They move on to something else. So when they announced Night Rain, nobody saw it coming, and nobody could have anticipated what a weird experimental game it would actually be. I think it's important to emphasize what exactly Night Rain is, because I'm still seeing people being like, should I finish the DLC before jumping into Night Rain? And I don't think they quite understand what's going on here. And I don't blame them because it did take me a little while to wrap my head around it myself. So what it actually is, it's a 3-player cooperative spin-off where you play as one of 8 predetermined classes. You drop into a map that has a limited amount of time to explore, grab loot, kill enemies, slay bosses, and acquire resources and upgrades in order to get strong enough to take on a powerful end boss that appears on day 3. All the while, you have to deal consistently with a closing circle, kind of like Fortnite or a Battle Royale. The Night Rain does constant damage if you're outside of the circle. Each run is split into 3 parts, or days. You have 2 days to explore the map. The last day is simply the final boss fight. How each day works is that you get about 20 minutes to run around and explore, but when the circle finally closes, you encounter a boss that you have to take down as a team. And then day 2 kicks off, whole thing starts over. Each location resets, new roaming bosses start appearing all over, etc. You can play it solo, but it's pretty obvious the meat and potatoes is the
hell is this?
The 3-player co-op. It is a multiplayer game, first and foremost. It is not a follow-up to Elden Ring. It is a spin-off, and I think that's going to make it pretty divisive. I know the premise probably sounds appealing to a lot of people. It's the #1 wish-listed thing on Steam right now, but I also know a lot of you are ready to get off this train just from the premise alone. So, in videos where we talk about Night Rain coming up, I've generally been pretty positive about it. It's something that I think looks very cool. It is From we're talking about also. These guys have not missed once in the last decade or so. But unfortunately, as it is now, anyways, I think it's a miss. It's got a lot of really good ideas, and there's some really good highlights. It's not like a disaster or anything, and I'm not saying it's unsalvageable. It is far from that. But it's just got so many little problems, issues, and places where they didn't
Is
quite
Falcon the YouTuber who calls Night Rain a battle royale?
Just hang together properly. It doesn't mesh completely. It meshes
It took him a while to wrap his head around
there's
this.
going to be people that love this, but to me, it needs to be worked on more from this point. So the thing with From is that their multiplayer offerings have always been kind of ropey, but that's worked just fine because the online stuff has always been a complement to the single player, not the focus. Well, here it's the focus, and it's still kind of ropey. There's problems. For one thing, the entire game is balanced around having 3 players. So if one player drops out mid-match, you're screwed. It's theoretically possible to be able to beat the big boss at the end with just 2, but it's not likely. Sure, the game punishes players for dropping out early, yes.
Wait,
but the result of
that's really bad because, oh god, no. The issue is that, like, Forum has not had a good track record with, like, network compatibility. there's so many times where you join people's games and they like drop out almost immediately that it kind of makes it a chore to try to play online multiplayer or co-op, like unironically. So if this game is dependent on that if one person drops, the lobby is over, I think it's going to lead to like a ton of malding. Oh no. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good.
That means the two remaining players are stuck playing a dead game that punishes them for that guy quitting, and then there's 40 minutes of your life down the drain. The devs said they might add in 2-player support after the release, but I mean...
A lot of people don't like the randomization of this game as well. I think, Stans, what they did is they saw the success of those like random generation mods that they made for Dark Souls, and they try to make like a game or like a system around the concept behind that, because those are kind of popular. Like, I think in terms of how many mod downloads that gets on like Nexus and like other mod sites, that one's probably like the #1 most downloaded mod, is like the ones that just change things up. And so it's smart for them to do it this way, but I'm just like kind of, I'm a little worried about the compatibility, because if you can't play this solo, I think it's going to cause a lot of issues for players. Like if it's like, it's dependent on 3 people, I mean, maybe that's their way of balancing the game or something, but I just don't think, I think people are going to complain about this a lot.
That's successful.
Maybe the randomization isn't the one that they wanted, though. Do you know what I mean? Because like the random mod just is very straightforward. Everything is random. Maybe this selective randoming is what people don't like, possibly.
Contingent on if the balance changes if a player drops out. Knowing how From has done things in the past, I'm a little skeptical.
No duos. Yeah, I mean, I feel like for sure it should have duos too, or NPCs. Why can't they have NPCs? They're just dog shit, but maybe they scale like statically. And it's like a lot reliant on you, where it's still a challenge, but like maybe you can kit out the NPCs, because the game has like summons and stuff you can have. Why can't a game like this also do the same thing? You know, where it's just like more advantageous to play with people, but like, you know, you could still play by yourself. I feel like that's kind of an oversight
of them doing that. It seems like the balance,
especially with how experimental it is. Like this isn't like a definitive genre. This is like purely an experiment.
Set at game creation, and they don't generally adjust it. Like I said, solo is technically doable, and depending on your class, actually pretty possible, but the bosses are clearly balanced for multiple players.
Right.
This thing loves throwing tons of crap, like chaotic screen-filling magic attacks that are clearly designed for a group to deal with. When you're with a team, sometimes they're borderline unfair, but when you're by yourself, they're full stop unfair. I don't want to just complain about this game, because there are positives, so I'm going to stop right there and get to those positives.
Falcon, you're scared, bro. Falcon, you scared. You scared. You scared of the form of the form gamers. Form gamers are going to get very mad if you talk bad about their form game. Form gamers going to get very upset, so only spend 4 minutes talking about the bad. Let's spend the rest of the 60 minutes glazing it. Is that what we're doing? I actually know. I haven't pre-watched, but you can criticize it. I think it's fair. I think them experimenting is fair, is open room for criticizing, even as well as like Elden Ring has done, and like how Form has done in the past. But you know, just giving them a pass outright, I don't think is. I feel like that might be a little disingenuous coming from like a video game channel that's purely making a series called Before You Buy, that's supposed to inform consumers about the pros and cons of a video game you're covering. I think you should cover all of the pros and cons, not just some, because people might be upset. But that's my take. Maybe he is just, maybe doesn't want to do it himself. Can't wait to third wheel when my friend asks me to play this game with her and her girlfriend. Oh, babe, that was so good. Thanks, baby. You're so good at this game. Yeah, that was a really good attack.
Core part is co-op, and it's fun. The baseline of just playing the game with other people it's plenty a good time. The classes are varied and interesting, and the new character-based skills are really powerful and really satisfying to use, and they recharge pretty quickly, so you can use this stuff a lot. Each Nightfarer brings something useful to the table, too. The Wilder's grappling hook it's beyond satisfying. it's very good. It's super useful for taking out weaker enemies or getting around quickly. It's great. The Guardian's ultimate looks amazing. It's a lifesaver when you need to revive down allies. The Duchess's rewind ability feels like cheating in like a really fun way. It literally just rewinds the last damage an enemy took, basically doubling the damage output if you use it properly. It's so good. And there's more crazy stuff other classes could do out. I don't want to spoil. First, because it'd take too long, and second, because it's really fun to just find. The idea of playing a specific classes other than your own custom character might sound limiting, but to me, the 8 playable characters...
We can hop in if you want, Alex. I get it, man. Who would you want to hop in with, bro? Also, it sounds like it's required 3-man. Are we resurrecting the Forbidden One? Yeah, I don't feel like Tinker 80s have any interest in this shit, I'll be honest. They mostly don't like PvE games in general. Monka Giga. I don't know. I'm thinking of... I may pick it up. I may not. I'm not entirely sure. Like, it looks like Eliza. Dude, Eliza in this would actually be so fucking funny. Eliza thinks I hate her, but I think she's like one of the funniest like people I play games with. Even though she takes shots at me and then she crashes out if I say anything about her. Can't wait for NSO proxy chat in that. Yeah. I don't know. Like I'm like half and half on this game. I'm not like totally convinced about it. Like I was not sold and then I was sold and now I'm like somewhere in between. You know what I mean? Liza would be 10 out of 10. She'd definitely be down, but there's some other people that like these types of games that Casey's probably want to play with. I'm just not sure. You know, I'm not super... Like, it seems fun. I don't know. I kind of like want to see... Like, I want to see what it's like before I opt into it. You know, that's kind of where I'm at. But if I have friends that play and they're like, dude, get it, it'll be fun, then I'd probably be convinced. It seems like a game I would maybe wait until it gets a couple updates. He's saying I hate Eliza. No, I'm saying Eliza will talk shit. And then I'll say one thing to Eliza and she'll crash out. It's funny though. I do like Eliza a lot. She's great. We need more coffee on stream? No, you fucking don't, dude. Coffee, I was gonna say crack fee. I don't know why I was gonna say that. She's a rager, bro. Alright. We should play Phas though soon. We have talked about Phasmophobia. You're going to play Elden Ring Night Rain in 30 minutes? In 30 minutes? Probably not. I don't know if I'm going to play in 30 minutes. Is that when it's unlocking? So I'll probably watch people play it.
There's a Night Rain actually cover a pretty broad range of archetypes, and it works. I never saw anybody play as the Recluse or the Raider, but that's not meant to knock their utility or anything. It's just early days.
Are you playing this, Casey?
Anybody really get
like, actually, are you playing this?
The boss fights are, of course, the real highlight here. Though, I think it's fair to say there's a lot of reused stuff from Elden Ring. Like, the majority of the fights are the same old stuff that everybody might be even a little tired of from the base game. But when something new pops up, things get crazy interesting. How game progression works is you pick one of 8 potential Night Lords to go after. Some of these guys are locked at first, so they're not all available at the start. And depending on which one
Falcon
you pick,
video sold
that
it.
affects which bosses you can potentially face at the end of day 1 and 2. They usually cycle between 2 or so different options. You might find something basic from Elden Ring, like a Tibia Mariner, or it might be something interesting, like a returning boss from the back catalog, like the Centipede Demon from Dark Souls. You got Duke's Dear Freya from Dark Souls 2. Even the Nameless King from Dark Souls 3. It's ridiculous, but it's there. And they're not the only returning bosses. What makes these returning bosses so interesting is they took the original fights and adapted them to this multiplayer-focused game. So they got new moves, new abilities, and they generally gave them a glow-up for this entry. Seeing these things return with a new coat of paint is one of the most satisfying things about Night Rain. The Night Lords themselves are another highlight. Just to be clear, they're great. But let's start maybe going in the other direction a little bit. They're also one of the biggest flaws in the game. The fights themselves are epic. They're practically all last bosses in their own right, and every single one is very difficult. It's like getting 8 Radons in one game. The challenge is extreme, but when you actually manage to best one of them, it is satisfying as hell. The problem is, what if you don't manage to beat them? Most of the time, you're not going to beat them. It's just that simple.
Oh my god.
They're the hardest fights in the game by far. You get one shot at them, and if you lose, that's 40 minutes down the drain. If you thought the boss runs in the old games were bad, they have absolutely nothing on Night Rain. Every time you die, you spend a minimum of 40 minutes just to get one more shot at them. And what happens if you get stuck with a worthless item or one guy drops mid-match or
Yo, Falcon, Get fucking good, brother. Stop yapping about, like, what happens if I waste all my... Brother, this is the same shit that Monster Hunter fans have been dealing with for fucking, like, over 2 decades, brother. What happens if I waste all my time trying to kill something and it's 40 minutes? Get fucking good, brother. That's the whole game. What do you mean? What do you mean what happens if in 40 minutes you waste all your time? You just played the game. Congrats. Run it back. Dial it in.
Bad luck and don't get any useful weapon drops or upgrades. What then? Like,
What do you do if you don't get anything useful? Well, then fuck you, bro. Run it back.
Love Downwell. It's one of the best roguelike type
okay, so now we're like, well, I play roguelikes, but this isn't. Okay. All right. So we're gonna make like a roguelike v roguelike comparison. Fair enough.
Games. I love it. But if you don't get good drops and you get to that last boss and you fail, you get really mad. And that
What the heck? I didn't immediately win in the first run of my roguelike game? I had to replay a level in a roguelike game? I didn't immediately just succeed and win and I have to replay the whole level? What the flip?
That game is relatively easy compared to Night Rain. It's also pretty uncomplex and doesn't rely on you understanding a lot of things. I only bring it up because that's kind of the reason that works. Honestly, you can blaze through Downwell pretty quick because it's a non-complex game where you just go down. Right now? Here you're dealing with other people, you're dealing with a gradually dwindling play area, you're dealing with different systems, you're dealing with balance. Things can change fairly drastically between days. I mean, and I'm really...
How dare I get mad in a Souls-like? I generally hate the excuse of I don't want to waste my time on people. Well, the whole point of playing a game is to waste time. Yeah, I think there's like different levels of it. Like, there is an argument to be made about like time wasting, like a game that respects your time. Like that's the argument they make in MMOs is like, between time gates and just forcing you, for example, Honkai Star Rail, 7.5 hours of cutscenes for patch 3.3. I don't feel like that game really respects your time. They kind of want to see you sit there and like farm engagement for them, so your attention time looks good on their quarterlies, right? That's like a bad use of your time. But I do feel like in this situation, where you're sitting and you're playing a game and the entire time you're engaged and you're, I assume, having fun or trying to beat the challenge, that's not really a time waste. At that point, you might as well say, yeah, the whole game wastes your time because of all of the gameplay involved. I just don't feel like that's really the same thing. I think games that like have a really ridiculous grind could be considered a waste of time or a time waste, but like games where the whole time you're playing it like I don't see how that's at all comparable. It just seems like to me people would rather just jump into a game that's 10 minutes long and jump out, right? Like an Overwatch match is generally pretty short. There's probably some other games I can think off the top of my head where like one run or one level is rather quick. You know what I'm saying? And to which to those people that criticize games like this, I would just say, get good. You know, these games are meant to take long. And that's one criticism I have for Monster Hunter Worlds, ironically enough. Is Monster Hunter Worlds, all of the fights are like 5 to 10 minutes. You know, barely do you ever see a fight that's 15. Whereas like Monster Hunter Worlds, that shit would take you 28, 30. I remember I had some fights with fucking Brachydeos that was like goddamn 35 minutes. Okay? I would sit there for 35 minutes slamming my fucking face into my TV screen because these players I was playing with was so dog shit that they would end up carding 30 minutes in the fight and we'd just lose. And then you would just run it back and you would get nothing for doing it. So do I like the Worlds experience better than Wilds experience better than Worlds? No, absolutely not. I much prefer Worlds where I felt like it was a real tough fight that lasted a long period of time. I don't want to sit there for 5 minutes and call it a day. That's like not interesting or fun and just doesn't feel like rewarding, right? If your argument is a Night Rain, it shouldn't be 40 minutes, it should be 10 minutes for a run. All right, there's plenty of other games that like do those types of incentives where you could sit there and you could play the game for 10 minutes and you could fucking clock out and go back to like watching football or whatever the hell, it's cooking dinner for your family of 8 or whatever else you were doing. But I mean, even playing games like Dark Souls, I mean, you should know right away playing this game that it's not going to be 5 minutes in and out. Like, let's face it. I mean, even like Dark Souls fights and boss fights in general will take you multiple attempts. Like, I don't see why anyone would play this game and be like, wait, it's not immediate, instant, I fight the boss and I can stop playing. No, it's clearly meant to, you know, respect your time, if anything, because it's trying to give you more content. But if you don't like the gameplay loop of these games, maybe you won't like the game, right? But people that enjoy like the fights and they enjoy the boss battles are probably going to really dig this. Vice, thank you for the 43 months. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Anyway, does this game launch in like 30 minutes? Is that what you guys are saying? Ooh.
It's a much more complex game with a similar potential problem. In a simpler game, it's not so much a problem. In a game that's frankly fairly involved and does take a lot more time to beat. I mean, 40 minutes is not a long time for a game by any means, but it's not a multiplayer match either. But I will say, at least you're always making some kind of progress. When you do...
No, I think the biggest criticism is if you're expecting the people to hold connection and to not leave and rage quit or disconnect in 43 minutes, I think that's asking for way too much. I think they're going to get a lot of pushback on that because people in lobbies are rage leavers very regularly. And also just holding a connection with some of these players is outright impossible. I think it's going to create a lot of problems when people try to like connect through multiplayer and 30 minutes into a fight, somebody leaves. Now you're sitting there holding the bag like, the fuck, dude, now I got to do the hardest boss with 2 people when it's meant to scale for 3. If their scaling devolves, like when one person leaves, the boss's health goes down by 1/3, that's fine. But I feel like that's probably a major oversight that they're going to have to correct in like future patches before people are like happy with the state of the game. I'll be honest.
You lose a game, which is going to happen so much, you still get something for your trouble. At the end of the run, you get relics and a currency called Merc that can be used at the shop and the round table to unlock persistent rewards like emotes. Relics work just like the runes from Bloodborne. They're randomized upgrades that you can equip on your Nightfarers to permanently make them more powerful.
It's like Fortnite.
If you're lucky, some of these can be extremely effective and add powerful effects that make your character significantly better. But to be fair, a lot of these things are going to be next to worthless. Still, it is nice to have some kind of progression, and I appreciate that they kept it relatively simple. This is not a non-complex game, but compare it to Elden Ring proper, it's a lot simpler. More importantly, there aren't any microtransactions. You can only get Merc by playing the game, and they give you more than enough to unlock the stuff that you want relatively quickly. It's only the alternate costumes that are really expensive, and they're not expensive with money, they're expensive with Merc. So you got to play the game more. There is another element of persistence in the game, the Nightfarer memories, which can be accessed from a journal in the round table hold. I don't really consider this a positive or a negative. They're just kind of there. You can complete little objectives that progresses any of the character's story, which at least unlocks some useful class relics for each guy. But otherwise, it's pretty basic. It doesn't stand out. The story elements here feel even more secondary than they do with Elden Ring proper.
Text.
They barely even matter, and any lore introduced feels kind of tacked on. Like they know that Souls games need lore, so here's lore.
Search and join feature. I don't know how that would work because like this game is a roguelike. So if somebody joins your game, would they have like if you're on level 3 with like really good rolls, do they just get random rolls? I guess maybe that would work if they just got random rolls for stuff as a like they could choose from. Because that'd be kind of awkward if you just join and you're a piece of shit and they're on the last boss of the level and they're like, bro, why are you even here? You got nothing. You're like, oh, I'm just trying to help.
Why? It doesn't, it just, for this, it doesn't matter. I really don't care. Circling back around to the Night Lords, though, these guys are undoubtedly the highlights of the game. They're big, they're bombastic, they're suitably impressive, but they're also the biggest ball aches you are ever going to have, and they are pushing the limits of what should be considered an acceptable challenge in one of these games. At least in Elden Ring, every boss was designed to be fought one-on-one, so there's some built-in fairness of some kind, even when they got absurdly difficult. These guys, no. Nothing is holding them back, and because of that, some of these fights are just absolutely brutal, and sometimes just not fun. You have to be prepared for these things or they will wipe the floor with you. Period, exclamation mark, other punctuation. It's just, you're not casually playing Night Rain and winning, ever. There's so little margin for error, and one weak link on a team can kill an entire run. I think this is my biggest problem with the game. It's just a lot of running around and minor exclusions or mistakes Doom you. Okay, so let me explain exactly what I mean. If
Okay,
you want to beat
hit
the
me with
Night
it.
Lord, you have to play efficiently. And how do you play efficiently in Night Rain? Well, you follow a very strict formula of beelining to the America shrines on the map and max out your charges on your Sacred Flask. And you run straight to all the easiest bosses on the map to get all the powerful drops. Then you kill the boss of the castle and do any random events, and that's it. Rinse and repeat. You run past everything, go to whatever bosses are around, and that's how you play the game. And it just feels not quite purposeful. Like, what are we doing here? There's a giant castle to explore, but it's always the same, so everyone just beelines straight through the whole thing, avoiding all the enemies, because there's no reason to be fighting them. There's just not enough time to explore or really learn the map. It's always rush, rush, rush to the next boss, and you cut it down in seconds, you collect your loot, and then you move on. There's not really any sense of wonder. The mystery of the original game is gone, and it's replaced with rote map memorization. It feels kind of like speedrunning rather than actually playing the game, and some people are going to be into that. Like, I want to be clear. This isn't necessarily a negative for everyone, but
Yeah, I could see that being kind of like, after a while, it's like, why are we killing these minions when they do nothing for us? Let's just boss rush. And that can be kind of like, not tedious, but just kind of like underwhelming at a certain point where like, there's no point in fighting any enemies in the castle, just go to the boss. Like, I don't know if that's like the case or if that's true or not, or if there's not like XP rewards. It does feel a little strange that, like, why put the enemies in the castle if the enemies are like just there to stall time or to waste your time in a game where like the point is to get powers from the bosses.
Aspects of it that aren't right. Like, probably for the first few runs, it feels like it's going to be a really cool thing, but then after a few, it kind of So a large reason for that, too, I might add, is that the map just barely ever changes. Other than the placement of a few key locations, the actual map layout is shockingly static. It's always the same deep river with a castle in the middle. That's always the exact same layout with the lake at the lower part of the map. Sometimes a random event happens, it changes the shape of the map a bit, but it's static to such an extent that it's just too much. And I'll say it's because what this desperately needs, it's more map variety and some randomization. Right now, it's the starting area of Elden Ring stretched out into an entire game. There were so many memorable, visually interesting, and complex locations in the main game, and you see almost none of them here. Just a lot of generic castles and ruins. When something memorable does happen, like the shifting Earth events that happen right after being a Night Lord, it at least does something to change the map, but these are static too. They're always the same, and once you learn the game, you're always running them because the best rewards are in these things, so that's how you get the most powerful weapons and power-ups, gives you the best chance of beating the Night Lord. The game's challenge is a double-edged sword, where it makes the experience more interesting. Yes, I mean, there wouldn't be much to do if the Night Lords were easy, but at the same time, the only way to actually win is to play in the most optimized manner possible. Nice. And honestly, in some ways, I really like that, but there's something missing from it that makes it kind of boring. I don't really know how to say it either. I like quick experiences. I talked about this in the Precinct BYB. I like dropping in and playing like 20 minutes, 40 minutes, and then that's it. That's something I like. So, in theory, this should be the kind of Elden Ring I can keep playing for a long time.
Sure.
But there's just something just not there. I was getting pretty sick of this map before actually finishing the game, to be honest. And I have to imagine there's a lot of other players that are going to feel the same way. I don't know how, as it is right now, it retains player interest in the long term. On one hand, I do get it. You can't really have these maps be procedurally generated with how they work. You need to have them carefully designed to actually be fun to move through and, be manageable to some extent. But they could have at least given us some different biomes or some radically different looking layouts with some different structures and boss fights to mix things up. I mean, maybe they could have put in another enemy type or something as a treat. I know From are kind of the masters of reusing assets at this point, but seriously, almost everything in this game is reused from Elden Ring. All the weapons, locations, bosses, enemies. It's all plugged directly from the original game with only a few minor modifications. And I don't want to say that's like the biggest detriment in the world, because I think in theory you probably could describe like a good version, like an excellent version of this game as that. It's just not there. And when it's not there, all of the reused stuff feels not great. You've seen it in a similar context. It's used in a similar way. It doesn't feel new. The only thing that really feels new is the Night Lords, and those are the things you see the least because you have to slog through 40 minutes of reruns to get to them. And that's what it feels like, reruns. I'm not saying that's inherently what reused assets and stuff are. It's not. To be frank, with a few minor tweaks, I think think this probably could be a pretty different game that does actually fix some of these problems. And sure, it's only $40, but even that feels a little bit high for how much you're actually getting here. And problems that plagued the original Elden Ring, they are still here. The stuttering, if anything, it's a little worse here. I played it on a PS5 Pro, and the frame rate dipping is like borderline absurd at times. There's no reason for Elden Ring proper to run like this on PS5 Pro, let alone a pared down experience. I guess when it's single player also, it's maybe a little easier to overlook the frame rate, but with multiplayer, this slowdown has to be gotten under control. It's unacceptably bad at times. So I guess
latency's still bad.
I went into Night Rain really wanting to like it. I love the idea of a multiplayer co-op focused Souls-like, and I can't say that I dislike it or even that I don't like it, but it just doesn't come together properly. It's both too slow and too fast at the same time. It's too complex for new players. Like, it expects you to be an Elden Ring expert from minute one with a very rudimentary tutorial that only explains like the most basic stuff from the game, and too basic for a multiplayer game you're supposed to play over and over again. It is a fun game for the initial few hours, especially if you got two other friends to play with, because trying to play this thing with randoms can be real. Well, it's a nightmare. It can get stale super quick. I do think the game represents a very good idea, and if you go into it with the right mindset and a solid group of friends, you're going to have a good time, but you got to know what it is, and you got to want that thing, and to be frank, it could be a lot more with a little more. You know what I mean? I might be being a little harsh here, but for me, Night Rain is it's just a bit of a misfire. I'm not saying it can't.
No, I feel like he's being fair. I mean, I think I'm still skeptical of this game. I'll be honest. I know that, like, I'm sure there's people are gonna love it, but it's a game. You're paying for a gameplay loop, and it seems kind of static in some of the ways that they're pitching it. In terms of, like, the map is the same. I mean, I granted they'll probably add more maps and stuff, and maybe some variability. So I'm not really like hung up on it's the same game over and over. I'm worried about, again, the latency. I'm worried about, like, the end game. Like, I'm not sure what they do for end game. Like, so you buy the charms. I'm kind of hung on it too. Like, I don't think it'll be a terrible game. In terms of, like, just as a game by itself, purely like in a vacuum. But I'm not sure. Like, I do think 40, you're getting close to a full game, but to me it sounds more like a $30 game, $25 type of thing. Do you know what I mean? But regardless of the price tag, I think I might still want to wait to see what the reviews say from, like, actual players, to see what the Elden Ring fans say, and to see what, like, the casual audience says at the same time. Like, from so far, what I see is, like, you're running a lot and you're killing stuff, and then there's a big boss, which, sure, but if to get there to the big boss is a grind and it doesn't feel rewarding or fun, I think people are going to have issues with it. Because if the fun part is after 45 minutes of gameplay, then that's a little concerning. And also, I'm really worried about the netcode. I'm really worried about drop-in, drop-outs. I'm really worried like how fun it is to play by yourself. There's just some concerns. Aloofness, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for the resub. So, it'll probably be a good game. I could see it definitely getting 70% or something like that on Steam, but I think I'm a little worried about that 80% mark, for, like, reviews. And hopefully they have a good launch in general, because the launch being, like, dependent on, like, multiplayer functionality, I think they have, like, a lot that they're gonna have to prove with people reliably playing with each other, especially if you're supposed to play with other people. If you can't even do that correct, then I think people are gonna have a lot of, like, just concerns in general with the game.
Better from very easily could take this into great territory relatively quickly.
I'm very surprised that the solo mode is miserable, because all of these games are meant to be played solo, but, like, this one that's like Elden Ring, Night Rain, don't play this one solo though. Like, we beat Elden Ring completely solo, right? But that to me was a personal challenge. I didn't use Mimic, I didn't use any summons, no NPC summons, no player summons. It took me a while, and it was very difficult, especially because I didn't play any cheese builds. Like, I just straight up played a Faith. To be fair, I used the Golden Halberd, which is considered an OP weapon at the time, strength build. But that was a challenge for myself, and I enjoyed that challenge. But if this is a game that's, like, not meant to do that at all, and I would be heavily deterred from playing it, that would kind of suck, because it would be fun to, like, play this game in, like, a challenging way. But if it's, like, completely unbalanced solo, then, I'm probably going to have a bad time, right? Iron Pineapple said it borders on challenge runs if you play solos. Okay, yeah. So I wonder what that means. Like borders is in like it's too difficult, or borders is in like if you play Elden Ring solo, you'll probably have difficult with this solo. Like what's the I guess what's the border? I just know people up in Mimic Tier and the Forbidden one in my Elden Ring playthrough. Oh, you summoned the Forbidden one? Yeah, and even in my solo playthrough of Elden Ring, I ended up dropping my Faith Strength build because it was just like unfun during the Millennia fight. I ended up using the Strength build bleed swords that you get from one of the enemies in like that Undead Dragon Temple run, just so I could proc bleed to get out of her phase 1 faster. Because it was really annoying to fight her like just strength v strength, because she was just so overpowering if she had one attack hit you. So I ended up doing the bleed build strat, which was fine. It was still strength. I like kind of settled on like, fine, I won't do pure strength faith. It was just too slow. I ended up doing like strength dex with some bleed advantage, and that was okay. But yeah, it was still very difficult. So yeah, if this game is just not meant to be played that way, it might deter some people. Challenge run is in like a level 1 run. Oh, okay. So if it's like that, if it's like a not meant to be played challenge run, then that could just be very like not fun for most people, right? Because I assume what he means by that is like boss scaling is too high. Like you're not doing enough damage by yourself, and the bosses are doing too much, and also their health pool is giga chad. It really comes down to the health pool, right? Like they just need to nerf the health pool if you're solo, that's all. And I think that would probably alleviate a lot of concerns. But if they're like, no, the health pool is the same as if you had 3 people with kitted builds, ew, that's kind of rough. Like, why? Why is that just default? Default is there's 3 people in your lobby and they have decent builds. Okay, what if there's 1 person? Nope, default is 3 people. Okay, I'll go fuck myself. The health is scaled for solo play from what I've seen. Then how does it make sense for it to be scaled to 3 people then? Then it's not a concern at all. If it's scaled for solo play, then it's fine. Why are people freaking out? Alex Bats. Created 2018. What is Minecraft? 2018, man, that was quite the era for you, huh? You were around for quite some time. What's your user card look like? I want to even see this. What's the point of roleplay if you don't roleplay? You have to be fucking me. All right. Welcome back. It's just that there are multiple gank type bosses, so it's tough even though the health scales for solo play. Like, isn't 2 things run out and beat the shit out of you? Because that's kind of annoying, right?
It doesn't need like a full rework or anything.
Yeah, like I see him doing like 0 damage here. Like 300 is this? That doesn't seem like a lot, but
and it does have its positives. I love the designs of the Night Lords. The returning bosses are a real nostalgia kick. But the interesting concept and the fun character powers, it's all held down by this very limited world and very repetitive gameplay, which it's built into the core concept, so it's going to be like that, but again, with a few modifications. We're talking about a really salvageable game that could be turned into something, honestly, I even think great. It just needs more work. They need to make the experience something that can vary from game to game, run to run, because it doesn't really. I mean, you could just give us a co-op mode in one of these damn games without any time limit BS. That's what people want. But also, if I'm completely frank, I want them to make this into the good version of this, because there's so much good stuff here. It just there needs to be more of it. It needs to play out differently, run to run. That's it. That's kind of the main problems. And they're big enough problems that it's a hindrance for a $40 game. It's just a $40 game, but that's enough to hinder it. It's enough to feel like, what if this is $25? You know?
Time limit needs to be gone. Yeah, time limit, I mean, I don't know how much the time limit impacts. Like, is it just too fast, I guess?
I think I'd be a lot more forgiving.
Maybe time limit removed for solo play. I could see that maybe being an argument.
Not even a huge price. That's $15. But with what we're getting here, it's not worth it. Not to me. We'll see what From does with it. I hope that they're willing to stick with
Falcon can only hold shield block bumper versus boss. Bro, Bro can only hold the shield up.
With it and make it into what it should be, but we'll see. What do you think, though? Leave us a comment, let us know. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications, and as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter and put me on Cameo, at Falcon the Hero. We'll see you next time, right here on Game Ranks.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's definitely a game. It's definitely a game for sure. Like, it's not a game, but I know I might kind of want to wait for reviews a little bit. I might want to wait for some reviews. I'm not saying that I think it'll be bad, but I'm also just kind of waiting to see what other people say. Because there's definitely people that will buy it, and then I'm sure they'll drop some knowledge. They'll drop some knowledge on us. And they'll say, yeah, it's good, it's bad, pick it up, whatever. All right, what are we going to do here? What are we doing, folks? Oh, there's a Warframe Pride time. But like prime time. Actually, scratch that. I'll probably buy it when it hits 50% off. Sheesh. What'd it take? I kind of wonder if there'll be some bugs when it finally comes out. I'm sure there will be. Seems like it's only worth it if you have a squad. I mean, there's definitely people that will like want to play it because they, you know, have friends that are really into like Elden Ring and such. There's a couple of videos I want to watch. Might be a react type of day. I don't know. Maybe we'll do like a CS match or something as well. I kind of want some coffee too. Is it 4 o'clock? Is it too late for coffee? Elden Ring co-op mode was fun with friends. React date. Ah. Oh my god, there's already like dude. Oh my god, these fucking videos, bro. There's already one of these out, dude.
Welcome to my YouTube and welcome back to Rage Gaming, and very soon, Night Rain. Today, I'm giving you a fast overview of all the things you need to know about this game.
Ultimate starter guide and 24 important tips. Best class, easy wins.
A quick starter guide where I'm going to cover a lot of topics pretty quick so that you can go in confident.
Best class, easy wins, must know, important tips. You have to watch this. Why would you play the game and not watch this? Are you a fucking noob?
We'll begin with the game concept itself. You will load in on a run, an expedition into a cycle. They call it the Night's Tide. The surrounding blue area.
Where's the best class?
In. And if you stand in that blue area, you take health damage over time. So if you ever played a battle royale, bosses.
What's the best class? Does it even go over it?
It's just going to increase your attributes gauge that's built up. That gauge gets bigger and bigger the more.
This guy's just talking about the fucking game.
You get downed, requiring more damage.
Tips are always like, remember, you can dodge, but use your stamina when you do.
From your allies
but use stamina when you do, yeah.
But if you want to reset that gauge every time you rest at a grace.
What's the best class, bro?
Torrent, we're just running around on foot. So they're basically giving us an enhanced sprint.
How's there 24 important tips? There's like 3 sections in the video.
How it synergizes. These passives could be just stat boosts to, like I said, much more unique effects that should create more unique feeling builds and playstyles.
It's just like, dude, these videos, like, I don't even hate these types of videos, but then they show up on my feed. I got a bunch of these videos from World. I don't know if I learned a single fucking thing from these videos. They're like the most basic, like, oh, when you're when you're hunting a monster, make sure to pick up herbs. You can use herbs to make potions. And when you get honey, you can then use mega potions, which will make your life easier in the long run. It's like, okay. I mean, that seems pretty straightforward. Next tip. Remember, take a break. Take a break and be hydrated, because if you pass out from dehydration, your hospital bill will be very expensive.
Compared to classic Elden Ring. But there's also the dormant powers. Strong enemies reward dormant powers.
This is literally just like a review of the game.
Reward for that.
You're not the target audience. I know, but it's like these This channel, there was some drama with this channel. I could have covered it in a segment on stream. I don't think I would have made a video for it. But there was some PoE drama with this guy because he made a video, or this, I guess there's 3 of them. I'm not sure which guy is which guy, but they made a video on PoE 2 going over tips, and somebody like called them out and they were like, these are kind of dog shit, because they were like talking about like the tips were very general, right? Like they were kind of like, and there were some of them were like not correct, because they talked about like the best way to farm this currency is to do this map. And this person that like plays PoE for thousands and thousands of hours were like, they're just wrong. And it's like actually misinformation. And then, but they responded and they were like, how are we spreading misinformation? There was like a whole drama with these guys. And it kind of made me like see this channel a little differently. I didn't care about it before because it was Monster Hunter stuff. And I was like, I don't really care because who cares about Monster Hunter tips? Like, sure, I think everyone could use some insight. Monster Hunter is a pretty complicated game with a lot of moving pieces. I know about a lot of them because I've played the series, but then they made like a PoE 2 video and it was like not good for them because they try to do the same thing that they did in Monster Hunter, which is to give you general tips. But then as somebody pointed out, like the PoE community is not to be fucked with. The last thing that you fuck with is spreadsheet nerds. Okay. You don't go into EVE Online and say, best tips to make a lot of money in EVE Online. Number 1, mining. You're going to want to go out into Astrofield number 4732. There you will encounter space pirates. Negotiate with them for a free passage or surrender all of your earnings. It's like, if you mess with those guys, dude, they will fucking dox your house, okay? They do not care. PoE people will argue about like 0.5% of a build being optimal or not. They literally will fucking die on the hill of the build you made could be better with this upgrade versus the one that you said, and you should be canceled for saying something so stupid and making the wrong build. You don't make videos in their space and think you can just get away with saying basic bullshit, and that's what happened with them. On-screen celebration. I don't even know what that means, bro. Was there a creeper on the screen? Anyways, yeah, I like these types of games, but I know well enough not to like just give my input where it's not needed.
With each Nightfarer with their different skills.
Casey loves that. Casey loves creeper, yeah.
And playstyle in gear, which of course we can change as
What is the best class?
We progress through a run. Here's a quick overview of everything without too much detail.
He's a meta slave? Dude, Casey's not a meta slave. Casey, actually, no, what's like a reverse of a meta slave? Where like you look at the meta, but instead of going with the top champion or hero or class, you go with the bottom one. Like specifically to piss off all your friends by playing the most dog shit possible combination of abilities and or classes. He's always looking for those British tier list videos. A sandbagger? I mean, maybe. He's a thrower. Dude, he literally finds off meta.
Who the hell do you think I am?
Off meta though, I feel like implies some
How are you
type
today?
of meta.
Just got here and
I don't
sorry
know.
if you have been asked a lot, but are you playing the new DLC?
No, I'm not. I think I'm gonna hold out and see where it goes. He'll like literally find like literally when we play Divinity, okay? Think about how many combinations of characters and classes you make in Divinity. You have like fire mages, you have like Conjure, which to be fair, we did ban Conjure because Conjure was griefing. You turn the game into a fucking waiting simulator. You have like warrior, rogue, archer, druid. Casey played an undead, so he's a skeleton, fucking like poison mancer, like the most god awful fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. His turn 1 would be his turn 1 would be to put poison on himself because skeletons heal off of poison. Spoiler alert. And then he would play dead. That was his literal turn 1 every fucking round where like we played some. I did a stream on this with Logan and stuff, but Logan would play like Giga Chad Warrior, so he would go into the battle as a warrior. He would go in for studs. I played Rogue, so I would try to like fucking backstab, dash, like backstab, kill things in one. Casey would just be passed out on the fucking ground, dude. This guy would be like, no, because if I get hit, no, he played like Geomancer with like Earth or something. It really, dude, this guy finds the most cooked fucking builds imaginable, and he all ins on them, dude. This guy's actually like ridiculous. He's a menace, man. Casey's an absolute menace. I don't know why. I don't know how he does it. He just consistently finds the most like fucking cooked
Tell to it. Probably the
cooked
most
classes or builds. Anyways, what's the meta for this game? Tell me.
Which you can restore by resting at a grace. Pretty incredible. His skill is
So he goes over all the classes.
complicated skills in the game become Executor, a weapon, and allows you to unleash that special. Yeah, for the moment then, it's the mysterious Summoner class, potentially. People think that it's going to be involving this.
Your man says isn't terrible if you do it right. I think your friend was trolling. No, he probably played it correct. It's just the way he played it with the fucking undead poison build where he would play dead turn 1 really pissed me off. Because I would end up being the one that takes like all the fucking aggro. There was one level that made me crash out, and you guys might know about this fight. It was the fucking it was the 3 toads. It was 3 fucking toads. And one of them would freeze the ground, and the other one would electrify the ground. And I don't know what the third one did. It was like a fire toad. These 3 motherfucking toads made me crash the fuck out, dude. Because they started spam CCing me. I had no turns. I couldn't even move because I slipped on the fucking ice. Then I fell, and they started just casting lightning on me. I couldn't even play the game. And I'm over here watching Casey being like, I don't want to take aggro because I'm going to get 1 shot. So I'm just going to, I'm going to play dead. And so he fucking plays dead and he put poison himself so he heals. And I'm just like, dude, what the fuck are we doing here? What kind of, like, the most cooked D&D adventure campaign I've ever seen in my life, dude? I'm like, not having fun, man. Can you please attack him so I can get the fuck up and play? I can't, man. I can't. If I get up, they'll kill me. I'm dying, man. What do you mean they'll kill you? I'm done.
Spirit Ash mechanics of Elden Ring, but in a new way. But in the short clips we have seen of this class, we have seen some basic gameplay with, hey, scythes, and some holy arc use during that too. Hopefully we'll learn more about this one in the coming days. But yeah, that's my starter guide to all of the things.
Bro, there wasn't a... He just went over the classes. What is easy wins, bro? What the fuck was this video? Important tips. It's just actually like clickbait.
Change the cosmetics to be beneficial to certain plays or runs and win more expeditions. You're training arena for the game. But now it's time to overview each of the Nightfarers, the 8 classes that we get to choose.
No, the best class. He just went over all the classes
and pulled them towards.
And then he just was like, okay, that's all we know about the last one.
Arc use during that too. Hopefully we'll learn more about this one in the coming days. But
potentially summoner, he said. No, he just said he says I don't know about this class yet. We have no info on it.
But yeah, that's my starter guide to all of the things I feel you need to know about to go in with. There's a ton of detail on all of these specific topics that we'd like to cover as the game releases, and we're going to continue to do that in the coming days.
God, these videos are so fucking bad. I mean, I get why people watch them, especially if they're like hyped about a game. They're like, oh, dude, I got to see how this game does. But people are, dude, wait, no, people are already like, they're calling him out in the comments section, bro. I have a feeling down the road on the new map, the only part that's like battle royale is a closing circle. Stop with the misinformation that you can ruin your save. It's just stupid. Not gonna lie, I kind of miss these bait titles. I was undecided to play this, but this was very informative. Literally no new information. And that's the point, bro. Like, it's just covering stuff, and the clickbait is not worth it. Because it's just fucking clickbait, bro. Yeah, the comments seem to be very like mixed. It seems to be very like mixed reactions in general. It seems like for like what the game is, it isn't, and like what whether it's gonna be fun or not, I suppose. But it's coming out, so we'll see. Is it just them trying to outplay the YouTube algorithm? Yeah, it's pretty shit, but what can I do? I mean, that's how it is. Oh my goodness, Tactical with the 25 gifted subs. Tactical. My man, the legend, the myth. The chatter that we don't deserve. But the gifter that we want. I appreciate you, Tactical. Thank you so much, man. I'm gonna stop that before it gets totally copyright strike. But yo, Tactical, thank you so much. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Surely. Thank you so much for those gifteds too. That's 25 cases right there. Brother, it's not an immediate transaction. It's not like 25 gifteds get dropped into my fucking PayPal and I sit there and be like, all right, time to swipe. All right? There's a thing called a conversion, okay? But yeah, we'll do some openings in the future. But like I said, Tactical, I do appreciate you. I'm in the midst of an 11 to 12 hour shift. I told you guys, Tactical is a very hard worker. Unlike me, who just sits here and fucking screams at the monitor all day, Tactical actually works. His hands look like that, so my hands look like that. All right. I don't know, dude. Like, I kind of want to watch some trailers for some stuff, but it's kind of funny. My algorithm's been showing me Labradus, and at the time I didn't know what the hell those things were. I don't know what that is either. This could be a fun video. I'm gonna queue up some stuff, I guess, too. Bolt Gun 2 trailer. Ooh, Bolt Gun 1 was pretty cool, right? The Damon X Machina trailer. Damon X Machina. We'll watch that as well. I kind of want to show you guys the Enfield trailer. Arknight's Enfield. Because I feel like that's going to be a pretty decent game. I'm looking forward to that. And also maybe Azure Promilla, whatever the fuck it's called. Dan Season 2 trailer. Isn't it like a anime? Okay. All right. Do I make a coffee? Again, Tactical, thank you so much. I hope you're taking it easy on your 12 hours. That is pretty wild as well. Yes, on coffee. I do think we'd take a little bit of a coffee. We might do a little coffee angle here, folks. Maybe we'll do a CS:GO versus Valorant comparison video as well. Yippee! Ollie, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Big Yippee. 18 months. Big 18 months. Thank you, thank you. Very kind, very generous. Thank you, guys. All right, let me get some coffee, folks. I will BRB, and then we'll watch some more trailers, see some upcoming games, and see if there's anything else interesting going on in the online verse.
Free KC.
All right, we're back. I got some of these. There's no music playing. The hell? I'm kind of obsessed. Alex has a grandpa chair and not those fancy gamer chairs with cat ears. I had this chair for a long period of time. It's actually one of my best purchases I made. It's very comfortable. You know? Alex, is it a cardigan? Yes. Kind of low-key. Kind of, well, sort of. Yeah, a little bit. Sometimes it gets cold. And I'll stand on my balcony wearing it. Drink my coffee. Ooh. It's just one of those days. Pets, by the way, I wasn't here in a long time. Pets are great. Cat comes in here, sits in the back of the chair for a long period of time. Dog, I try to get the dog up here. She doesn't like it up here. So she has like a... Oh, she has a nice spot downstairs I make for her. There's like a nice elevated bed. It's got some like blankies on it. I usually put on something on TV for her. I usually, when I get up and check, when I get up and leave my chair, I usually check up on her and stuff. Yeah, when she comes up here, she doesn't stay here very long. Can she still use the stairs? Yes, she's still a very lively dog, very active. She was complimented by the vet recently. She said, "Wow, she's got so much energy for a dog her age. It's very impressive." I said, "Yes, she's a very active doggy. She loves people. She loves to run around. Her eyesight's getting a little poor. It's starting to get a little glossy, but that's just the nature of it, man. But she can still see. She's still great. Good girl. One might say very best girl. She is a great girl. She is. I'll try to put her on the streams a little bit more often. I just like to let her do her thing since she likes to relax and she likes to watch me cook a lot. That's probably her favorite thing to do. Just to watch to see what I'm doing in the kitchen, and get some treats. You cook? I mean, I cook basic shit, right? Anyways, yeah, it's nothing crazy, Chicken, beef, pasta, fish.
2,900.
Oh my god! Holy shit! My bad, guys. I got too many videos queued up. Anyways, is Opera GX like a better move? Because like I feel like Chrome kind of bottlenecks my RAM a little bit. All my issues are on RAM. Also, Chef Lava, thank you for the 74 months. I do appreciate you. And again, Tactical, if you're still here, hope you're having a good work day. And shout out to you for just being so supportive of the community and the streams. Thank you very much. All right. I might have to invest in Opera GX, honestly. Also, I would recommend you guys, I had some of these not sponsored, but I had some of these Doritos late night zesty jalapeno chips. Try some of those. Ooh, those have been hitting the spot, man. They're just spicy enough to not be overbearing, but I've been having them with some of the sandwiches I've been whipping up. Pretty good stuff. They sound good. Yeah, it was very good. I picked them up recently. I was like, holy shit, these are kind of bomb. Hashtag ad. Not even an ad. Okay, I'll tell you guys if it's a hashtag ad. It's just my own personal recommendation. They're both based on Chromium, so it's the same engine under the hood. Well, fuck me, bro. Please sponsor Alex. Please, bro. Please. No, I've been getting hit up by some sponsors as of late for different things. I got hit up by like a chair sponsor. Obviously, I told you guys about like the CS gambling sites have been all up in my emails. A few of them already. Surprisingly enough, I only streamed Counter-Strike like here and there, right? I talked about like not taking them, obviously, but that's a whole other conversation. But yeah, I had a few different sponsors, some gaming sponsors and stuff like that. But I only like take sponsors if I like am really like if I really think like you guys will like it and if it makes sense and if it's like fun and entertaining. Like I don't want to take a sponsor just to take a sponsor. I've never really been about that. It's not so much about the money, but I just like unless it's a product I want to use or a game I want to play or something I want to do. You know, I could kind of see it if I was like running a company or organization or something. Red or black? Go red, go red, go red. Do you like the look of the Ark game? I heard good things about it. Did not play it. Take a Marlboro sponsorship. I'll buy a pack for you. Funny enough, I used to smoke Marlboro when I was like 18 years old. Not a great decision. I smoked for about 2.5 years. I'm glad I stopped, actually. Thank you for taking multiple sponsors. Make that bag, bro. I know, and I know that most people here will be very supportive. I think every time I brought up a sponsorship, people are like, "Let's go." But to me,
is this actually a scam?
Yes, it is. To me, I would not feel right taking a sponsor that I don't fully like back or endorse myself. It just doesn't make any sense to me, you know. So due to that, now this is just on me, but you know, when we did do couch hop stuff, because people have called us out for honey and some of the other stuff we took, I think that was a little bit of a different case scenario where, like, because we were so heavily demonetized on the main channel, taking sponsorships was actually getting us through like the heavier months where we had like, you know, to keep the production levels the same, we had to take some of the heavier sponsorships, heavy-handed sponsorships, to make sure that like the lights stayed on, that people got paid, and that like we could still deliver the same quality of product, right? So I feel like in a company setting, we'll call it a company, just lack of a better term, but in like that setting, it's a little bit more detrimental to like take the sponsorships when we could get them, versus like just not doing videos or whatever that we would normally do and plan. But me myself, as my own sole entity, I don't have a giant production budget. I stream from a fucking office in a house. I don't need like thousands of dollars of sponsors to turn my camera on. Does that make sense? It would be nice to get an editor, I will say, down the road. It would be nice to get an editor, but that's a whole nother conversation. So anyways, that's my thought on it right now. The honey thing was a year, I think. Was this year? Yeah, that was more recent. That was not when we were doing Couch Hop, just to be clear. The honey thing blew up in the past year, and Couch Hop production ended like 5-6 years ago. So we had no way of knowing any of that stuff, right? So I know that some people were like, "Oh, didn't you guys take honey?" But it's like, yeah, 7 years ago we took honey, like as a sponsorship, and it helped us out. Yes, it did. You know. Anyways, and I guess I'm a victim of it too, right? Ask your simps to edit for you for free. I don't like the term simps. I mean, ask people that, like, I've had a few people reach out and be like, "Yo, Alex, I'll hook you up," but that's not. So even if it's like labor that's voluntary, it's kind of a weird area. It's kind of a weird gray area because essentially you're having someone do work for you. You're making money off of them doing work, but you're not paying them, right? And I feel like that can get you in some weird legal trouble. Like, especially if down the road they decide to say that their work wasn't compensated, there was no contract, but there's still proof that they made you money. And so there is an argument to be made that they could take you to like a claims court and you would have to likely pay them because, yeah, they can't just work for free. An internship? No, an internship's different. An internship is, so our internships that we did were literal internships. They weren't like, we just said this guy was an intern when he worked for free. They got college credits by coming to set and working with us. Like there was a trade there and it was through school programs. It wasn't like we were just hiring on, you know, every single person that walked through the door. It was literal people that applied for interns through their college that we were able to reach out to and then bring onto our production. So all the interns that you saw were interns, like literally, you know. But yeah, I couldn't just like have somebody. I mean, I'm sure people would do it and it'd probably be out of their heart to like do it. But also, I have like a very like the way I edit is very specific, and I don't want to like, you know what I mean. But down the road, like I have so many like things I want to do that not an intern, an editor would be nice to have. Oh my goodness, an editor would be nice to have. And there's the cat. Like I said, she likes to sleep in the back of that chair. That's why that chair sponsorship would be kind of, you know, it would suck for her because she likes the back of that chair, man. She likes laying there. She's always liked laying on the back of that chair. It's kind of her thing. But somebody did say like get a little cat bed for like the chair or like the desk. I could see her liking that. Find a chair sponsor that will make her cat chair. Maybe. Again, James, thank you for that resub. So what do we got here? We got a few videos. Oh, that's right. I wanted to look up that City of Alton game that people have been playing, but I don't want to see a paid sponsor for it because a lot of people are streaming it right now. They're paid to do it. I want to see somebody give like an actual analysis of it. The next move, guys, we gotta find a gotcha so I can do more polls that aren't Counter-Strike related loot boxes. That way you guys can watch me gamble on multiple platforms, and I won't have to.
For every kill you get, I'll give you an oop.
I will explain what you just heard. That was a video, okay? I'm just gonna show it because anything I say is gonna be terrible for my own personal detriment. There's a video called CS:GO versus Valorant, okay? I'm not just watching weird videos in the background. I clicked this by accident when I tabbed out. This is a video, okay? I had this video queued up for you guys. Just to be clear, this is not just me watching weird shit like alt-tabbed. This was queued up specifically for you guys. I did not know it was going to play that sound effect when I clicked into it. To be clear. All right? To be very fucking clear. Wild video to start off screen. I'm just saying I was clicking tabs. I was getting the video queued up. I did not have it bookmarked. It was just I had tabs up, and I even said this is a video that I'd want to... Anyways, maybe we'll play it. It's called CSGO versus Valorant Honest Comparison.
All right, bet.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh my god, that is so adorable.
Have we watched this before? Can I even watch this? I feel like it's gonna get really bad.
Kick, please kick, please kick. I will win game for you. Please kick him, kick him.
What the fuck?
You mother. You're playing jump on connector when he's pushing you.
So
dude, I don't know why this cracks me up, bro. I don't know why the CS community, man, just cracks me the fuck up. Cause they're just so some of them are just such unhinged losers. It's like funnier to just laugh at this shit rather than like be like, oh my god, this guy's really mad. But it's just like that's the reality, bro. These games, man, these games does some of these people.
The topic of Valorant versus CSGO is something that will never be settled on good terms, as both communities simply hate each other.
Bro, is surf gameplay while talking over videos still meta? Holy fuck, bro. This meta has existed for almost 10 years. You put CSGO surf gameplay or whatever the fuck, and then you just be like, in this situation, this drama is actually pretty crazy. It turns out that it's just like, what the fuck is going on? I guess the new version of this is like the Subway Surfer or Minecraft parkour, but like surf gameplay, I guess is still like top tier for reactionary content.
Each other. So, since I have experience at the highest level,
Leafy content. This guy's a fucking loser. This guy's just a fucking idiot.
For some more forehead oil.
Dude, what? What? Open a case. Kmart, is this 4 case openings? Or is you gave me $50 for forehead oil? What do you want me to do with that? What would you like to see done with that? I'm not buying forehead oil, first of all. Alex delivered on that more forehead oil. Yeah, you're fucking done. Yeah, so you're gone. Good luck. Good luck typing that in someone else's stream. Okay, Mark, I do appreciate that. I'm not sure when we get fucking forehead oil. First and foremost, that forehead oil is natural. You don't need to buy any. Just looking extra oily today. You give me $50 to say that I look extra oily today? Big Minecraft YouTuber, popular MMO got arrested, and their arrest was wild. Oh god, you guys told me about this. Is it actually wild, bro? What the fuck happened? Popular MMO got arrested? For what? Oh my god, dude, what? This guy has 17 million subscribers? Holy shit. What? Wait, this guy's actually like huge Minecraft YouTuber arrested. There's a critical video on it. He's already on the case.
New body cam that just dropped today that's got a lot of people talking because it features an extremely big Minecraft YouTuber named Popular MMOs.
Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
Weed and a ton of fireball. Homie is messed up.
Just put your arms like you're praying. Look at what?
Dude, I tell you guys, the Minecraft community is one of the most like, dude, there's a couple Minecraft YouTubers I've met over the years that I can say like they're chill, but like there's so many Minecraft YouTuber crash outs, like unironically, that I have seen over the decade plus that I've done, like, of Minecraft. You were there. I wasn't here at this particular party, but I have seen over the years Minecraft YouTubers crashing the fuck out, dude. Like for some reason they get this like huge amount of fame and they just cannot handle it. They for some reason just have to do the most dumb shit. Like unironically. I don't really know much about this guy particularly, but I have seen like the huge rise and the huge fall of so many different Minecraft YouTubers. And I don't know why that's like a thing. Pedophiles, I don't know which ones are pedophiles specifically, but I'm just saying like, yeah, that was involved. Like drugs, alcohol, like all kinds of just deranged, crazy shit. And I'm like, bro, just play Minecraft. Like, just that's your whole gig. But they have to like, I don't know, have these like weird, fucking like just horrible decisions that they make for some unknown reason. Just doesn't make any sense, dude.
Like your friend.
Yeah, this like palm stuff.
No, I'm about to get chased!
You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's YouTube boy.
It's really sad to see someone spiral.
Wait, they know him? Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. What?
One of YouTube's most popular former stars, who turns a simple wellness check into a chaotic encounter, leaving another mark on an already unraveling legacy.
You going to jail again? You can Minecraft that.
Oh, he's been arrested before? What? He can Minecraft? Dude, oh my god, these officers are clowning on him. Holy shit, dude. That's so embarrassing. How is he in jail again? What did this guy do? He's got 17 million subscribers. What the fuck is going on?
What? That doesn't even make sense. He can Minecraft that. What in tarnation kind of hogwash? If you're gonna try and...
It's like chicken jockey. You know what I'm saying, Charlie? It's like he's gonna chicken jockey that.
Come in here with your, huge quip at the end. At least have it be something sensible. We're Ender dragging his ass to the slammer.
Okay, but like it's body cam footage, right? Like it's FOIA footage. The officers aren't like recording like a comedy sketch. They're just making jokes about the situation, which to be fair, I think is pretty funny.
Something like that. Better than this garbage, because this was nothing. This was literally...
Hi there. I just came home from picking my sister up at the airport, and there's a man kind of laying in the road. Any drink and drugs, weapons involved that you know of?
So what happened? Dude, I don't understand what happened with this guy.
I do not know.
Is there... Okay, there's actually a video. I'll just watch the whole video. I like how it's just called that. YouTuber 17 million subs arrested. Million subs tries to escape cops. I'm so confused. How did this happen, dude?
Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
The intro.
Popular former stars who turns a simple wellness check into a chaotic encounter, leaving another mark on an already unraveling legacy.
Oh, God.
I'm going to jail again. You can Minecraft that.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court
This was in 2024, though. This was a year ago, right? Did the footage just come out? Is that what happened?
of law. It's near midnight when dispatchers receive a 911 call from a concerned Florida resident.
Hi there. I just came home from picking my sister up at the airport, and there's a man kind of laying in the road. Any drink or drugs, weapons involved that you know of? I do not know.
Do you think he's trying to harm himself?
I think he might be dead, or I don't know.
Might be dead.
An officer arrives to find a man lying on the pavement beneath a streetlight, dressed only in shorts and a t-shirt despite the chilly 45-degree weather.
Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey, sheriff's office. Do you live here? Huh? Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
You had a bit too much drink tonight, man? You're good?
You live here?
Where do you live?
Somebody's.
I can't hear you, man.
I had a lot of seal drills. Sorry.
You had a lot of what?
See something across.
That alcohol, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just sorry, bro.
Do you live around here?
Yeah, do you want to say it?
Do you have like an ID on you by chance?
Okay. See, no, okay.
Well, I just want to make sure you get home safe, that's all.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry, I didn't even see it. I'm so sorry. Like,
well,
nothing that annoying. Sorry, bro.
No. Do you have an ID? Like a wallet on you or anything?
In like 5 minutes, I'll give it to you.
All right, well, hurry up, bro, because you're about to be going to jail.
I'm going to jail?
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
I'm so sorry that my parents had jail to me.
Why sleeping on the ground is a criminal offense, guys, okay? Do not sleep on the ground. You will go to fucking jail.
Do you even live here? Where do you live?
The man is able to provide an address, which the officers quickly note is nowhere nearby.
Commissioner Drive?
Commissioners.
Where's that at? Is that by San Pablo? Is that by San Pablo?
Yes.
So what are you doing all the way down over here? If you live?
Yeah, public intoxication. I don't know. There's probably different statutes that you could cite for this. I mean, I'm sure you can't just go and sleep in front of somebody's house, right? There's like some trespass law or just some ordinance that you're violating by doing that. I'm sure the cops can take you to jail one way or another. But either way, it's just kind of like you can't be fucking sleeping on the road. Or relax. The other guy's a little fucked up. But like, what's going on?
From home, bud. Probably at least like 20 minutes out.
I was drinking. Friends wanted to come over to make sure I was good, that's all.
So how do you get over here?
Just drove. That's all they did.
Somebody dropped you off here?
Yeah, they dropped me off here, yeah.
You need rescue to come check you out?
No, I'm actually fine. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, can you call Uber or somebody to come get you? Because you're in this condition, you're not even safe to walk.
Oh, yeah, I apologize for that. I didn't...
Yeah, just call a friend.
Yeah, do you got like anybody who can come pick you up?
Did somebody actually leave him here?
Seriously, yeah, you're like 20 minutes from home, man, and that's like fast driving. You're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I apologize for that. to be annoying.
Well, what's your name?
Pat.
Pat?
What's your last name, Mr. Pat?
Julianelle.
Can you spell that for me?
Better known as Pat, 35-year-old Patrick Thomas Julianelle is the creator behind the massively successful YouTube channel, Popular MMOs. His content primarily focused on the game Minecraft, earning him over 17 million subscribers before he suddenly stopped uploading in 2023, leaving fans to wonder where he'd gone. When officers ask Pat if there's anyone he can call to pick him up, they quickly run into a problem.
Oh, no.
Damn. I don't know, man. I kind of, not in like the walking around drunk like situation, but like this guy just kind of stopped uploading in 2023, man. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that, bro. He's pretty popular too. That's a lot of subscribers. 2023 just stops uploading suddenly. He had a lot of people. He had a lot of viewers. Can you relate? Just a little bit. Just slightly. Maybe this is hitting a little too close to home. You know what I'm saying?
It's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Is like that little battery alert you're getting.
Yeah.
That means it's dead. You need to charge it. Yeah, that's what that means, there, Chief. Could you try to spell your last name for me? I understand it's French.
I do not have Don't sleep.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not like I can't spell it.
Well, again, I'm not trying to be a jerk to you.
I can spell it.
While one officer returns to his cruiser to find a phone charger Pat can use, the other stays with him as he begins to voice a concern.
Don't really feel like getting arrested.
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Yeah, no.
Multiple people are calling it in. Their person might be dead.
It's like one person that called it in. I feel like if she didn't call it in, nobody would like give a fuck.
Yeah,
I mean, I kind of get it though. I mean, it's like some guys just on the ground, like it's kind of concerning to some degree, right? But if she didn't see him, this guy would probably just sleep it off. Cop number 2 is not it. Yeah, they're just kind of pressing like that. You're sleeping on the ground versus like, dude, you're really fucked up. Like you're intoxicated. Like people are worried about you. You know, I think that should be more of a concern. But it is Florida. Maybe they just don't give a fuck at 2 a.m.
Doesn't even live here.
Yeah, I know.
You want to sit inside the car? It's nice and warm.
I just don't want to go to jail again.
Pat is no stranger to the justice system. On May 16, 2021, he was arrested on charges of domestic battery causing bodily harm, but the case was later dropped. According to multiple news reports at the time, Julia Nell posted a statement on Twitter shortly after the incident that has since been deleted, claiming the accusations were false. Unfortunately for Pat, his fear of returning to jail is about to become a bitter reality.
All right, come on. Come on, stand up.
So he's been arrested before for domestic violence or domestic something, assault, but it was later dropped. He made a tweet that was like, this is false. I mean, you know, charges were dropped. I guess it never went to court, so there's not really any evidence of whatever took place. I have no idea about that situation. But it also happened in 2021, and he stopped posting in 2023. So it's just one of those things that I'm not sure if it was related to whatever the situation is. But he is really intoxicated. Like, I think the last time I was this intoxicated, I don't remember the last time I was so intoxicated. I'm like slurring my words and I can't even talk. Like this is like he must be like they call it he must be like really crossfaded, right? Like when it's this bad. Vegas, I was pretty drunk in Vegas, but I was probably more happy than not. And also in Vegas, right? I feel like Vegas is like a good pass to be like fucked up in, because they also try to get you like more drunk than you should be in Vegas specifically, so you spend money. So I feel like I get a little bit of a pass for being fucked up in Vegas, but he's like casually doing this on like a whatever date this is. I don't know if it's a weekend or something. 3/20. Like I don't know what day he's doing this, but he's just casually doing it. You know what I mean? And he's like walking around. I feel like the situation's a little different.
It's like probably like you don't many months of going to jail and stuff.
Okay, you don't have no weapons, anything on you? Okay, come on. Place your bag on top of my hood. I just got to
3/20 was a Sunday. Yeah, so I mean even then it's like going into a Monday. Like, and this is what time? 0:25. This is like right after midnight, like 30 minutes after midnight on a Sunday. Wait, no, 3:20 is a Sunday. So Saturday night. Okay, so he got drunk on a Saturday night. And then rolling over into Sunday midnight, they find him. So just a Saturday night, he was kind of fucked up. I mean, okay, yeah. That's not. I mean, if it was like a weekday, it'd be like, what's going on? But like a Saturday night, he got fucked up and was walking around. I'm more like worried about like how he got in the situation with his friends. Did his friends drop him off, or like what the fuck happened? Like what? Why is he just stumbling around a neighborhood by himself, like drunk? Can't men have hobbies? True, Mac. Actually, Mac, low key, you're kind of right. Girlfriend for sure. You think so? I wonder how old is he? How old is popular? How old is popular MMO? 36. And this was 2 years ago. So he was 34. Brother, you're getting this fucked up at 34? Maybe he doesn't drink very often or something. And this was the first time he drank in many, many months and decided to overdo it. But yeah, we definitely maybe full sent it a little too much on this one. maybe we full sent it a little too hard, brother, on a Saturday night.
You down before you go inside my car. Place your phone right there. Okay. Just real quick, just put your hands out. You don't have no weapons, anything. You don't have anything on your bag that should be worried of.
But you're saying 3/20/24 was a Wednesday. and 2/20/24 was a Saturday. Okay, so you're saying that this was a Wednesday, is what you're saying, right? Okay, so maybe the context. I think the context is important, right? Because sometimes people celebrate things on like weekends. It's not a big deal when people like drink a bit too much on the weekends. That's all pretty normal. But on a Wednesday night, the context I think changes where yeah, people will be a little concerned that on Tuesday you got this fucking faded where you're stumbling around a neighborhood and falling on the ground. You know, people are like, you know, they and this looks like a neighborhood where maybe their kids are going to school and stuff like that. So this is definitely kind of concerning. He's old enough to realize, but then remember he was an MC YouTuber, a very successful one though. Seemingly a very successful and popular YouTuber, way more successful than I was. Man, I just want to know the backstory for this, really.
Huh? No, it's just called. Do you mind if I search your bag real quick?
Officers allow Pat to warm up in the back of the cruiser while his phone charges in the front seat. At the moment, he isn't under arrest or being detained.
Fair enough.
However, the situation quickly changes when officers look inside his backpack.
Okay. I'm gonna glove up before I start touching weed and a ton of Fireball. Homie is messed up. Bruh.
Pills? Is that pills?
That's why.
Oh goodness, he like a quarter of the Fireball's gone.
Yes, I knew. I knew. He spelled his own last name wrong.
What's his name?
Patrick Julianel. Could you try to spell your last name for me? I understand it's French.
Only I can't spell it.
He spelled his own last name wrong. Oh God.
Spell it. Only can't spell it.
Is it Julianel?
Simmons 94 because you might have to call it Sarge.
As one officer steps away to pull his criminal history, the other confirms his suspicions that Pat is indeed the well-known YouTube star.
Hey, quick question for you. You used to play Xbox or anything like that?
This is like actually like triggering my fight or flight. I don't know why. Just like if I'm being about to be arrested and a cop's asking me about my YouTube profile would absolutely trigger something like out of me that would be quite visceral. He said, "Do you ever play the Xbox, brother?"
Not Xbox. I've never played Xbox.
You didn't have like a YouTube channel?
YouTube, yeah, but not Xbox.
What was the YouTube channel about?
Video games.
What type of video games?
Minecraft.
Minecraft? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. That's
dude, poor guy, man. I mean, the way he's responding, I'm not sure if it's like just because he's intoxicated, doesn't know what's going on, but he's responding to that like he does not want to talk about that. Like it's like a soldier from war flashback, just like glazed over his face when he brought up Minecraft. I do not think that was the correct line of questioning, officer. You brought something out of that man that he was probably trying to suppress. I'll be honest with you. I feel like that wasn't a conversation that he wanted to have at that moment. I not to speculate on why there was weed in the backpack and a quarter of Fireball gone, but I don't think that was the line of questioning you wanted to go down.
Saw YouTube boy off Commissioner Drive.
I have no idea what that neighborhood even is. The Commissioner means nothing to me.
You know where he did the 51 for that fraud case, right? With St. Johns County.
Why is this officer so aggro, by the way? Just like not to change topic. This guy's like, I don't give a fuck about it. That means nothing to me. I'm only here for justice. I will only arrest those bad guys and put them away forever. And if I have to execute them in the line of fire, I will. Commissioner Drive means nothing to me. I'm only here to arrest and sentence judgment.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay. Yep.
With the airstrip.
Jesus.
You have a city councilman at every house like $2 million and up. That's why I'm like, you got it.
I didn't know that was Commissioner. Okay.
The officers.
Oh, okay. So they figure out that the drive that this guy lives on is actually like a very expensive row of houses there. So like, yeah, he lives in an expensive area, and so now it's like, okay, this isn't just a homeless guy walking around. Why'd I get a timeout? Oh, you can't. You said a naughty word. You're not allowed to say it.
Read his Miranda rights before attempting to question him about the items found in his backpack.
Just checked out the bag there.
I mean, there's nothing to that.
So, well, hey, you had the big old bottle of Fireball, which probably explains why you're... Yeah, you can have alcohol, right? that probably explains part of why you were passed out on the sidewalk there, right? So what about the weed in the bag? Well, let me enlighten you here. This weed in the bag, the nice little jar.
It's a candle jar. It's not a regular. There's no prescription, no nothing.
Yeah, it's not like you got this on like a med card, because that doesn't come like that. So what's up? You don't know you're drunk? Have you been smoking as well?
I don't smoke. That's the funny part. You don't smoke, but you have marijuana.
Yeah. Well, so why do you have the jar of pot? What? Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah. Cool.
Ending their brief interview, officers make the determination to place Pat under arrest.
I mean, fair enough, dude. I mean, they already kind of like got the search off of him, right? Like if you're going to detain the dude because he's in the sidewalk, I don't know if there's like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, actually, guys, as a former police officer and or lawyer, this is my wild speculation. But he's on the side of the road. Is that in end of itself a crime? People are saying public intoxication. Maybe. So would them searching him under detention or arrest be correct? I mean, they're just as likely to let you go if you're just a drunk guy stumbling around. You can walk home. I don't think officers really want to arrest a guy that's just walking around, even if it's late at night and he's drunk. In this circumstance, so the officer probed for a search, right? He's asking a drunk guy, hey, can I look through your backpack? I don't know. There's probably some area there that a lawyer can argue because he's like giving you consent while he's drunk, but he's not allowed to be like walking around in like public streets while you're drunk because of public intoxication. So he was already committing a crime in doing so, and that gives the officer like not plausibility, but the allowance to commit a search. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here as to like whether or not he had the right to search through the bag when he asked for it and he gave him consent. Consent when drunk isn't considered consent. Yes, and that's I think what lawyers would have to argue, and that's why I wouldn't be able to do that, right? Because like plenty of people walk out on the street out of a bar, and technically when you walk on the street and you left the bar, you're publicly intoxicated, right? Like that's pretty straightforward. If you come out of a party at your friend's house for New Year's Eve and you had a bunch of champagne, technically you're walking a neighborhood drunk. So can a cop swoop in and say, hey, you know, you're drunk, let me search you? I think they would have a hard time convincing, you know, a judge, jury, or whomever that was something that was within the scope of their powers to be able to do. So in this scenario, I don't know, it's a little different because he's on the sidewalk, just passed out, whatever it may be. Like I said, there's tons of ordinances and laws, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know all of them. I'm just wondering, like, ethically, a little cooked. You know, the guy's like clearly drunk. He's not a danger to anybody. He passed down the sidewalk, maybe walking home. I don't know how far he is away from his home in this situation. And then you ask him for a search and you hit him with a gotcha. I found some stuff in your backpack. You're going to jail tonight, right? It's a little fucked up. But at the same time, it's also like, yeah, why are you walking around with a jar of weed in your bag? I feel like at that point, you're kind of opening yourself up to a situation like this playing out, especially if you're just drunk, stumbling around with like a non-medicated and non-prescribed, or I guess there's not retail laws in Florida when it comes to weed. I'm not sure whether you're allowed to have, you know, in some states you're allowed to have a small possession of weed on you if it's legal in that state. For example, my home state of Massachusetts, I had friends that would get caught with weed and they, you know, got arrested for it. But then years later, you're allowed to now have weed in the car. So the same thing they went to jail for or caught heavy fines, citations, and had to do community service for, turns out now it's like legal. So there's like certain quantities where you can have weed in your car, especially if you bought it from like a outlet, right? Where it's like retail marijuana. In this situation, obviously they already said this isn't marked, by the way, like this doesn't have a label on it, by the way. So it's likely did not come from like a retailer, in which case, like, are you allowed to walk around with just random bags of weed on you? Probably not. In Canada, there's a law for this exact thing. Since vagrants are super prevalent, they can't get arrested no matter what as long as they aren't aggressive. I can pass out outside of business drunk as fuck. All the cops can do is literally carry me away or drunk tank me for 8 hours and then immediately release me in the morning. Right, but if they're saying in this situation he was just detained in the back of their car, he wasn't arrested. If you're arrested, they can search you. Because at that point, like whatever your possessions are, they have to document it. So if they're going for an arrest, everything in your pockets, everything that's like in your bag, all of that's going to be like cataloged, right? However, in this situation, they specify that he was detained and the officer asked, hey, can I search you? In which case, him asking you isn't the same as him now arresting and searching through your possessions because you're under arrest, right? That's sort of like what I'm trying to point out as being the key and major differences here. Now it seems like he's going to be under arrest because of the possession of marijuana and not because he was drunk and stumbling around, right? But they only got the possession of marijuana because he gave him consent to search his bag. So he is drunk. And is that really consent? I don't know. Like I said, I think that's going to have to be like a court argument and not like myself, the professional YouTuber. But he gave a reason. I don't want an unknown bag in my car. Yeah, but like you have to understand that the line of questioning isn't like, I don't know, the line, then leave the bag outside, right? Why? You know what I'm saying? If you're scared of the bag and I don't want an unknown bag in my car, when he's letting him use his car to charge his phone, then just leave the bag outside the car. Like I get his concern, but also, you know, in this situation, he kind of found a loophole to be able to look through his bag. Anyways, it's just like small tactics that police officers will do in their like day to day to try to get you to like either confess to a crime or to try to like fish out something going on. In this case, like I'm not saying what they did was wrong or right because they did catch this guy with unregistered or illegal weed. But at the same time, just remember that they are trying to do their job and they're not like there to just purely only care about you and nothing else, right? Sad part is I think he fucked up by saying, yes, I would love to charge my phone in your car. If he just threw it in there and stood, would he have been fine? So fucked up, man. Yeah, again. So they did kind of like, not necessarily bait him, but the steps that got here did inevitably lead to his search. And again, like officers will try this multiple times again. For example, I don't know if you guys have ever seen First Amendment auditors. I'm not saying I approve of what they do. First Amendment auditors, essentially, they cause situations where officers come up to them and ask them for an ID, but the situation that caused it was just general like suspicion. But officers will request ID because they can ask you for an ID. Like an officer can come up to you and say, hey, can I look at your ID? You don't have to give them the ID if they don't have a like probable reason for that, such as you're under arrest or you're driving a car. Whenever you operate a motor vehicle, very different because motor vehicle laws, 9 out of 10 times you have to give them the ID. But if you're walking down the street and they say, hey, let me see your ID, you don't have to just give them your ID, right? And that's the argument that these guys make. Some of them are assholes. They're annoying to watch. I don't like all of them. But I appreciate what they do in that, you know, we do have to hold like officers to some accountability where they can't just like violate your rights whenever they feel like it. And just remember the tactics that they deploy and use in their field of work, those are learned from academies. So even this line of questioning that led him to sit in the back of the car where now he has the right to search him because, well, I don't want a bag in my car that I don't know like what's in, you know, I should have the right to search it. That's how this guy finds himself now, not in the backseat just charging his phone, but now in the backseat possibly going to jail. Sounds like entrapment. I mean, entrapment's hard as well because entrapment implies that like you did something that you otherwise wouldn't do. So like entrapment in a sense of an officer comes up to you in disguise and says, hey man, you got any weed and you sell it to him. That's an entrapment, right? That's like something that you were already going to do. But if an officer comes up to you and he says, hey, take this weed, sell it to that guy. If you don't, I'm going to break your fingers. Then it's like, okay, I was now entrapped into committing a crime I otherwise wouldn't do. So there, again, there's like barriers and those are kind of like egregious examples of like what entrapment is because people use entrapment a lot, but entrapment is just them catching you doing something that like you were already going to do in the first place and just saying, well, I've been entrapped to do it. Why'd you do it? Okay, out of your own volition, that's an entrapment, right? Anyways, this situation, it just kind of sucks. I think it's unfortunate. It's crazy that right away though, as a drunk guy, he said, talk to my lawyer. That's very interesting. That's like not something that's like routinely practiced, you know? Like if I'm drunk and an officer comes up to me and says, yo, you good? I'm not gonna be like, yo, talk to my lawyer. Like I'm drunk as fuck and I don't have like a lawyer on speed dial. But maybe I'm just like reading into this too much of like, you know, why does he have a lawyer ready to go? Not talk to my lawyer, not his first run. That's kind of what I'm saying. I feel like this guy's been in this system a few times or he had that way too quickly, like ready to go. It's the correct thing to do, really. And most lawyers would tell you that in this situation, he did the correct thing. But I'm just saying to just have that ready to go. I'm gonna hit him with call my parents, please. There's a lot of videos like that where they're like, call my mom, or call my dad as they're like being arrested. And the officer's like, why would I call your dad? Like, I'm arresting you. You're the dumbass here, you know? And some of them do call. Like, I watched this lady shoplifting and she got on the phone with her mom. And like the officers are like telling her to do, like, get off the phone. And she was like, mom, they're trying to tell me to get off the. And then they end up like tackling her to the ground to arrest her because she's just not listening. And like while she's on the ground, she has her phone next to her and she's like, mom. And you could hear the mom in like the voice line being like, leave my daughter alone. And she's just screaming, mom. Like, it's just fucking crazy. I'm like, bro, what are these? Like, I can't believe these people just like function regularly in society where they're just like giving officers bullshit because they got caught shoplifting, have their parents on the phone and are screaming while they're being arrested, where their poor parents are like, get off my daughter. It's just like, dude, this is actually ridiculous. Reminds me of like the Idiocracy movie or something. Like, I don't know how else I don't know how else to explain it. Just traumatizing your mom for no reason. In that situation though, the mom was like mad at the cops. She wasn't mad at her daughter for being caught shoplifting. She was mad at the cops for like arresting her for shoplifting. I don't know. I'd have to pull a video up, but I'm not interested in like looking at more body cam footage. I'm just like bringing that up as an example because it is pretty funny. Anyways, poor guy back at the cop car. He's screwed. They found weed on him. He doesn't know where the weed came from.
But they're about to learn that Pat has no intention of making it easy.
All right, step out real quick. We're just gonna place you in handcuffs. All right, turn around real quick. Yeah. Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look on what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, just hand like palms touch. We're not doing this. All right, everyone. All right.
Kilo 261 fighting one. Kilo 261 fighting one. Stop
Bro,
resisting. Stop resisting.
I said we're good already. I said we're good. Okay.
Stop.
I said we're good already. Why you keep
Stop.
Why do you keep saying stop?
When I said good. Stop.
Just face down.
I said we're good, buddy. I said we're good. Put it right in my ear.
Yeah, no.
Hey, you about to get tased. I already told you I'm good. You are about to get tased. Are you saying that? You are about to get tased. I'm saying you are about to get tased.
I got him. Get your cups. I got him.
I'm saying I'm good.
Yeah.
Resisting with violence.
Yep.
Resisting with violence. Man, that cop is kind of, I don't know. I mean, he's doing his job, but he's kind of like, brother, you're going like 0 to 100 in a fucking like drunk guy that's crossfaded. You know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of get it, but I feel like it's a bit much. I don't know. Like, I've never dealt with this type of situation. I didn't see the resisting with violence. He just looks like he tried to run and then he fell on his head. He's just screaming at him. You know what I'm saying? Like drunk people that they're like this drunk usually are not hard to just fucking throw on the ground. Personally, it is from my own personal experience. People this messed up, you just kind of push them and they fall head first. I don't know if you actually hit him or not, but yeah, the threat of the taser is probably fine, but it's just he makes it seem like as if this guy had a knife out and he was ready to stab him. You know what I'm saying? That's the level of not escalation, but like the level of concern that I heard in his voice was as if this guy was about to grab his gun and like and try to combat them or something, but he just fucking fell on his head and was like, "Bro, I'm good." Like he tried to make a funny little run for it, you know, some GTA role play there, but then he just fell. I don't know. Maybe he's really strong and they're having a hard time getting his hands behind his back or something. But me personally, all right. Like I said, I don't deal with this stuff every day, so maybe I'm off base.
Get your ass up. I have an open unit.
To be fair, he does seem more like a badass now, right? Now he's got a resisting with violence charge. It's like, bro, I resisted them with violence. I didn't let those cops take me without a fight. It's like, bro, the footage is just you got out of the car, they grabbed your hands, and you fell. I didn't let those scumbags take me alive, though. I gave them quite a fight.
Stop. I didn't do not kick. I didn't do not kick. Did I kick anything?
All right.
Yeah, he's like asking, did I actually kick somebody? Like, I don't fucking know what's going on, bro. I'm drunk as fuck. Did I kick somebody? Like, what is happening?
Listen, you're gonna sit in, all right? Hey.
Buddy, I didn't do anything. Okay.
Yeah, get on in. Let me in. Get your feet in. Yeah, I'm trying.
Backup soon arrives, and officers engage in a short discussion about the YouTuber's fame, fortune, and disappearance from the platform.
Oh my god. The cops are fucking gossiping about this guy's YouTube channel. Oh my god. Real? Is that real, bro? Come on, man. He's already so down, bro. Like, do you have to sit there and fucking Axon slop? Yeah, it's just Axon slop, guys. Just
He's big on, well, used to be big on YouTube.
Playing Minecraft.
And my audio blew up.
But he made a lot of money.
Really? What is he doing here? Say a friend dropped him off.
He
But it doesn't make
likes to party
sense.
with strippers.
While sitting in the back of the
my man. My man. Okay, well, in that context, I could very well see how this guy ended up walking around the neighborhood drunk in the middle of a Tuesday. Who does it? That's what I mean about these like Minecraft YouTubers, man. They make like this like content that's like, oh, it's videos for kids. It's videos for teens. And they're like, you know, I'm a goofy goober. And it's like, he has a dark history of partying with strippers, smoking weed, and getting crossfaded on shots of Fireball. Every time, man. Every time. That's not even that like bad in the context of like some of the other shit that these guys do. Holy smokes.
police cruiser, Pat asks the officer a question.
Depends on the question. We're not messing with that right now. You already... No. Respectfully, we had to fight you to get those on, so I'm not gonna try to do that again.
So he's like currently big in Minecraft now?
No, he died off about a year and a half ago.
He made
Millions. I looked him up on YouTube before. He was making plenty.
Bro, like come on guys. Like leave the fucking dude alone. Like at this point, like he's already dead, man. Why are you kicking him? I looked him up. Bro was a fan, don't lie. Yeah, I just found him. He has like this channel with 17.8 million subscribers. He used to have this series where he would unpack different types of MMORPGs. Were you a sub, brother? Yo, you got some of this guy's merch or what? Like, what's going on? What's the deal here?
The sergeant finally arrives, who will soon remember Pat not by his YouTube fame, but by another of his arrests that went viral.
Really?
You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's the YouTube boy.
He's the one who ran through the gate again.
Yeah.
The Jaguar game.
The Jag game.
In 2022, Pat and two others were arrested after one of them ran onto the field during a Jacksonville Jaguars football game. He received a withhold of adjudication and a sentence of 2 days in jail with 2 days credit for time served. He was also ordered to pay $408 in fees. One of the officers fills the sergeant in on exactly what happened when they attempted to place him under arrest tonight.
The lack of empathy makes me itchy. Yeah, I mean, I truly do feel for this guy in like more ways than one. Obviously, as like a content creator, it seems like he's going through a hard time. I'm not really like, I don't have much sympathy on him making poor decisions, right? Just because you're going through a hard time doesn't mean like you also have to be getting like arrested by cops, right? I think for the defense of these police officers, I think as a cop, and we've seen this time and time again, these guys just go through like so much bullshit every day. And I feel like in Florida alone, like, can you imagine the types of shit that you see daily as a Florida cop? Like at some point in time, I do feel like there's a level of being desensitized to just like the bullshit that you end up responding to, where like a situation like this, you know, the best thing to do to keep morale up, or maybe for your own personal sanity, is just to, like, joke about it or make fun about it, right? Like, not saying that that's the right thing to do, because now we have footage of them just like poking fun at this guy used to be somebody, man. This guy used to be this popular Minecraft YouTuber. Now he just likes to hang out with strippers. It's like, yeah, it comes off a bit dickish, but at the same time, I can see why, like, you know, these guys also military backgrounds. If any of you people that know military people, like in the army, they make a lot of jokes about like just bullshit. You know, these guys have like really, I'm not gonna say edgy humor, but a lot of military guys have like some dark humor, and that's just sort of the stuff they used to lean on when they were going through not their academy, but like boot camp and training, and some of them like served. Like to get through the day to day, they joke around about a lot of bullshit, right? So I'm not gonna sit there and be like, what they're doing is right, but I'm also saying like I can see why this is just kind of like a joke to them because they just arrested this drunk guy that used to be an ex Minecraft YouTuber, and maybe there is some like fun in that. I guess at the end of the day, military jokes are often about being man and not child. I'm not sure what all like the military jokes are. I just know that military guys have like, you know, like a dude bro sense of humor, and like that's because a lot of them again hang out with each other all day. They make all kinds of fucked up jokes, whatever it may be. Like I said, I don't feel like boot camp's like an easy thing to go through, and that's just sort of what they joke about to get through it. And obviously, some of these cops that end up becoming cops have these military backgrounds, and so that sort of like humor and camaraderie, I think, carries over to these situations where now you see it on like body cam where they're just like joking about this guy. Yeah, his situation sucks, but also keep in mind that this is probably the 100th drunk guy that like resists arrest on the street they have to take care of. It just, this one is unfortunate because now it's on body cam and he's a popular YouTuber and everyone's gonna make fun of him anyway. So now we get to watch all this with millions of views. Yeah. Is it a form of trauma bonding? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend to be a psychologist or like giving my psychiatric human analysis, but I'm sure there's like some level of it with police officers where, like I said, I couldn't imagine every day I have to respond to just who fucking knows what in some county in Florida. Like who knows what these guys see on the daily. You know, so I do have I have sympathy for the guy. Definitely in the back of the car. I definitely have sympathy for him. I also have, you know, some sympathy for the officers because they do have to pull up with a lot of bullshit. And maybe this one is more funnier than some fucking crazy guy in Gator County pulls out a shotgun on them or something. Police are kind of a gang. I may be wrong here. I mean, you're free to whatever opinion you want to have. I'm just giving my very, very milquetoast take. I would say I'm a very milquetoast take individual. I'm not trying to like start a civil war discussion here in the comment section. Anyways, we'll keep watching.
Right.
I'm standing in the front, I was behind him, and he starts to do like one of these, like try to move like real fast. I tried to juke you. Grab his arm, my camera falls off like completely. He knocks out my camera. So we got him on the ground the whole time. Let me go. Come on, bro.
Dude, he's drunk, man. Like, what do you? This guy's like he's reciting his war story. You loosely tackled a fucking drunk guy and he fell on his head. He tried to grab. He said, "Get off of me." He knocked over my body cam, brother. Like, have you ever seen a drunk person like actively win any fight? I mean, some do. Like some of those UFC fighters are actually kind of jacked and crazy. But I just mean in general, they just kind of like stumble over. They're their own worst enemy 9 out of 10 times.
They're just weird.
Let me go. We're good. I think, where's it, 1241? I think here somewhere he says, "Get off me." But he kind of just says, "I'm tired of it all." And then says, "Okay, sorry."
It easy.
Like you're praying?
I'm tired of it all.
Kill 261 fighting one. Kill 261 fighting one. Stop resisting.
Bro, we're good. You said we're good. I said we're good. This is the reenactment, by the way. He said, "Get off of me." He said, "Let me go." He knocked over my body cam. Like, bro, this guy's just fucking resisting with violence, by the way.
I said we're good already. Why do you keep saying stop when I said good? Stop. Just face down. I said we're good, buddy.
That's the reaction, and this and this is again. this is the retelling.
We get in a bottle of quickly. He knocks out my camera. So we got him on the ground the whole time. Let me go.
Did you hear "let me go" the whole time? Mr. Officer, please. Brother, I don't know if you're a rookie or what's going on, or maybe you just had like an off day yourself, but come on, man. Did you really have to paint this as he's screaming, "Let me go" the entire time, and not, "Okay, I said we're good," and then you fucking put cuffs on him after you said, "I'm tired of it all"? Okay.
Come on, bro. So you just got weed. They're just weed. Weed in a bottle of
Fireball.
Yeah, Fireball. You got a resisting.
Yeah.
You going to jail
Again.
You can Minecraft that.
705th EOD Bomb Squad, U.S. Army for 9 years. Some of the guys said each other is absolutely fucked. Yo, man, appreciate your service, man. That's pretty crazy. Nine years in the Army, and you were in a bomb squad. That's fucking crazy, brother. That's off to you. They said, "Oh, I missed the part, man. I missed the part."
You got weed. They're just weed. Weed in a bottle.
He said the line.
Fireball. Yeah, Fireball. You got a resisting.
Yeah.
You going to jail
Again.
You can Minecraft that.
he said he can Minecraft that. That's so fucked up, dude. I don't know. Now I see the context of the sergeant showing up after this poor guy gets fucking roasted. He doesn't know where he's at. He just gets tackled by cops. They make fun of his fall off, and then the sergeant shows up and says, "Hey, he can Minecraft that." Holy fuck, dude. This is so... And then now we're watching it, and there's millions of views on this now, probably. Oh my god, brother. Come on.
35.
Shitty 90s sitcom ending.
This guy just a chicken jockey.
True.
Yeah, Fireball. You got a resisting.
Yeah.
You going to jail
Again.
You can Minecraft that.
35-year-old Pat Thomas Julianelle was formally charged with resisting an officer with violence, as well as possession of marijuana under 20 grams. His bond was set at $2,503. On March 20th, 2024, he was declared indigent, meaning a determination was made that he couldn't afford a private attorney, and he was appointed a public defender. He initially entered a plea of not guilty, but later...
Oh, man, really? Oh, dude. He blew it all? He blew all his cash? Oh, that sucks, dude. He lives in a Richie area. Remember how that cop said he was making bank? Yeah, I mean, you can assume that, right? You ascertain that. But at the same time, it's like, bro, if he does live in a rich area, is that his house? I mean, he might have to downsize or something, right? Like, if you're not making, like, bank anymore and you still want to live in, like, $1 million neighborhood, it might be time to downsize. This motherfucker made, like, 10 books. There's no way he's broke. You'd be surprised, dude. You'd be surprised how quickly people go through cash, you know? Like, when I lived in LA... You know, one of the reasons I moved is because, like, after our production was ending, like, my only option was, like, either I'm gonna have to make, like, that same type of money, or I end up moving and, like, downsizing a bit. And I chose to downsize just because the reality is, like, I wasn't sure if I continued to live in LA that I would, like, make the same type of money. You know what I'm saying? So that was, like, my own personal decision. But, like, some people are just not... They're not capable of... sustaining the same lifestyle, so they upgrade, and then, like, once the money stops coming in, now it's like, oh fuck, now I have, like, this crazy living expense every single month and I can't afford it. And also with, like, lottery winners, all the time there's lottery winners that, like, lose all of their money. We hear about that all the time. I think it's like, I'm not sure, I could be misquoting it, but I think 3 out of 4 lottery winners end up losing it all, right? For, like, upgrading their lifestyle to the point where it's, like, too excessive, and then they end up spending all their money on housing or, like, taking bad investments, and then it's just gone within, like, 5 years. All of it's gone, and it happens very regularly. Retired athletes, yeah, tons of those situations. You think you ever rented a hooker and said, "Let me download them on the mail"? Cost of lifestyle can hit people hard. They get used to having a lot of money and then run through it. Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that he made tons of money, upgraded his lifestyle, stopped posting videos, and then just kind of spiraled, right? And that's kind of why I feel for this guy. I don't know if that's a situation or not, you know? Personally, like, I don't know if his lifestyle just kind of met at a fork, and now he can't afford to live the same way he wanted to. because this could be watching like something. I mean, this happened a year ago, so who knows where his life's at now? But we could be watching somebody that's going through a really tough time. That's why I have some sympathy for him. You know, like I get it where it's like Minecraft YouTube are crashing out. You won't believe what happened next. But it's also just like, yeah, it's a 30-year-old dude, and he's going through a hard time. You know, I think there's a lot of just people in general. I'm not gonna say like men, women, whatever, but there's a lot of people that like fall on hard times, and sometimes they do kind of like spiral out where they end up drinking a lot and participating in drugs, and they're just trying to like cope through their situation. And sometimes it just comes to like a real problem for them, where this guy's like in jail. He had to spend jail time for this situation. And yeah, very unfortunate. Unless you had the limelight on, you never understand how it feels when it's gone. Yeah, I mean, some people say I fall off as well. You know, some people said like my limelight's gone. I've been gone for a good bit. You know, personally, I'm happy to just do what I enjoy and spend my time how I want. But at the end of the day, you know, it kind of disappears for everybody, right? Like limelight never sticks around. Everybody eventually loses it one way or another. I'm just happy that I have a community that still sticks around and hangs out with me and still supports me. Like that's good enough for me. I could still upload videos, you know, get thousands of views and people watch those. I'm very lucky to be in that position, right? But I can understand why it would impact people in different ways. And I have seen how it's impacted many people throughout like my decade of doing content. You know, I've seen some people get, you know, take it normally and take it fine. And I've seen some people really, really, you know, we'll call it crash out as a result of seeing their like fame and notoriety all go. You know, especially more common with people that gain fame and notoriety very, very quickly. Like, what do they say? The candles that burn the hottest melt the fastest, right? So the people that I've seen climb in popularity very quickly ended up crashing just as fast as they climbed. Usually those types of people have a very hard time like adjusting afterwards, because it's like, oh my God, this all just happened with me so quickly and now it's all gone. It's a lot harder to, I guess, adapt to that, especially if you decide to upgrade your lifestyle like right away. You know, we'll see that with like, for example, professionals and like professional sports players that will get like a lucrative contract and they get cut from their team because of injuries. And all of a sudden it's like this guy just bought a mansion, bought his family houses, bought supercars, and in that same year or two, he lost it all because he got an injury and now the contract's gone. And now it's like, well, how can I afford this? Well, you can't, right? Because it's just not there anymore. You know what I mean? And I feel a lot of empathy for those types of situations and those types of people. You know, I don't like to make fun of people that like fell off. I don't like to, you know, and maybe it's because it's out of like personal conviction of like Alex fell off, but it's also just out of just pure being, I think, a human and understanding like somebody just because they had it all good at one point in life doesn't mean that it's like all great for them now. Like sometimes they get hit really hard and they lose like everything. And we see that all the time too. Such a good person. Alex, you've set the foundation for a wonderful and caring community. Never forget that. I appreciate that, Tactical. And again, thank you for your support as well. Awesome member of the community yourself. Anyways, we got like a minute left. I've been yapping a lot.
Accepted a plea deal on November 20th, 2024. As a result of the plea deal, adjudication was withheld and his possession charge was dropped. Pat was sentenced to complete 12 months of probation, 100 hours of community service, and a mandatory substance abuse evaluation with follow-up treatment. He was also ordered to provide a $1,000 donation to the Police Memorial Fund and write an apology to the officer he assaulted.
What? He had to wait. What? What is that? What are you talking about? He had to donate $1,000 to the Police Memorial Fund, and then he also had to publicly write an apology to the officer that like stumbled over him. Bro.
And write an apology to the officer he assaulted. However, on January 8th, 2025, he was found to have violated his probation due to substance-related issues after failing a drug test on December 20th, 2024.
Oh, man. MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine, and I assume that's painkillers. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Like I said, guys, I'm down to make fun of like the ex Minecraft YouTuber Crash Out, but it's just like a, you know what I mean? It's just a really shitty situation, dude. Like he clearly has problems with drugs. He has a drug addiction, dude. He's fighting his own fucking demons on this one, brother. You know what I mean? and seemingly he lost all his fortune. Like, yeah, he lost all of his YouTube earnings. He's sleeping on the street. He can't afford a lawyer, and he has a drug addiction. Could argue that he did it to himself, right? I know a lot of people are going to say it's his own fault. At the end of the day, you know, like you don't have to. Doing drugs is a choice, and I get that, but I still feel pretty bad for this dude. You know, I wonder why he didn't try to pick up his YouTube channel again, right? I mean, the best thing for this guy is like to get into rehab and maybe try to pick up what brought him joy in the first place. But yeah, I'm not gonna claim that a cocaine addiction is just easy to drop. Like, I feel like cocaine addiction is a very serious thing. I mean, if you're failing to not even like handle probation correctly and you can't stop ecstasy and cocaine and benzos from getting into your system, then yeah, you got some got some real demons, man. So what happened with that? So since he failed his probation, what happens?
Pat claimed he was given a pill at a party several days earlier and didn't realize what was in it. This violation led to a warrant for his arrest issued on January 10, 2025. On February 2, 2025, police responded to Pat's home address in reference to a mentally ill person, where he then was arrested for the active warrant. His probation was subsequently modified to include GPS monitoring and completion of an inpatient treatment program. On May 12, 2025, a warrant was issued for his arrest due to a second violation of probation, when he submitted a urine sample which tested positive for marijuana and alcohol. Fans to this day continue to post on his videos and social media accounts, hopeful that one day he may make a comeback.
Yeah, I'm not that I pray, but dude, but I'm praying for this dude. You know, I hope he gets the treatment that he is now court ordered to. He has to go through a treatment program. And like I said, he clearly has a lot of people that still want to see him. I get posts like this too on my social medias, and it actually it does help me to see those. Like I for sure I guarantee you this guy sees these types of posts on his videos, and I'm hoping that he realizes that there's a bunch of people that still want to see him succeed. And you know, your previous mistakes, you know, don't necessarily define you, especially in this situation, right? Like, it sucks, man. I hope he goes through those treatment programs, and I hope he cuts the drugs out of his life, and I hope he can turn around and start posting videos on his own channel, right? I hope Alex goes live one day. Don't tell him. They don't know. Yeah, Jesus, dude. What are the comments like? Watch popular MMOs every single day growing up. Now I'm in college. I watch EW almost every day. Never expected this collab in a million years. Never thought I'd see a body cam footage of a YouTuber. Grew up weird times. Hearing Pat say, I'm tired of all broke my heart. I hope he can get the proper help he needs to overcome the difficult times. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, you're going to jail. You're sleeping on the ground. It's crazy to hear to think about as a concept. Also true. Forced to donate $1,000 to the police academy and handwritten apology. Yeah, that was pretty cringe. $1,000 to the police memorial fund. I mean, certainly sure, but like your court order forced to do that. A little strange. I guess that's the plea terms that the prosecutors, they got on him. GG's prosecutors, you got some more money out of a guy that can't afford an attorney. It took all of 2 seconds for the police to go from wanting to make sure you get home safe to hurry up because you're about to be arrested. Yeah. One of my favorite childhood YouTubers killed his wife and used the live stream as his alibi. I've seen that situation as well. That's a crazy one too. Extremely hard to watch. The way he was treated and how he got to this point is honestly so sad. He definitely got worse, and I genuinely hope he gets better. Both him and Jen were a big part of my childhood. It's unfortunate how times changed. So the officers are okay with him being blasted near death from alcohol, but the second he has weed, they escalate, and beyond reason, our society's cooked. Dude's apologizing, being pretty respectful even while shit-faced, and they just picking on him and laughing at him. Yeah. Yeah, man, that's the summation of the whole thing, dude. I'm glad that people like are not just clowning on him in the comments. I'm glad that they're kind of like, hey, you know, it's kind of fucked up, the whole situation. Glad to see that. Wow, dude. So that was that body cam footage was released today. That was very recent. Yeah. Rough to see that. Rough to see that. I'm not gonna watch the CS:GO versus Valorant video. I think in the first 30 seconds of that, we got to see everything we needed to see. You can surely afford alcohol and drugs, though. Yeah, well, you got to remember that, like, where there's a will, there's a way when it comes to people that are suffering from an addiction, right? It's like saying, like, well, how's that homeless person homeless if he can afford alcohol? You know, it's like, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure if they could afford a home, they would do that. But obviously, alcohol is like helping them with the escapism of their situation. So I think it's a little different, right? Like I think you'd have to understand like the people suffer from addiction, and it's a very serious thing. You know what I mean? It's not like they're just going around being like, should I spend money on rent or should I buy alcohol for my crippling disease? Huh? You know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna buy alcohol because they're addicted to alcohol. It's addiction. They literally, it's like physically they cannot function without it in these like case scenarios. Like alcohol is quite literally necessary for them to get through the day. Like physically, because without it, they like shake, they can't think straight. Like there's so much that goes into like, you know, dependency on alcohol that they quite literally need. And if you just take them off of it, you just take away alcohol, they'll just start breaking down and being sick. Like physically, they'll be disabled without it. That's how I am without Alex. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Anywho, yeah, there's some folks I've seen on like YouTube and TikTok and stuff that like have brought awareness to this stuff. You know, it's sad to see it, man. It's very sad to see it, but it's a very real situation. You know what I mean? Like I said, I think it's just not so much like you gotta spend all your waking moments caring about these people, but I think like a little bit of like empathy goes a long way with these situations, right? Especially if we're trying to like help people out. I think just being like, bro, stop drinking alcohol, get a job is kind of like, you know, think about these people. This is the worst time in these people's life, and those kinds of like words of advice don't really like help them out in their situation. My neighbor died that way last summer. That's very sad to hear that. Yeah. Anywho, okay, enough of that. Let's move on to some fun stuff because I feel like that video kind of depressed the fuck out of me, and I feel like it probably did that for a few other people. Let's watch some games. Let's watch some trailers. Let's see if there's anything else going on. I'm not even sure if I want to like turn it into a video because at first it's like this could be good content, but now that I watch it, I'm like, holy fuck, that was a bit too real. It was a bit too real. Let's see about this. Guess the Counter-Strike major with CS2 Pros. This could be kind of fun. I saw this pop up in my feed. Could be a good time.
Oh no, I won't remember anything, man.
Okay, so I think they're showing them footage and they're supposed to guess on like which round or which map or maybe the player. I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, it's an old one? It's to be. It's train, it's forest, it's MIBR. I know the time range when it was.
I don't remember this clip. 100% it's not 2014, it's not 2015, it's not 16 because Luminosity was still exist at that time. So it has to be around like 2017, 2018.
It should be 2018 or 2019. Yeah, it's 2000.
Oh, it's a tournament. Okay,
18.
that's
okay,
fun.
Let's say it's 2018, yeah? What major you had in 2018? Can you give me any guess?
I don't know why. I'll just say the E-League Atlanta 2017.
It's IM Katowice, yeah.
Face It Major? Face
Cologne?
It Major, perhaps?
Not Cologne, right?
Okay, nice.
Oh, Face It
Wait,
Major,
no,
London.
London. Oh my god, what am I saying? Wait, 2019 was ESL Katowice.
To be fair, I feel it's unfair for Munzi because he's a younger player, right? So he doesn't know like these are old heads. Like Nico's an old head, dude. You know what I'm saying? Nico's like the unk of the situation.
That was the only one I knew from 2018.
I'm not gonna know these. I was not watching or paying attention to a lot of this stuff. Looks like old Mirage.
Against Astralis.
I remember
not
that
against Nip.
picture.
Or Astralis,
Is that
obviously.
Fnatic? A Fnatic gun.
100% they won this major.
Let's see what he does. I don't.
Is he saying it's Astralis
seem to
though?
remember this.
Or no, it's not a Fnatic
From
sticker.
the top
Never
of my
mind.
head. But it was in 2018 then.
This is 18 as well. Okay.
I think the guy has pretty good movement. There was Blast Paris.
I have no idea.
I don't
Blast
know. Let's say
Paris.
it's 2018 Face London again.
I'm not sure, but this one. It's 2019 Star Ladder Major in Berlin, maybe.
It's IM Katowice 2019.
Of course, man. I don't
I
know.
am Katowice
There was
19.
Major in Katowice? Got the year at least.
I was gonna say, I'm sorry these are kind of recent, but then I realized what year it
Well,
is
if it's
and what year it is
Perfecto
now.
for Navi,
Not that
many
recent.
options.
He's gonna kill 4 guys in long.
Oh, I remember that play.
I don't know. BGL Krakow 2017.
I think it just has to be.
This was all around the time I
2021
stopped
PGL
playing,
Stockholm
unfortunately.
Major.
So I
Stockholm.
don't know any of these.
2021.
This is PGL Stockholm 2021. Navi won this major.
So
Yeah,
that's
I
why they
did not
won the
watch
major.
this.
Only because of that play.
At least I know this. It's new generation, you know?
New Gen 2021.
Oh, I remember the play. Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
James overpass.
I think I've seen this play. Does he
Clip,
go
I
into
actually do
market and
remember.
snipes him? No.
Missed the smoke and he's winning the clutch. Oh my god.
Ooh.
What I didn't say. I didn't say a Berlin major.
Yeah, this was I think fairly recent. Could it
Remember
be
this?
2022 IEM Rio Major? Rio Major. I have my.
You seen any of the IEM skits? I think
I'm
I've seen a
telling
couple
you,
of them. I like the
everything what
simple is not
remember
toxic
is,
one.
Like few 3 years
The
ago.
phase
It's
is simple, isn't
2022
toxic is
Rio
pretty
major.
funny.
That was quick.
Nico's 0 for 0, dude. What's going on? Maybe some old stuff? Maybe see some old stuff?
CZ.
The CZ. With the Asimov
It was
op.
Guardian, so it was pretty early. Was this? I don't even know majors from back then.
Well. I don't know, to be honest.
My Counter-Strike knowledge came to like, I gained my consciousness.
That was an old one.
E-League Boston Major, as a North American.
Was that 2015?
That would be the
2015 Boston?
Was it the 2018
was
E-League
it?
Boston Major?
What?
Perfect.
I played this major.
Okay, that looked old.
My one nugget of knowledge. That
Come
I
on,
have
bro.
when it comes to Major.
Give me like a 14 or 15.
Oh,
Old train.
that's device.
Old train.
I remember he will kill like from the right side.
He misses everything and then hits 3 insane shots, huh? Isn't it? Is it Atlanta major? Was that a major in Atlanta? Not so sure now.
So this would have been during their 3-year prime run, or so their 3 major prime
I think he had like a
run.
0.2
Krakow
diffuse on
maybe.
that too.
The Krakow major?
Train was available in this time, so it was
Rainless
maybe
train.
right after
Max
the
FPS train.
Boston, maybe.
I don't think there was a major in Atlanta, was it? There actually was one. The league major.
I think there was a Copenhagen major at that point. So let's go with Copenhagen.
There's a Kanias clip. I kind of hope they put some old clips in
19?
here for like the
I
new
would
guys
say.
to be like, what
Maybe
is
in
that?
Sweden?
I was in middle
I think it's
school
the
when
league
that was
major,
happening.
Atlanta.
Was Star Ladder
Star Ladder?
Berlin 2019.
Berlin? Ah, okay, that's tough one. I remember the clip at least.
I can relate by the maps, by the play. I can relate like the date, but not the place. It's impossible. Don't have a good memory.
God, the AK sounds so nice.
Didn't click me anything yet.
I don't remember this one at all.
I think this is the real major. Maybe not. No.
So this would have been. How long ago would that have been then?
I don't remember that drop play in Furia, to be honest. So it's gonna be out.
Was it Rio? No, it wouldn't have been Rio. Rio was too. Ah,
I would say 21, maybe.
actually, it might have been Rio. Let's go with the Rio major.
Well, it's the real major. Drop play.
This
I
isn't going
am
as
Rio
bad as I thought.
2022. Holy smokes, dude.
Who is that?
So this would have also been a recent one since the blue phosphorus. So like within the last 2 years.
So let's suppose it's 22, 21.
Well, I'll also go with Rio.
Let's try the Belgium major.
Paris 23.
Paris. I forgot about that major.
I didn't go to this major. I couldn't ever remember of it.
2023. That's the final score. Okay.
Oh my god, CSGO.
That's not easy. That's not easy.
I can't recall this right now.
to base lane already for Liquid.
Oh, Liquid versus Astralis.
I might remember.
Oh, goodness.
CZ. Oh, shit. That was a nice shot.
He played from 2017, 16 to 19.
Honestly, I can't remember facing them other than the Berlin Major, but we didn't play that map in the Berlin Major.
19, 18, or 220, maybe 21. I don't know. E-League Boston?
The Major in Germany.
No, I'm gonna say the Berlin Major, but it's not that one. I don't think so.
For me, it's in 18. I don't know why I feel it's in 18. We say Face It London?
London. Oh my
Face
god.
It 2018.
I have zero memory of that game.
Avantgarde. 2018 as well. 2019 maybe.
Zayo maybe.
He's insane. He's just as always. Old as two. I have no idea which major's been playing in that year, to be honest.
I think it's Star Ladder
shot.
or Stockholm Major. I'll pick Star Ladder Major.
This is a Berlin Major then, in the quarterfinal.
It's Star Ladder 2019.
I could recognize instantly. When it was those two, B-Rush, Pistol Round. I remember that one against Avantgarde. Third map, quarterfinal, Star Ladder, Berlin
Wow.
Major.
I remember that stuff's kind of crazy.
I can't
Nico.
believe it. I was like 5.
I've seen this clip.
I think it's like 1 year ago.
Oh, look at
2
the
years
op.
ago, maybe.
That's the lightning strike op.
Nico playing for G2.
And the Blaze pistol.
Oh, is it? It's no, I don't know. Is it the same tournament?
Holy shit, this is old.
No, it's major.
I think it's a new Major. Maybe I am real.
Maybe it's PGL Stockholm.
Is it 17?
Stockholm, major, 2021.
What?
Stockholm. I remember it was a semi there. They played in semi against each other. It was a
What?
really close game. But G2 won it.
2021,
And
bro,
I
what is
remember
going on?
If it was an highlight, I remember that highlight on the rush.
I guess it makes sense for him to use those then. I guess I was thrown off. FaZe.
Okay, clean skin.
I always liked FaZe. I always thought like FaZe Rain was pretty sick. I liked his gameplay. I'm not sure if like I watched a lot of him, but I always felt he was a very good player.
Against Navi.
This is Rain?
I know that. I've seen this highlight.
Could be the Paris Major.
It's gotta be 2020, I will say.
This has gotta be Antwerp for sure.
Antwerp, 2022.
Nice.
Antwerp. Oh my god.
Antwerp.
Antwerp.
2022. That's
What in the world is that?
Really?
Nice. That was a fun little video. That was a fun little video. City in Belgium. Oh, okay, got it. Good stuff. That was good. I enjoyed that. I like when they do videos like that with the pros. That's cool. I'm glad Blast Premiere is doing that kind of stuff. I am Rob's skit. Let's see if I can find it. Rob's huge mistake. Okay, let's watch it. This is a skit with some CS pros.
Yo, man, give me something. Give me something. Give me some aggression. Yeah. Perfect. Nice.
Putain, t'as ton tour de prep là, c'est relou.
Calme-toi, tout va bien. Ça va bien se passer. T'es pas comme ça normalement.
At least I was locked in.
What is that?
What is that, dude? Best London food. What?
Bro think he's Professor Hicks.
What the fuck?
What is going on?
Oh no, not the beans.
Ah. Ew, bro.
I've made a huge fucking mistake.
Let's go, Nico! Nice, Nico! Let's go!
What in the world, bro? The look he gives. The fucking look he gives him. The face.
I've made a huge fucking mistake.
Let's go, Nico!
Nico is locked
Nice,
in.
Nico! Let's go!
He's locked in, bro. I'd be pretty scared if I looked over at like my CS opponents and I see Nico do this face, bro. I would not be happy playing that game. I was just fucking trading and just playing RuneScape. Oh my god. Oh. That was pretty good. Let's see if I can find. I want to see if I can find that simple toxic phase skit. This one was pretty good. This one was for some ESL Counter Strike.
Yo, Sasha, duo queue?
Yeah, why not? The environment was just getting too toxic.
All we needed was a calm experience, positive presence within the team. Simple.
You're bot.
What?
I told you before, you're fucking bot. I gotta say, he's really seems to calm down.
Oh yeah, man. Super chill now.
He's pushing me and no one can fucking trade me.
Comes with age, you know? Maturity.
Bro, we're not gonna win if you keep running it down mid.
No scrims, nothing.
Bro, you're actually terrible. I thought you said you've been playing a lot.
I have, but I'm so bad.
Maybe it wasn't an all-in angle. Sasha, can I have one of those?
Of course, brother.
Thank you.
Nice. Good ad. Simple, not toxic. Simple, not toxic. Simple, just honest. Wait, Mongols speak English. What is that? This is the new team. I haven't watched much of these Mongols players. What is this skit? Where are they based out of? Yeah, look up this skit. All right. Mongolia? I mean, that makes sense. I just don't know. I don't know how many players are from different like parts of the countries, right? Like they say, oh, this is EU, and then they'll label 7 different countries that all these players are from.
Hey, I just wondered if we could have a quick chat about the piece that we're going to be filming.
No, English not good.
It's fine. We can do it in Mongolian. We can translate it. We can do it in Mongolian. There'll be subtitles.
No English.
Why do you think it would be really good for you guys? Fuck.
Loquacious, 21 points.
Fuck you, Apex.
Hey.
English only.
When the smoke bellows in palace, the king rushes to the throne, for it takes guts to obtain glory.
Okay, seriously, guys. I just need one of you.
Sorry, no English.
Fuck.
Ah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I like that. I like that. That was a good one. That was good. All right. Yeah, you guys ever seen this? This comes up on my feed, bro. I don't know if it's true. I feel like I'm being rage baited by this. Oh, check out an Alex short. I feel like I'm being rage baited by this. I get this guy on my feed. I don't know why. Have you guys seen this?
Never give up. Without commitment, you'll never start. But more importantly, without consistency, you'll never finish.
This guy
Never give up.
He does like this. He calls it hobby rider. And so he has like a motorcycle that he did. Well, not a motorcycle, a dirt bike, but just like the frame of it. I'm not kidding. Like he has tons of these videos where he like. I thought at first he's making fun of hobby horsing. I thought so too. But bro, every video is this. At some point in time, it's like, okay, dude, we get it. You think it's funny.
It's through hobby pain that mastery is born. And today, I'm here, living my dream to the hobby fullest.
He has like a logo. He responds to comments and stuff. He'll be like, nah, dude, this is what I do. Hashtag hobby duro. Like, is it actually a joke at some point when it's like, this is all you're doing? At what point does the joke become like not a joke anymore?
Every day, I wake up ready to push myself further. I challenge my limits, striving to be the best version of myself. I won't let someone else's success make me feel small. Their journey is theirs, and mine is mine. I know where I've come from, and I know where I'm going, so I keep pushing forward.
While others hesitate, we hobby fly. While someone dreams, we make it hobby happen. So you're either with us, or you're just watching from the sidelines as we make hobby history. While others have
There's people that actually ride dirt bikes here too.
You owe it to them, to your future self, to try everything you want to try, to go everywhere you want to go, to evolve into everything you know you're capable of. Regret is the enemy, and the only time to fight it is today.
There is a thing that's like this that like people are saying he's making fun of, which is called hobby horsing. I don't want to get into this. I know this is gonna cause a whole other section of issues. I don't want to get into this. Okay, I'll just show it to you what this is, and then you guys can make your own summation based off of that. I'm showing this to you for context. The context is important. I don't know why this clip kills me. It's the out of breath, or like I don't know if she's like sick or what, but like the exasperated like sound effect at the end, like ugh, like either like I could have done better or ugh, I'm just too sick to compete today. Like I don't know why that gets me. I like. Ugh. Now you know about it. Yep, you didn't know it existed before. Now you know it exists, okay? Welcome to my demented FYP. Only me and my demons can handle it here. Welcome to a snippet of my cruel and dark imagination. Can we go back to the body cam videos? All right, all right, all right. Y'all are clowns. Y'all clown too much. Can we watch a compilation of all Minecraft YouTubers being put in jails, please? Relax, dude. All right, let me BRB real quick. All right. Bunch of dancers in here. True. A bunch of dancers. All right, let's watch watch this game. See what it's all about. What was that sketch face? What's sketch face? Oh yeah, this is this video is called Brutally Honest Review. This is of Crystal.
My fiance decided.
Crystal of Alton. Sorry, that was really loud. Crystal of Alton, the new MMO ARPG first impressions. This is kind of like what some of the streamers today. I seen that there's a campaign for it. A few people were streaming this. I have no idea what it's about. I just know it's like I think it's a gacha. I believe it's a gacha. Looks like a gacha. Smells like a gacha. Must be a gacha. But this is Brutally Honest Review. We're not holding back any punches. Tell us how it is. All right. What do we got here?
Decided to try the new Magic Punk MMO action RPG that's actually about to launch very soon, Crystal of Atlan. I saw this and I immediately kind of was like, this looks somewhat kind of neat. It's sort of a mobile game, sort of not. But honestly, we figured we'd give it a try, and we may have just actually...
I don't know. If your first impression is, it looks like sort of a mobile game, I don't... that would immediately disinterest me personally, but, you know.
Found a really great MMORPG to play. It actually has pretty insane combat, dungeons, and tons of modes that you can play with your friends. Again, we've been playing together nonstop, and honestly, an insane amount of content in the game. Systems like crafting, collecting, upgrading pets, real trading, and some of the stuff is actually...
Oh, I'm sick of... some of the stuff I do not like looking at. I'll tell you that right now. I did not like looking at some of this stuff. Ew, what is this? I don't like that. Okay. What was the other thing? Not this, that's fine. This. Do not like looking at this. Okay. All right. Go on.
New verse, and they sent us over information to play Crystal of Atlan early for us to give our honest review. Me and my fiance played all the way up to level 50, and
okay. So we just have upgrade system like relics, artifacts, whatever you want to call it, out the gate. Okay. Awesome. Perfect.
Again, it was super fun for us to both play and level together. I'm going to go over a lot of things that the game offers and then give you my brutally honest opinion at the end. The first thing I thought that was actually really cool about the game is we had to choose our characters. In Crystal Vatland, there are 11 classes available, and they all have their own unique combos, gear, specialties, and skills, things like that. So we started looking through them. First, primarily, we have the Musketeer, who's focused on range combat, where you can choose either the Gunner or Bounty Hunter specialty, the Swordsman, who has Magiblade and Berserker, who's more of an up-close and personal fighter, the Magister, who has the Elementalist and Warlock, these are more of your spell-type builds, and then the Puppeteer with the Scythe Guard and the Blood Maiden, which is actually what I went with. And I have to say the Scythe Guard is actually really fun to play. There will also be a brand new fighter class and a brand new magician class introduced on the full launch of the game. Since I selected a Scythe Guard, my fiance actually selected the Bounty Hunter. So
yo, why is he flexing his fiance on us like this? The fuck? Yo, chill. Okay, you're married or about to be and you're happy. Great. You have a significant other loved one in your life and you get to play gacha games together. Good for you, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Hide the 600. Hide the credit card, dude. He bought the C6.
Playing sort of a ranged combat kind of build, and we were basically ready to go. We began at stage 1 and noticed there was actually a large amount of content initially with the story, but there were actually elite versions of the story. So if you beat one level, you could play the elite version. And again, as we started playing, we got through a couple story missions and then started speccing into our skills. Now again, I told you there's a ton of skills that are actually in the game per each class, per each branch of each class as well. So for instance, the Scythe Guard has a ton of skills like you can see here. Some are more AoE focused skills, so you can take out a bunch of enemies at once. Others are big hitters like...
Wait, why? Did you delete this? What happened here? Was this deleted?
Our ultimate. Our ultimate basically slams down and
Oh,
deals
because raid... Okay, never mind. I see, never mind. I see.
tens of thousands of damage.
I thought
all
Tingy
around us,
deleted
when
it.
we were
I was
jumping into
cracking
boss
up.
fights, that was extremely helpful. And again, you get tons and tons of skill points. You can spec in to each one of these skills a ton over time. Not only that, you have a set of backup skills. So essentially, when you use your first 4 or 5 initial skills, you're back.
I just, dude, my initial impression is it looks so samey. It looks like I've already seen, it looks like, okay, this is going to sound really mean, and I'm not trying to sound mean, but it looks like an AI prompt for, like, make me a gacha game, right? Like, I see so many elements of so many other gacha games, but none of it seems, like, outright unique, you know? And if you're like, oh, well, there's more abilities, is that it, right? Like, there's a, why is there a girl here in a maid outfit right away? Like, what does that have to do? What the hell is the Crystal of Alton? But it's like they're showing off the systems, and the systems already make me sick, bro. I don't like these systems. I don't like this. When I see enhancement, calibration, insignia, I don't like that. I already deal with this fucking enough. Do we need more games like this? There's not like a unique way to do this where it's like, nope, this one also has where you take powerful weapons and you combine them into more powerful weapons and you make them +5, +10, +15. Like, brother, like, there's nothing that can be done in this genre that's unique outside of everything that's been done before, right? That's what I mean. Like, I'm not trying to be mean about this stuff. I've just seen it. And unfortunately, I will say that I'm not really sold on how these characters, like, already look. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's other games that have done the graphic design or the character design a little bit better. That's all. Like, I'm not impressed by these character designs. Unfortunately, like I said, I feel like they're a combination of maybe other characters I've seen. Like this right here. Does this impress you? To me, this looks like a Grand Buell Fantasy character who's been turned into like a vector image, right? Like, personally, that's how I see it right out the gate. I'm not sold on this stuff. I don't know what this is. Why is his arm so? Is that like, how does he wipe himself? You know what I mean? Like, but even this here, materials 0 out of 5, 2 out of 5 with a cost of 6,000. Like, okay, so you're gonna have to do like weeklies or dailies, clear those to upgrade your Paradise Night Sickle to a better rating. I'm just not sold on this, brother. I hate to break it to you, man. I just, right away, I already have immediate concerns, but we'll go on. We'll keep going. I'm only like 3 minutes in.
You can craft your own unique gear sets with specific legendary materials that you unlock later through different boss fights, dungeons, things like that, and compete in some of the PvE or PvP rankings with a lot of the game modes that they have.
PvP sounds extremely concerning to me in a gacha. PvP and gacha do not mix. I'm telling you right now, they don't fucking mix. Hell, even in like Lost Ark, where it was like the most, I don't know, player friendly in terms of like power honing, did not have good PvP. And there's many reasons behind that.
UNC ranting about a mobile gacha game ported to PC is crazy.
Is it? This game's all over Twitch right now. Like, it's topical, is it not? Is it like, give it a break? No, like, people are literally promoting this game today, probably for thousands of dollars. Am I not allowed to have an opinion on it? Should I just drop the subject, I guess? Don't talk about my mobile gacha game that everyone's talking about right now.
Towards the end game, you can add additional powers and modifiers to your gear, and your power overall is identified by your power level. And you can see that on people that have ranked.
Heard the PvE is pay to win, while in PvP everything's equalized, different sets and stuff. I just don't know, dude. Like, what's the proof of that? Them just saying it like we've equalized it doesn't mean that that's true, right? Like, equalized to what degree? Everyone has the same stats no matter how much they swipe. If that's true, then okay, I'll eat my words. But my concern is, I feel like if you swipe, you'll probably be a little bit better in PvP than someone that doesn't. Me personally, like, we've seen that before, so... Right? Like, if there's a whale in this game, like, you know what I'm saying? Does he just clean house? Maybe not to the same degree that it happens in Diablo Immortal. Because in Diablo Immortal, we see how terrible it can be. I'm not saying that's what this game has, but at the same time, I'm a little concerned.
In the PvE and PvP rankings list. That way you can get an idea of really how powerful you're becoming compared to other people that are playing the game. When I really started getting into the grind, moving through the story, I unlocked my first pet, and then I unlocked a second pet. So you can essentially collect these pets that you're unlocking, and not only can you upgrade them and level them up with you, but each also has custom movesets that...
Oh, dude. Okay. All right. And so now the pets are extra things you have to farm materials for. Okay.
Again,
so not only do you farm materials for like yourself, your character, your weapon, you also get this fucking little idiot that you have to like farm materials for as well.
With your builds. So where some pets have tons of high damage combat,
I guess it's the same thing as having like an engine or an artifact that you like upgrade, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's the argument.
Others have direct healing abilities that can heal you or your entire squad. So depending on how you're moving and if you're running with a squad, you want to play certain pets because they all have a unique moveset. There are a ton of pets in the game that I haven't even unlocked, and getting up to level 50, I haven't even broken into a lot of the end-game content yet. But as you level up, you unlock the ability to play with guilds known as fleets, and you can join a guild and contribute to weekly missions, dungeons, and a bunch of hard in-game boss content that honestly we found pretty challenging.
Oh my god, what was this, bro? Leaping Demon Wonder Challenge ends in 1 day. Challenges from 12 to 14, 19 to 20. So this is time gated, like boss battles or something. Okay.
Boss content that honestly we found pretty challenging, and it can actually earn you some of the best loot and gear in the game, which again means if you do hard content, you 100% get extremely rewarded from it, which is always a great feeling. Nobody wants to do something and then get absolutely nothing from it. So some of the fights require a large group of players, similarly to doing a coordinated raid, everybody running classes that all make sense and work together, and guilds offer tons of unique gameplay on top of everything else that's already in the game. Again, there's so many different game modes and content in this game. And again, this rewards you with having friends in the game, meaning extra guild-specific content and group content really gives you some of the best gear in the game, which makes playing with friends that much better. You can also customize your appearance. There's a transmog system, which is one of the main things we all want out of any game, to be honest. We love that a game's fun, but we want to look cool while we're playing it. I think it just makes it a little bit more immersive. Each class appearance is different, and there are a ton of outfits and customization options available, and a large amount of which you can...
Oh, I see. The character that he's playing... Actually, maybe that's not true. This is a made outfitted outfit that you put on specifically, I guess. I don't know. Whatever.
Actually just unlock from playing the game itself, meaning you can get access to a lot of that stuff by just playing the end-game content. And like we mentioned, Crystal Vatland has a ton, and I mean a ton of content, but even more than that, tons of game modes you can choose from. Obviously, the story and elite story missions, co-op dungeons that are harder 4-player dungeons, GVE, which is actually an 8-player dungeon that actually has multi-phase battles for your legendary gear crafting, and Fleet Mine War, which is a 20v20 PvP mode with some PvE elements that are actually cross-server battles. Winning can get you huge buffs, and honestly, just the mass chaos makes it a fun mode to play, and unique modes like that I think are always some of the best. Straight PvP competition, you can do that, and it actually has a leaderboard ranking, and depending on if you're good enough, you can actually get some pretty awesome rewards from doing that if you're able to rank. And trust me, all the stuff in this game gives you enough content for like an entire lifetime. Again, I played this with my fiance. The aerial combat, again, you can jump in the air and just combo enemies up in the air and just, again, do 100, 200 hit combos before you even hit the ground. That's if you change stuff.
I would be surprised if like the whales don't get an inherent advantage in PvP. That's probably my most concerning thing about that so far. The rest of it just sounds like, I don't know, stuff that we kind of already seen before, right? The pet, somewhat interesting because it has its own like independent functions, but even with that, if people can just whale bis pet, it just kind of makes it irrelevant.
Correctly. This game gives you some of the best aerial combat, just point blank period. So now my brutally honest opinion on whether or not you should play Crystal of Atlan in 2025 when it releases. Is it worth it or is it not worth it? Also in terms of content, there is a absolute ton of content in Crystal of Atlan. So
You just said that. Your literal last point was there's tons of content will last you a lifetime. And then you said, my brutally honest opinion, by the way, there's tons of content.
so much so that, again, you're going to be overwhelmed because you won't be able to finish it all. And I kid you not, between the regular story, the elite story missions, the different game modes.
Yeah, bro, there's a lot of content. Okay, where's your fucking review?
The different dungeons, all the different team dungeons, team bosses. There's a lot to do.
We just repeated. We're repeating everything in this point here that you had.
I guarantee you, you'll probably never run out. They get a big plus in terms of the content that they have at release because, again, it's a lot. One thing is when you actually do these dungeons and boss fights, etc., you use daily energy. This is similar to
why is how the energy system works in your brutally honest review after you've talked about content twice? The energy part should have been somewhere here where you talked about the premise of the game and crafting. It's just like, oh, by the way, there's fucking energy.
Most mobile games where you're going to run out of energy at some point if you continue to play nonstop. The cool thing is there is a way around this through different items you can earn in game that actually replenish a lot of your energy while you're playing, meaning you can get access to more energy later and a solid amount of hours every single day playing without ever having to go the route of microtransactions. So where energy can be limited, you also can eventually get a ton of it as you level up.
Oh, bro, it just looks like really uninspiring. I don't know, like this, just everything I see here is just, I'm very uninspired. Like I'm exhausted just looking at this.
Can be limited. You also can eventually,
like all of this, I'm so exhausted. Like you got your daily, you got your energy meter, you got whatever the fuck stars are. You just got a different level rating jade dress, which I'm sure will cost you a billion fucking materials to upgrade, and it's not even going to be that good. Daily energy systems fucking suck. Yeah, I agree in general. I see why they do them. Like, I don't mind the time gating because it's like they don't want like I would rather a game doesn't have them, but it's just so standard practice nowadays. But I would like to see a company sort of reinvent that system because like daily energy does suck. But at the same time, it's like, okay, so for example. Okay, like for example, not to compare too much, but like Genshin Impact recently bumped up their resin system because everyone knows it's dog shit. But like, I hate how in Genshin Impact, to make your character stronger, you have to grind artifacts, right? But if you get really unlucky, which is generally most of the time, you get very unlucky, you can only kill 3 bosses a week. I think that sucks, okay? And for example, Wuwa, it has the same principle of you're grinding artifacts, but you can kill multiple enemies that give you artifacts. You just can't enhance them unless you get materials for them, which are locked behind weeklies. It's sort of the same principle, but one makes you feel worse than the other, right? Like in one instance, like you can go and grind a bunch of stuff, but you're still not going to be able to have the best ever possible relic or artifact that day, no matter how long you grind. That's the reality of it, because eventually you'll run out of resources. In Genshin, you run out of the resources instantly. In Wuthering Waves, it'll take you a while before you run out, but you will eventually run out until next week. You know what I'm saying? Just giving you stuff to do, I think, is important for endgame. But like either way, energy limitation does suck. I know why they do it. On one hand, it's like, okay, you don't want somebody to just like grind your game in 80 hours in 1 week and then they're done. But on the other hand, it does suck if like you're done playing the game after 2.5 hours because like you've run out of energy. Like I feel like somewhere in the middle might be better for like players rather than like the systems they have now. But I get why they're doing them. They are mobile games at the end of the day. This is what they do. But just having it already here, like, oh, it's 120 energy, haha, like it just sucks. It's like, okay, great. They just copied everything all the other gachas are doing. And that's why I'm like really uninspired. Like they're not really reinventing the wheel. They're just putting a new coat of paint on it.
actually get a ton of it as you level up to hopefully sustain you playing every single day. Now, in terms of the combat is actually one of the things that I actually really like about Crystal of Atlan, just because there are so many different skills and abilities, and it may seem like some of these combos and things do kind of the same thing, but all of them are very different, and all of them rely on very different weapon types, stats, give different abilities and buffs to your character depending on your character type. Again, the aerial combat itself is great, and the overall combat style of switching between AoE and single target damage skills with the amount of different skills we can get just gives you a lot of different class and build variety, especially when you start throwing in different gear types and how different gear types work with different types of skills. There's just a ton of build variety in any of the classes that you decide to make. One of the cool things about Crystal of Atlan is it hasn't completely launched yet, but you should go ahead and pre-register for it below.
Your brutally honest opinion. Are we being fucking real here? Your brutally honest opinion started out as I'm going to tell my opinion, and then you just talked about the game more.
Is it worth it or is it not worth it? Also, in terms of content, there
is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Oh, there's a lot of content. There's an energy meter and there's a bunch of skills, and then make sure to pre-register. What?
That you decide to make. One of the cool things about Crystal of Atlan is it hasn't completely launched yet, but you should.
One of the cool things is it's not out yet. What?
Go ahead and pre-register for it below, and if you sign up you get some exclusive rewards you'll never be able to get again and unlock the early access. There's a ton of people that have already been.
Literally every gacha on the face of the fucking planet has pre-registration bonuses. They literally all have it. This is not a cool thing about the game. They all fucking do it because they want your stupid email and information, and they ask you to sign up so they can send you dog shit newsletters for like 1/50th of a pull. Brother, what is going on?
Been playing the tests and actually legitimately love this game. Rewards for each milestone will unlock.
Okay, there it was. He legitimately loves this game, despite like getting an early copy or whatever.
Progressively, and once they reach a certain amount of pre-registration players.
Just keep in mind, he loves this game, and also he has a pre-registration link.
You can claim all your unlocked pre-registration rewards by linking your UID on the pre-registration.
Why is it so fucking hard for these people to just be like, dude, it's called Brutally Honest, and this guy is like shilling his like pre-registration link. I guess he's being honest about it. He loves the game, and he got like early access and all this other stuff. I'm sure they're probably like creator program, but like, holy fuck.
Registration page. So there's also an event going on, the Magitech Summon event, by pre-registering.
I feel like this Brutally Honest review was just an ad. Like, not gonna lie. And like, yeah.
Inviting friends and following the official SNS account, players can collect summon tickets for a chance to win prizes like the iPhone 16 Pro Max, Apple Watch Ultra, AirPods Max, and PlayStation.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? What is going on? What?
Registering, inviting friends, and following the official.
Brother, you can't say this is Brutally Honest review. Make sure to pre-register and get an iPhone fucking 7S giveaway. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is Brutally Honest about? Like, literally putting an ad placement for the thing at the end. Guys, this is my Brutally Honest review brought to you by Coca-Cola. Drink now and enjoy the quenching liquids going down your throat. This is so good. I would recommend this to my friends, family, and loved ones. This is my Brutally Honest review brought to you by Coca-Cola. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you can't squeeze an ad into your Brutally Honest review because it comes off as dishonest. I brutally honestly love this game no matter what, and I was paid if I can play it. What?
SNS account, players can collect summon tickets for a chance to win prizes like the iPhone 16 Pro Max, Apple Watch Ultra, AirPods Max, and PlayStation 5 Pro, and a ton of other actually really cool prizes. And given Crystal of Atlan is both fun and in its early stages before launch with a bunch.
Were you paid to say it's fun? Like, you just like fucking snuck in their giveaway in this ad out, and you're saying, given that it's fun. Is that your review, or is that something you're being paid to say?
Bunch of different rewards you can get just by pre-registering. Make sure you do that now. Crystal of Atlan is going to be available on.
Bro, like even if this was meant to be like a genuine like review, this comes off as the most fucking like bought and paid for by big corpo video I've ever seen in my life. Holy smokes! I can't believe that this is what I watched. What in the world? Pre-register now. Do you do a hashtag ad disclose somewhere here? Is there anything that says you were paid? Don't they have like things that say that like the video is sponsored or something? I mean, pre-register now. Website, Discord. Dude, what? A brutally honest review yet says the most passive things. Even the replies in the comment section are in favor of the game, even when the difficult questions are asked, like whether it's pay to win. What the fuck is this brutally honest review? Give your opinions about the things you like and the things you don't. You kept repeating yourself about content and combat. Yes. Good thing, good this, good that. Felt like I just watched an ad. Brother, this literally was a fucking ad brought to you by, like, Big Gotcha Corpa. What the fuck, dude? If there was a dislike button, man, I'm gonna dislike it. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trolling, but holy fuck, dude. That was so bad. I normally don't care enough to, but like, I just watched a 10-minute ad that was in fucking quotes, brutally honest. Do you know what brutally honest means? Not only did you could have put honest review and it would have come off as more genuine than what you labeled it, which is brutally honest. Brutally honest would imply that you're being honest despite what you might have to say to hurt somebody's feelings. All you did was fucking talk about how much you like this game. Like, and how much content it has. Holy fuck, dude. Just call it my paid for review. Call it that. I paid for this. I was paid to do this review. I was honestly paid to do this in quotes. Holy fuck, dude. Give me a break, man. I can't believe I watched that. Well, anyways, that's the theme, I guess, of this. Like, and that's why there's like 100 different sponsored streams going on for this right now. Everything that you see about it, I guess, is sponsored. I didn't get any insight other than there's a bunch of content you can play with your friends, and there's PvP, and it's totally balanced and fair. Is it? No, I don't care. I just don't care enough about it now. I generally don't care enough about it now. Somebody told me to watch this. I don't know what this is. Daemon X Machina Titanic Scion official announcement trailer, Nintendo Switch.
Initiating Arsenal boot sequence. Weapon safety mechanism confirmed. All operating at normal levels. Testing data link with spine. Normal. Commencing launch.
After 2 long wars where our freedom was restricted, we will finally be liberated from humans.
I'm in need of a new arsenal, new equipment, and money. I'm for sale, and you're buying.
Mood.
Rebels! Thanks for the warm welcome!
This planet will be ours.
The Sovereign Axiom, the Trinitas, has almost completed a weapon that was created to destroy all humanity.
No! Because we're in the middle of a war. Don't you get it?
I won't just stop you. I'll tear you apart! All children bring hope to our lives, don't they?
Sweet as a dog. Okay. It was interesting. So they did have some footage that came out of Arknight's Enfield. You can take a look at some of the character designs. The character designs are interesting. Where's their, what is it called? Oh, all characters, ultimates, and skills in the closed beta. So we can take a look at that. So UI stuff we've kind of seen before. Like the UI elements, I guess. Okay, Mishka fit on Celia's spot. She cannot. I like that in this, at least, you're like companions, which I assume all these people behind this character are like follow you around, and they're not just like characters you switch to. What game is this? This is Arknight's Enfield. It's based on a popular gacha, but they made it an open world game. I think the original Arknight's story is like extremely depressing. I think it has to do with like some disease that broke out somewhere, and the world is in an apocalyptic state. And I guess you and your squad go around and, I don't know, problem solve. That's the gist. I'm sure there's more to it. The game's been out for a while.
Need an expert opinion?
I think she's a lizard. Is she a lizard or an alligator? Yo, Geoslice, thank you for the 87 months. And Lanak, also thank you for the 39 months earlier. Appreciate you. Looks meh. You think so? I feel like the animations are pretty clean. Especially given like what we just saw with Crystal of Alton. I feel like this to me seems a lot more polished, no? This panda's pretty dope. This is a mobile game. This has not been released yet. I assume it might be on mobile. I would be surprised if it wasn't. Most of these games end up on mobile too. Yeah, this is sick. He looks like he's dressed up as a Final Fantasy character. So much aura. Yeah, he had a lot of aura.
So, any instructions, Administrator?
Oh, I thought she had a shovel. It's like a snowboard. So she's like tanky, I assume. Frontline something. What happened to her pants? Maybe she lost them.
Looking for me?
It happens. This one's interesting. Something to do with thunder, lightning, going fast. Interesting to see who they bring from Arknights. Have you guys noticed? Because I don't play much Arknights at all. I play like a couple times, not very long. Have they like re-ran characters back? Like, is there characters that people want to see? Like, oh my god, I can't wait for XYZ to be in this game. Because I feel like that's definitely going to create a lot of hype for players that are big Arknight fans. That's pretty cool. A lot of like animal themed characters though too. Like this one's got ears. Like I don't know if they're dog ears or something. This one has ears, but they're like owl bear ears. Is there a jellyfish woman? I don't know. I have not done enough research to tell you whether or not there's jellyfish women in this game. This is a waifu 8. Wait, this waifu's A tier list, simple but effective. Alright, good to know, Trails. Good to know. Got the Trails seal of approval.
My crusade is far from over.
Okay, so I assume people are going to like this character a lot. Ember. Sure, Unk, now list the characters. What do you mean list the characters? I don't know what the Arknight characters are. I have no idea. I just thought this game looked interesting. Like, I think their animations are pretty clean. And from what I heard, Arknights is a popular game. A lot of people like it. There's a shark nun in Arknights. What is this? Can we get a tier list of all Arknight characters? Why are you guys asking me that? Oh god. Okay. What do you like a tier? Are you want me to list? Isn't there like hundreds of characters? What is my all I'm gonna do is just piss off Arknight players with a fucking like cooked tier list.
What is it?
Who do you main in Wooba, Unk? Your mom. I like this dude. Wolf guy, wolf boy, right? Do a bit about it. What's going on, guys? This is my tier list for all. I should actually make a piss take of a tier list. Just the most cooked tier list imaginable. Just to see what would happen. I feel like I'm gonna just make everyone upset. I'm gonna make my own like folks that watch me upset, and then I'll make the game that I talk about upset. Woowa tier list. I saw somebody do a Woowa tier list, but they just did it in alphabetical order, and people were still mad.
That's how
they literally made a tier list just based off of the alphabet, and people were not happy. It's just based off of their name. Like if their name had a C in it, they put them in C tier, and people were pissed. All right, this is the main character. He seems pretty generic to me. I'm sure it's like based on design, but
Get crushed. I'm ending this nonsense.
I don't know. It's whatever. I don't really care for it too much. It's like a bunny girl. Yep, she's a bunny, I assume. These are the ears. A lot of animals in this.
Not a problem. Leave it to me.
Okay. No tail. I was wondering why the music was so loud. It was from the opening, the Arknight's website. My brutally honest review brought to you by #Arknights. Make sure to check out my sponsored link in the description. Oh wait, is this the nun? Is this the shark nun?
Have I been summoned?
Maybe not. She's just got horns though. Arknight's gooned tier list. What the fuck's a gooned tier list? Guys, I'll be honest with you. Listen, guys, I don't know if I can play gacha games on this channel. I don't know if I can do that. If these are the type of comments I'm going to receive just off of a fucking trailer and some gameplay, you guys are asking me to make a gooner tier list or goon tier list. I don't know if just for my own like personal conviction and mental health, I can sit here and play these gacha games. My comment section, it already looks disastrous when I'm just sitting here and people talk about my oily forehead. By the way, gift and 25 subs followed by a $50 donation for some more forehead oil. I don't know what like cooked gacha players are gonna have to say in my channel chat. I'll be honest with you. Like the fuck is this, dude? Like the fuck are we even talking about? And I know the mods are gonna be okay with this stuff, obviously, because let's face it, the only thing the mods ban is when people talk about like references from 2013. So this will be a safe space for like this type of community. I don't know if I should do that. I'm gonna get canceled. Why would I get canceled? The fuck? Why would I get canceled? For what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Cool story, Bob. I'm gonna get canceled. You said. For doing what? So you won't be making the list. I'm not gonna make an Arknight's gooned tier list, dude. I'm a 30-something-year-old fucking man.
For some more forehead oil.
I mean, honestly, dude, you got me on that one. Kmart kid. Was that a repeat? I'm so confused. Did I just repeat that message? I might just repeat that message and reacted to it twice. Anyways, I don't think they did it again. I think it's the same message. I just somehow replayed it and reacted to it twice. I literally got baited by the same message. This message was from 2 hours ago, and I just literally twice reacted. Dude, yeah, faking donations. Yo, everyone's donating so much right now, guys. It's crazy. Just repeating the same. I will say these like currencies and stuff definitely stress me out still, but that's probably because I have like PTSD from fucking Honkai, Tower Fantasy, and all the other like garbage that I consumed over the years. I guess I get a bunch of it in Warframe too, but another story, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. The animations to me seem a lot cleaner than like Crystal of Altan or whatever, like whatever we watched. Should I get back into Tower of Fantasy, brother? Why the fuck would you do that to yourself? Go research your like hot fish woman instead. Why would you go back to Tower of Fantasy? Why would you do that?
I'm not the gentle spy. Try passing this. Hey, a frigid can go so well.
Yeah, game looks pretty clean. I'm not gonna lie. Looks like a clean game. I'll probably check it out. Probably not stream it, so I don't have to make a goon tier list. There was one other game I wanted to show as well. I think we watched like the Crystal Silver Palace or whatever the hell a long time ago, but was this Azure Promilia? That's some mixed responses. I will say I like this where you can like have creatures that you tame. I think the Hoyoverse is apparently coming out with their own Pokemon game. Not sure if I'm gonna crash out on that, if I'm completely honest with you, because the Hoyoverse game does terrible things to your mental, but they're introducing their own, I guess, Pokemon-like game where you can capture critters and train them to fight. I think it's pretty dope. I like mechanics, or I like games with creature mechanics where you have little minions that can run around and do stuff for you. Always enjoyed that playstyle. So this looks promising in that regard. Like I do like the idea of like a, I don't know, we'll call it a Pokemon game, but this one's more action RPG oriented.
100作の時を経てあのような恐ろしい存在が待った
新たな生命と共に歩み星の名のもとにつながり共に生命の限界を超えて旅の意味を知る
Oh, that looks cool, right? These guys? I don't know what this thing is. This thing looks devious. Whatever this like bird with a vegetable on its head is. Nintendo's pissed? Yeah. If they add a glider to this game, Nintendo will be at their front door with a team of lawyers. Do not add gliders to this game, please. Save yourself. Look what happened to Pal World. They got farming, bro. They got fucking Farmville in this shit. And your minions will grow food for you. Actually, Pal World. Maybe Pal World's gonna be knocking on their door now. That's close to do like training and stuff, I guess. Can you translate OG? Not right now, not right now. I'm a little too tired. But it looks like they got little areas where you train them, I guess level them up or something. It's kinda neat. Literally gotcha Pal World. Not necessarily a bad thing. A lot of people like Pal World for different instances. I hope they go all out with it though, like with crafting and stuff too. Obviously Pal World, like I think people play through it like one time. I still haven't done a Pal World playthrough. I might do a Pal World playthrough if I plan on playing this game though, actually. I promised a Pal World playthrough like several months ago and I lied to you guys. I still gotta do a Pal World playthrough for sure. Did it sub? Yeah, sorry. There you go. Does that help you?
ことを恐れさせる恐怖の地にしてしまったのです。飛び立った鳥は全て元の枝に戻れるわけではないのです。これで終わると思わないで。私の槍は折れない。そんなの私の運命なので受け入れるつもりはない。
Okay.
見て、遥かな軌跡を描いて、今星が帰っていく。
Oh my god, we saw a shoulder. Yeah, so there's just a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at, if I'm being honest with you. But I like the premise, which is, you know, tameable pets. It seems like pet collector, make them work at a farm. Combat seems okay, but I think this is also for like Azure fans. I think it's Azure Lane is the game, right? But they're coming out with their own twist on open world game, and yeah, we'll just say that much. I'm not gonna really deep dive into like what Azure Lane even is. I only know about Arknights because I played Arknights. You're gonna love this game? You think so? We'll pin this. You're gonna love this game. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, wow. I was gonna talk about this earlier too. Blue Protocol had a resurgence. Yeah, it's called Blue.
Hey guys, it's
Jesus Christ. All right, whatever. We'll watch it. It's called Blue Protocol Star Resonance, and I guess they're the game launched originally. It was an MMO. It did not do very well. Japan was not happy. Everyone gave feedback, and the game basically bombed before it ever arrived in the West. Is it another gacha? Basically, but it's more. I guess it's a mix of MMORPG and gacha. We'll call it that. But they're doing a Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. They're gonna try to I don't know, resurrect this game from the dead, and actually it doesn't look super terrible. They actually seem like they improved on it to some degree. So I'd be curious to see how they like do with their secondary launch. Some people were talking about like Final Fantasy 14 had a relaunch and it did very well. There's a few other games that have had relaunches, and I'm not sure if it's a result of Tencent. I heard that Tencent bought this company out or bought the game, bought the title, and they're looking to improve it. Whether that's a good thing or a bad, I don't know. I'm sure people have criticisms for that too.
It's Paradise, and we all thought the highly anticipated online action game Blue Protocol was dead. Or at least that is what everyone thought. After its original launch in Japan was met by a mixed reception and the global version was scrapped, most people assumed we'd never hear from it again. But now in a surprise twist, it is coming back with a new name, a new team, and a brand new global release. So in this video, let's break down the big news first.
This is like saying the best part of Darth Vader is that he's not Palpatine.
Blue Protocol Star Resonance is officially releasing worldwide in 2025. In our last video, we talked about how the game was currently exclusive to China. However, it now seems the devs have heard us asking for a global release and they have announced the game. It will launch across North America, Europe, and Latin America, giving players everywhere a chance to dive in. There's even been mention of servers in other regions being announced soon, so don't worry if your region wasn't listed just yet. For platforms, we know it's coming to PC via Steam and the Epic Games Store, but it's also coming to iOS and Android with full cross-platform play and synced progression. It's worth noting right now it's only confirmed for PC and mobile, so there's no word on console support, which is very surprising considering the original Blue.
I know, I do like stuff like, I know that some people will be like, they cringe, but I do like stuff where you get to actually interact with like other players. I've always enjoyed that. I wish like the MMOs that I played had more like community aspect towards it, right? So it's kind of cool that you can do little things like this. I think that was one of the criticisms for the original Blue Protocol, is that they don't have enough social activities, right?
It happening, but for now it's strictly PC and handheld devices. Alongside those announcements, the sign-up website is already live, and there's a dedicated Twitter or X account for the global version, where the team's posting updates, teasers, and other community stuff. So if you want to get in early and maybe access any of the upcoming beta tests now, it's probably best to register your interest. We will include the link for both of these if you want to give them a go down below. Now, if you are wondering how this is even happening and what even happened to the Bandai Namco version, well, development has been taken over by Shanghai Bakura under Tencent. They acquired the rights to the original game after they shut down in Japan, and they've been quietly rebuilding it into an MMO.
That's interesting though, because I do feel like Tencent kind of took a gamble on this one, right? Like They already have a lot of successful IPs, whether you agree with them or not. Like I already did a League of Legends rant on here, like literally last night. I don't need to keep diving into it, but I guess if they took over the IP, they want the game to do well to some degree? Question mark. I think Tencent wants an MMO. Maybe that's the case. Maybe Tencent does want an MMO that's not like the Riot MMO, because there was talks about the Riot MMO that was abandoned 3 or 4 times over. Maybe they want their own version of an MMO, and this was like their opportunity to do that, right?
Interestingly, Bakura has brought on some of the original team members of Blue Protocol, but it's clear that this is a new direction they're going in. It's not just a relaunch, it is more of a full-on rework. Even though the game looks similar, people that have played it have said it fundamentally plays differently.
I like this. This is cool to me. This is what I saw and I was like, oh, interesting. It looks like they took the Final Fantasy like raid mechanics. I mean, given that these are like mechanics for babies.
More like a fast-paced...
Like this right here is a circle on you spread out. I like that. I think that's neat.
Action game mixed with a traditional MMO.
Here's some tethers. Looks like you're connected to everybody. This kind of reminds me of WoW. There's a boss in, I forget which dungeon, but there's like a tether 2 boss. I think it's... Does it matter if I remember the name of it? Fuck. I already forget what it's called, but it's the last boss of the dungeon. It's the big grub in the night phase zone. But anyways, it really doesn't matter. But regardless, there's like a big tether mechanic. There's a few other bosses that do this, but yeah, it's good that they're like adding like mechanics to their game. I mean, that's kind of how it should be, right? And like I said, it's like player orientated, meaning that you're doing this content with other players. I think that's fun. I think like if there's more, maybe games like Genshin, but you actually get to interact with other players, I think that's a good thing, right?
So what is actually new? As with the reveal of the game, it's coming to Western shores, but we also got a bunch of details about what to expect from this version of the game. Obviously, there was a ton of people that hopped on for the Chinese beta and learnt more about the nitty-gritty, but it's great to know what's going on for the global version. So far, we've seen that Star Resonance will keep the anime-inspired aesthetic and action combat, but with a bunch of upgrades under the hood. The visuals have been tweaked to look closer to Genshin Impact, with more vibrant effects and softer edges.
That's so funny. I mean, they were already halfway there before, right? And I think they're just like, fuck it, we're halfway there. Let's just do it outright. Was that the energy at the bottom? Was that an energy bar at the bottom here?
So far, we've seen that Star Resonance will keep the anime-inspired...
Possibly, but could be for anything, right? Could be like resin.
...aesthetic and action combat, but with a bunch of upgrades under the hood. The visuals have been...
Yeah, I don't see it like correlating any abilities, so maybe.
...tweaked to look closer to Genshin Impact, with more vibrant effects and softer edges. The combat has been reworked where dodging now has iframes, and there's new action triggers for perfect dodges, and overall it feels snappier and more responsive. There's also a much bigger focus on the social systems, with guild events, town festivals, fireworks, emotes, and even mini-games like fishing and crafting. Perhaps most importantly, the progression system has been revamped to avoid the crazy grind and repetition that bogged down the original. And while the game does still have gacha, it's reportedly mostly for cosmetics like outfits and weapon skins. But the devs have repeatedly mentioned that they are not aiming to give players power through purchases akin to pay-to-win systems in the core gameplay loop. At launch, there was already...
I mean, if they can do that, not a bad deal, honestly. Like, I assume this would be free to play MMORPG, community oriented with gacha, just skin microtransaction. But of course, like the downside of it's gonna be like the skins are gonna look way better than like anything that you get by default. That's usually the trade-off for this type of stuff, But if it's like you could play this game with like people that normally, I don't know, are like Genshin players or something like that, I think this definitely has like a pull, or definitely will have a pull. I kind of don't like the FTP MMOs. I'd rather have a sub-based. Yeah, but like even sub-based stuff, they just like fuck you twice over. Like World of Warcraft is sub-based, and then they just have like, oh, by the way, we have a what was it, like $80 mount. That's like the best mount you can get because it has an auction house on it. You know what I mean? Also, in the microtransaction, we have unique mounts and skins that you'll never have, even though it's sub-based. Also, obviously, Final Fantasy has Mog Station items, really at like some of the best, I guess, like emotes, some of the best looking mounts, some of the best looking, like not all best, but like really good looking outfits and stuff. They're even though the games pay for sub, they still have like $20 items in their microtransaction store. So I don't know. I think both versions of it are bad. I'm not gonna say like, oh, free to play is the way to go, but I mean, if you had a choice between paying money a month and not paying money a month, I would choose not to pay money per month. But I can understand why like the quality of the game might suffer, and as a result, you might see more predatory stuff in the store. But those aren't gotchas compared to this, right? Yeah, no, I agree. Like, well, no, I'm talking about MMORPGs strictly, but they're saying the store is a gotcha system. But if the game is free to play at the end, and the only thing the store does is like you get cute outfits, like that's kind of a decent trade. Although I would like for a way to, I think the best version of it is, I've always said the best version of this is what Warframe does, which is that Warframe, it's all free to play, and all of the stuff you buy with money, almost all. I think there's a few things where you can't, like the supporter packs, but 90 something percent of the stuff that you can buy from the store, you can buy with like in-game earned market trading, meaning that like stuff that you get from the game, you can sell that for plat, and with plat you can buy almost anything, right? I think that's probably the most fair usage of like free to play. But again, they also have exclusive stuff that costs money, which is a whole nother conversation. But that's why I said like 90% of stuff you can buy. Stuff that's like exclusive that you can't buy with in-game currency is only money. I don't support that at all. I just think it's like lazy, right? Because the developers end up making stuff that costs money and they don't care about like the base game stuff. It always almost happens. And I'm sure in this case, like where all these outfits are like, oh, these are really cute outfits, you're probably going to get like mediocre outfits in game because they're going to want to incentivize you to buy cute outfits. Otherwise, you're going to look poor. Do you reckon Warframe makes enough money to keep the game alive with that model? Oh yeah, no, Warframe's doing great. Warframe is like Digital Extreme's like baby. You know what I mean? They're making a whole nother game because of Warframe funds. Warframe has tons and tons of money, and every time they come out with like those heirloom sets, like when they came out with the heirloom Ember, they're gonna come out with a new. I'm not sure if the Valkyrie Ember skin dropped. I'm sure when they come out with like heirloom Wisp, it's gonna break numbers too. And now they're doing the proto frame skins. The proto frame skins are going to make a bank for them too. So I would not be shocked about that. But yeah, they definitely make a lot of money just in general too. And plat does like get dissolved. There's still plenty of Oilers that buy plat all the time. Like they're doing fine. The first Ascendant problem, they put so much effort in having their characters as hang out before the core game is just not good. Yeah, I mean, the ass hanging out is definitely going to attract a certain type of players, but you can't just keep them with the ass hanging out, Like you gotta keep them there with the gameplay, and usually they do a decent job with the gameplay. Like some of the stuff I see here is okay. Obviously, people played Genshin, and that's a huge gotcha. And I don't think like a lot of their characters are, I'll call them Gooner bait, right? I maybe you can argue that some are, but people kept continuing to play Genshin because of the gameplay, right? It was something new, and I think COVID had a lot of impact on the success of Genshin. Let's not get it twisted with that. But at the same time, like if the game is fun, it's free to play, and it's player friendly, I think those are like winning models. But somewhere along the line, you'll have like a game like Infinity Nikki, free to play, fun game, but then like terrible for anyone playing it, right? Like they always bomb with 1 out of the 3, free to play, a player friendly but terrible like gameplay. They'll always mess it up somewhere along the line. And just having the game hit all 3 is very difficult. If they can hit all 3, you'll have a success, right? But if you mess up with just one of those things, people are going to give you a lot of pushback. I wonder what the catch for this game is going to eventually be. My prediction is that they're not going to just stick to outfits. I feel like at some point the game will go pay to win, unfortunately. Like, it'd be nice if it's only cosmetics that are pay to win, which is great for like competitive games, PvE and PvP. But my thoughts is like they're gonna see, wait, we don't make that much money off of outfits. We're gonna like get these players, and they're gonna have like some pay for convenience, right? They're gonna start off small. Pay for like this thing to be easier to do every day, and then they're gonna work their way up from there. Is what I imagine that they do. That's my prediction. I mean, it's 10 cent too. You know what I mean? Like, come on. I'm not stupid. I think most of us aren't stupid. Like we're aware of what these types of companies like to do, and I wouldn't be surprised where all of this is like amazing. It sounds great. And this is how they get you. And then once they get you is when they'll start layering you with like these pay to win systems and like transactions.
Mostly for cosmetics like outfits and weapon skins. But the devs have repeatedly mentioned that they are not aiming to give players power through purchases akin to pay-to-win systems in the core gameplay loop. At launch, there was already several distinct classes ranging from melee fighters and ranged casters to support roles. Some of the classes are brand new or complete reworks of the existing original classes, and something that's really cool is that each class is also being built with 2 unique playstyles, giving us a bit more flexibility in how we want to build and switch between those roles. For example, we can see that the Wind Knight is a lance or polearm style class that is able to choose between playing more of a grounded high-speed attack playstyle.
Yeah, they just looked at other, like, they looked at successful, like, Genshin characters or something and said, why don't we just make the classes that people like into, or the characters people liked into a class. Fair W, dude.
With some crazy abilities, or a more crazy aerial-focused playstyle that allows you to evade incoming attacks and then counter with your own. With all of the classes having 2 styles, it should add a lot more variety to the gameplay, which was one of our concerns for the original Blue Protocol when we initially played it. The devs have also teased that there are more classes on the way, and we can see this image of a yet-to-be-revealed class. It's honestly wild to think that the game is actually coming back after everything that happened, but with a new dev team, a fresh start, and a global rollout planned for day 1, Star Resonance could finally be the MMO experience that people hoped Blue Protocol would be. But let us know, are you going to give it another shot, or has that ship already sailed for you? Either way, we're going to keep you posted on gameplay reveals, class breakdowns, and beta access, so drop a like if you're excited, and we'll catch you in the next video updating you on this. But for now, here's the trailer for the global release announcement.
Sounds calling me.
The pigs are kind of sick. This game just makes it look generic compared to the original version of the game. At least this version is actually coming out. I think that's the big difference. I like the classes. I think that's cool. Bro, what is this? Bro, is this a selfie stick? What the fuck did I just look at? Bro has a selfie stick, they're drifting? What is going on? Alright. Great, man. Yeah, well, that's my... Hey, guys, that's my Gacha wrap-up of the week. What games are you guys the most excited to play? Leave a comment in the description, or leave a comment in the comments box below. What games are you looking forward to? Alright, guys. I'm gonna head out. GG's, good stream. I'm back tomorrow. More stuff. More gaming, more something. Who knows? Appreciate y'all. Yeah. More content. More content soon.